Really? Ostras.
কোয়ার্টার থেকে মিটিং আপনার হ্যাঁ কাকে
কোনো ব্যাথা ভালো লাগে আরো অনেক জায়গা আছে তাই না ভালো না তখন মানে মানে তাতে
ভীষণ চাপ দেন
ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ register பண்ணணும். Startups Agri Startups. Manage online daily class ಯಾರಿದೆ ஏன் நீங்க போலையா நாங்க போவேன்னு
You can kindly mute your audio, please.
நினைச்சோம்.
Mr. Padala Kirti, can you kindly mute your audio, please?
கடைசி செம்ல
Others also, whoever till the program starts, can you please mute your audios?
सीधा नहीं होना चाहिए और तुम बने हो ना सीधे, इसीलिए तुम्हारे सब छाती पे चढ़े चढ़े होला भी बने रहो सीधे।
அம்மா கேமரா
and Singapore.
నేను వచ్చేస్తా సజీ.
I studied in Vizag from schooling till graduation. My father was a public secretary. And in those ages, it was a startup, I guess. They were setting up a copper unit in Redikutta, in Tirupati.
चलो
হ্যাঁ জায়গায় না লিখে দিচ্ছ এরা
ಏನಂತೆ? ಹಾ?
22nd.
ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯ.
ক্যামেরাটা একটা মেয়ে কেন ক্যামেরা অন করেছেন? হ্যাঁ, একটা মেয়ে বক্তব্য রাখতেছে।
ప్యాకెట్ లాగా వచ్చేది ప్యాకెట్
Banjay, వద్దు Banjay, Banjay అది
ಹೌದು ರೀ 170.
ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದಾರ? ಆಗಿದಾರ? Okay, just call Nandini and tell her, no? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ?
Good morning, everyone. Hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome you all to the online training program. Thank you for enrolling to the online training program on innovation in Agri Startups. Unlock the secrets to success in Agri Entrepreneurship. It's an online training program organized by Bangalore Agri-innovation Center. in collaboration with Manage Hyderabad. It's a 4 day training program starting from 21st and end on 24th May at 4 p.m. And this program is organized by YNS Agri-innovation Center. It's a incubation center of University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, supported by BIRAC DBT in the year 2021. We have supporting and allied sector startups, and presently we are incubating nearly 60 startups in agriculture. Thank you. I would like to call Dr. Veena S. Anil, Coordinator, Bionest Agri Innovation Center, for welcoming the gathering. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nandini. Good morning to one and all. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it is indeed, I'm very happy as we inaugurate this much awaited 4-day training program on innovations in agri startups. And as Nandini already mentioned, it is a collaborative effort between the Agri Innovation Center and Manage Hyderabad. And it is a 4-day program packed with, talks by experts in this field. And we are hoping that there will be valuable interaction between the experts and the participants, which will definitely benefit the participants of this training program. So the training will touch on various aspects such as market opportunities in agri startups, sharing of their experience by the managed team and also by startups, ideation and concept development, business model and innovation in agriculture, tech innovation in agriculture, supply chain, financial planning, legal compliance, funding opportunities, art of pitching and fundraising, and intellectual property rights, patents, trademarks, copyrights, scaling up, etc. And lastly, we will also talk briefly about the Agri-innovation Center and the commercializable technologies of the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. So I should say that this indeed is a whole package, and I congratulate my team members, Ms. Nandini, CEO, Ms. Priyanka, Operations Manager, and Dr. Lakshmisha, Technical Officer, for their dedicated work in putting this whole training together. I also acknowledge the managed team for their valuable support and collaboration. I have been told, I understand that more than 450 participants have registered for this training program from across the country, and more will be. And since there was so much demand, we have decided to live stream this in YouTube so that it will benefit even more people than the participants registered. So we will be sharing those links, and I encourage you all to share it with others who want to participate in this training program. Without much ado now, it is indeed my privilege and honor to welcome the honored guests for this inaugural function. First of all, extend my welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.V. Suresha, in his absence actually, and acknowledge all the guidance and support that he has been giving to the activities of the Agri-innovation Center. I also welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar, DG of Manage Hyderabad, in his absence here again, for all his support, for the support and collaboration extended by that organization. Welcome both the Vice Chancellor, sir, as well as the DG of Manage. Now it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome our Director of Extension, Dr. Madhu Prasad, sir, for this inaugural function, who is the chief guest. And I thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. Welcome you, sir. I also, my heartfelt welcome to Mr. Amit Kale, who is the Incubation Manager of Manage, to this function. Welcome, Mr. Kale. And last but not the least, and most importantly, I welcome all the participants who have joined online to this training program. And I'm wishing you a very productive 4 days. Thank you very much. Nandini, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Saravana Raj, Director, Agri Extension. He is one of the course director for this program. Thank you, sir. He is also not available because of his busy schedule.
Okay.
On behalf of sir, Mr. Amit from Manage is joined. Thank you. Now I would like to call Dr. Madhu Prasad, Director of Extension for Chief Guest Address. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, go ahead, madam. Hello.
Yeah, sir. We can
Is
hear
it
you.
audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Audible,
yes,
sir.
Okay.
It is audible, sir.
So, okay. Good morning. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, DG Manage and Coordinator, Sir Dr. Simon Raj, and Nil Madam, and all the staff, and also the participants. So, we know more than 70% of the population are living in rural areas. More than 58% of the population are depends on agriculture for their livelihood. So, agriculture is contributing 18.3% to the GDP, a major contribution. So, nowadays, there is a lot of scope for agri startups by utilizing the new technologies in the field of agriculture. Also, India is providing favorable environment for agriculture with diverse climatic conditions. So you can grow many number of crops and even animal enterprises, silviculture, horticulture, all the right sciences, including fisheries, dairy, etc. Now, the present scenario speaks about the agri startups, particularly the Maharashtra stands first with more than 445 agri startups. Second is the Karnataka state, 285 startups present. Even Telangana state also having fourth or fifth position, the 128 startups as on 2020 November. See, we say that these startups, it includes the use of sophisticated technologies that drive the so-called the fourth agricultural revolution. If you want to set up the agri startup, that is the startup ecosystem, four components are very essential. That is the policy, incubators, and accelerators, institutions and organizations, and individuals. We come to the policy matters. It is the promotions, facilitations, exemptions, and incentives, and incubators and accelerators, the machines and equipments, seed of scale of funds, networks, and mentorship. So the institutions and organizations, research organizations, training organizations, financial institutions are very essential. And to the individual level, entrepreneurs, investors, mentors, and advisors. Really, these four components are very essential for the agri startup ecosystem. You see the now our Agri Innovation Center, US Bangalore, taken keen interest to organize this training program with relevant content, with competent resource persons, so that they can provide all the facilities and capabilities, and also the required knowledge and skills for the coming entrepreneurs, so that they can contribute more towards the agriculture by starting agri startups, so that they can increase the employment opportunities and also the agricultural GDP. The training center also contributes to the advancement of agriculture sector, promoting the food security, economic development, and also the growth, and also the in sustainable way. So that I wish grand success of this training program for the not only for the budding entrepreneurs, but also all the participants, and also the organizers. Thank you for this opportunity. Wish you the God success once again. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the participants. Now I would like to call Mr. Amit Kale, Manager, Manage CIA for a guest talk. Participants,
Nandini,
can you
Sas
kindly
Anthony.
mute your audio? Participants, kindly mute your audio, please.
Yeah,
Um,
I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh, First of all, a very warm good morning to everyone, all the participants who are the budding entrepreneurs for the looking the opportunities that to in agriculture sector, distinguished dignitaries who joined for this inaugural session, uh, Dr. Veena ma'am, professor and coordinator for the Bioinest, Dr. Madhu sir, director of extension, and the entire team of the USAB and the incubation center. First of all, I would like to say thank you for hosting this 4 days entrepreneurship related and the agripreneurship related innovation agri startup program. So we are really happy to be the part of this 4 days entrepreneurial program and giving us the opportunity to share the small things that the manage and as an incubation center we are able to contribute in the successful journey of the startups. And we are looking really forward to have the interactive sessions with the all the participants who are available. And I just gone through the schedule also. Our some of the mentors and the Rabi partners are going to share their insights about the different programs that we were able to conduct for this under Archivarapta program, and of course along with the different programs that manage efforts to support it to the budding agripreneurs. So I wish you on behalf of entire managed team, Dr. Sarvanan sir, our DG sir, P. Chandrasekhara sir, to all the entrepreneurs, and we are looking forward to interact with you. I think after 2 sessions, our session is there. So definitely we are going to discuss a little more about the manage CIA activities. And I can see our Rabi partners, Dr. Sudhir sir is there. So wish you very good morning, sir, and hope you will be clear more things about Archivarapta program. So that will set the platform for me, and so that I can focus on the more activities that manage will offer. So once again, thanks all organizers for giving us the opportunity and to be the part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Before concluding the welcome inauguration session, I would like to request all the participants to kindly unmute your video for recording the today's meeting photos. Kindly unmute your videos.
Videos.
Vasana, good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Good to see all of you. Wonderful.
Good morning, madam. This is Amitabh sir
Morning,
from
madam.
Bombay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Madhu Prasad, sir, Director of Extension. In spite of his busy schedule, he has attended the inaugural session. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Veena S. Anil, Professor and Coordinator, Bionest Agri-innovation Center, for delivering the welcome address. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Amit Kale, Manager, Manage CIA. Thank you. And I would like to thank all our team members for putting efforts in organizing today's event. Thank you, everyone. First, we would like to start the session on Introduction to Agri Startups by Dr. Professor K.P. Sudhir. Welcome to the session, sir. I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. K.P. Sudhir. Hope I am audible.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Dr.
You're
Sudhir
audible.
has done his PhD in Agriculture Engineering from IRA in New Delhi and a postdoctorate from KU Leuven, Belgium, and he started career as a scientist in Agro Processing Division, ICR, Bhopal, and is presently heading the Department of Agriculture Engineering, and he was also. Please kindly mute your audio. And he's a head of Raftar Agribusiness Incubator, and he's also a head of Center of Excellence in Post-Harvest Technology at College of Agriculture, Thrissur. And he is a recipient of several prestigious fellowships for international training, including Norman E. Borlaug Fellowship by United States and other fellowship by Netherlands, Belgium, and Sweden. Welcome to the session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Veena, for the introduction. And thank you, Amit. I think distinguished Director of Extension was also here, and also all dignitaries over here, and my dear Agri Startups. Okay. I hope I will be able to share my slide.
Yes.
You have given the provision? Okay, let me see.
Yes, sir, we are given the provision. Your screen is visible, sir.
Visible if it's in full screen?
No, kindly make a full screen, sir.
I have made it in full screen. Still, it is
now it's yes, sir. Now it's.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the organizers, for giving us an opportunity to share what is happening in this part of South India. But of course, I will be just mentioning about what is happening in the entire startup ecosystem, and then what kind of help we are supporting to the startups and the startup ecosystem, everyone in this, the players, what they are doing and what are the opportunities, and how Raftar is helping, okay, being a Raftar partner, how we are helping. So that also we will be visualizing in another 10 or 15 or 30 minutes. And of course, I entertain some of the question and answer session later on, so that one-sided talk, it's not, in good in the beginning morning itself. So let me see whether how far I can, I will be able to transfer the about a startup ecosystem to the viewers or the listeners. Okay. So now we will see the Agribusiness Incubation Center and how it is act as a hub for the startups, okay, or a springboard for the potential startups to spin off their own agriculture field, and then they can spin off and they can start their own industry. So thank you once again. So we all know in the production segment, okay, in the agriculture production segment, India is first rank in some crops and second rank in some crops, third rank in some other crops, fourth rank. So this shows actually the statistically shows the our confidence in the production statistics, but in the real reality, actually we are not getting its benefit because our share in the world market is negligible. Okay. So this is because of the many reasons. Okay, either we are not buying, we are not producing the products which is the need of the market. Okay, and or either under processing, so increased post harvest losses. So there are many other reasons actually for why the visibility of our produce, agriculture produce, is lacking in the world market. Okay, so how we can boost it? Okay, in almost 13 crops we are in the front, and almost 15 or 19 crops we are in the second largest producer in the world. Okay, whether it is in processed or raw form. Okay, whether it is spices or poultry or fish, but we are not in a position to reach the in the international market. Our share is comparatively, you just see, though our fruits and vegetable production is the second largest producer, but our processing or our visibility in the world market, you can see it is just 1.2%, or vegetables 1.6%. So we need to enhance the presence of our commodity either in the raw form by making it, by adopting good agriculture practices, okay, or by enhancing the processing, by reducing the post-harvest losses, by improving the supply chain management. So all these things, intervention, whether to reduce the post-harvest losses, whether to increase the processing or value addition, whether the improve the quality of the raw material. So we need the help of new startups in this sector, in the agriculture sector, as well as in the production or processing sector. So it can be, in the way of raw material suppliers, like good quality fertilizers, even nano fertilizers. It could be, okay, any nutrient formulations. It could be soilless media, or helping the vertical farming, or aquaponics or hydroponics. So the production segment, we need to focus many things to improve the quality of the products by reducing the inputs and enhancing the productivity. So many measures can be taken. So agri sector is actually looking for budding entrepreneurs or startups or food startups or agri startups in this area to reduce the cost of production and to enhance the quality and to improve the productivity. So this is the scope in the production segment. So after the production, actually, again, we need to connect with the farmer to the consumer. So in that, actually, many scope is there: big data analysis, supply chain management, then traceability system. So many aspects, then cold storage system. So how we can reduce the middleman, or we cannot, of course, we cannot avoid middleman completely, but how we can reduce the middleman, and how strongly we can make a supply chain, a smallest supply chain, by reaching the commodity from the consumer, the farmer to the consumer. So that should be our idea, and there should be a strong traceability system to be incorporated on the packaging system and the production supply chain system. So all these interventions, actually, new startups have a scope. Okay, then again, reducing the online digital marketing. Okay, it is revolutionized now. So we need to incorporate the startups can intervene in that segment also. How we can reduce the cost of the product by the consumer should get the product at a lower rate with a higher quality, okay, material. And for that, what all the things to be incorporated in the packaging material, in the transfer, in the channels, in the new channels to reach the product from the consumer to the to reach the consumer. Value proposition, okay, what are the new value proposition which the consumer point of view, what are the points and what are the interventions required. So kindly unmute participants, please mute your mic, otherwise, no, for me also some disturb. I think the organizers, being the host, I think you can mute all participants for the time being, and at the discussion time you can unmute them. Okay, including me, please mute all, and then you can just unmute my mic. Otherwise, people are talking. Very difficult. Organizers, it's a request to you. Please mute all participants and then unmute my mic. Organizers, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please mute all participants
We
and
have
then unmute
muted,
my
sir,
mic.
and we have muted, and again they have
We do that. Hello?
Participants, kindly mute your audio. If you have any questions during last of the presentation, we have a Q&A session. That time you can ask. Kindly mute your audio, please.
Nandini, make sure you mute them
Okay.
on our end.
Oh. Please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I have explained now the present how we can improve. What are the interventions being a startup or food startup or agri startup you can do it. So entire supply chain. I think organizers doesn't know how to mute others participants. It is very difficult for me to handle the session like this.
Sir, I muted everyone, sir.
Sir, it's all muted. You can continue, sir. Ankotaga, Urduno.
Okay, thank you. I think this slide doesn't require much explanation now because most of you are watching this slide for more than 1 minute. So I think these are the areas where the convergence or the innovation is required in the supply chain, in the storage system, new innovative storage system, and the common facility center. And the common facility center, most of the agribusiness incubation center in this area, all over the in our country, common facility centers have been established by one under the PMFME scheme, like one district, one product program. And RKVY incubators also, some of the RKVY have set up with the common incubation facility. Then MSME also set up some of the common facility center for the production and value addition of the products. And then, traceability factor has to become, and then convergence of innovation for the novel food processing. So I will be dealing some of the novel food processing technology where the startups can enter. And then another area is actually to improve the safety and quality by improving the HACCP protocol and improve the safety and quality criteria. And then there is a poor networking of the incubation centers also. So we need to have a strong network of incubation center. For example, GKVK Incubation Center and Orissa University Incubation Center and KU Agribusiness Incubation Center and Telangana. So everyone should know what is the strength of each incubation center. And if someone is approaching a particular incubation center, and if that incubation center doesn't have that facility, concerned facility, you can actually direct those startups to that concerned incubation center for refining their product. So that kind of networking is required for the in the entire incubation center network is also required for that one. Okay, that is what I would like to mention now. So Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University is actually mainly supported by the RAFTAR program. And Agribusiness Incubation Center, if you are approaching any of this agribusiness incubation center, including this GKVK or TNU or Kerala Agricultural University or any other incubation center, actually it is our duty is actually to refine your products and to mentor you and support you and give all the guidance to start an industry. What are the requirements, which whether you need a new technology, whether you require packaging technology, whether you need market assistance, whether you would like to take some sample of the product for 500 packets or 1,000 packets, you can approach the Agribusiness Incubation Center, and then you can take the product. And then once you get a confidence, then only you need to spin off and you can start your own industry. So that is the support Agribusiness Incubation Center is doing. So Agribusiness Incubation Center, if you are approaching our Raftar Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University, if you're approaching with an idea, you can go back with a life. Okay, that is what the assurance we are giving at Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agriculture University. Okay, so if you have any idea, you can approach us and we are there to support you. Okay, now you can see the India is almost the third largest startup ecosystem, and within India, actually Kerala state is actually the state, one of the state who initiated the startup policy first in 2014. So that is why actually the ecosystem in Kerala is an agri ecosystem, business ecosystem or startup ecosystem is in the country, in our country. The Kerala startup ecosystem is actually in the first. Okay, but when we are talking about the industrialization, of course our land area is pretty low, less, and the industrial area and our ecosystem is also very vulnerable. But the startup ecosystem very good, and mainly because of the startup mission and the startup policy we have initiated in 2014. So we are promoting with our startup Kerala Agriculture University Agribusiness Incubation System started in 2014, again in the same year in Agriculture University. And Raftar Agribusiness Incubation Center we have received from 2018 onwards. Okay, 2017 year end, financial year end, we got it, and 2018 onwards we are functioning here. So what is Raftar? Of course, I think from Manage definitely they will be mentioning about what is Raftar, but I will be explaining only Raftar with relevance to Kerala. Okay, so under the Raftar, actually, this is to promote the agri startups. And recently, you must have read in newspaper, we have crossed quality 7,000 startups in agri sector. Okay, and this 7,000 agri startup initiated through Raftar programs. So entire India, the Raftar program is the. So the Raftar itself, the Hindi Raftar meaning, all of you know that is Hindi meaning. Being from Karnataka, definitely you know what is the meaning of Raftar. Raftar means fast movement. Okay, so how we can improve the income of the farmer at a faster rate? Okay, we are actually looking for the ideas or technologies which can increase the farmer income at a faster rate. So such technologies are actually promoting under the Raftar program. So under the Raftar program, we are supporting under two programs. Actually, one is Agripreneurship Orientation Program and Agripreneurship means Startup Incubation Program. So what is the difference between the Startup Incubation Program and Agripreneurship Orientation Program? For example, you have an idea of you are planning to make a coconut climber, okay, or an arecanut climber. So you are in the process, you have made an automatic climber machine and you purchased some of the machine, and you are in the process of refining one machine. Okay, for refining or making one machine, actually under Raftar program we will be giving 5 lakhs grant to that concerned startup. Okay, so this is for making one product, one prototype. If you want to make a health mix, for example, you are making a health mix from banana flour and flaked banana or flaked millets you have with chocolate coating and all, you are making a new product with millet-based product. Or if you are making from jackfruit-based or meat alternative, which is an alternate to the meat, okay, with chickpea or pulses and tender jackfruit. So any new product, if you are standardizing, in that case, it is coming under the Agripreneurship Orientation Program, and you can get 5 lakhs grant under the Raftar program. Okay. Another program is Startup Incubation Program. Under the Startup Incubation Program, actually, this is for the commercialization. Okay. So, for example, if you have made a product your own, okay, that means you have already standardized a meat alternative. If you have standardized a millet flakes with the chocolate coating, okay, if you have made an alternate meat milk ice cream, If you have millet meat ice cream or coconut milk based ice cream without adding coconut cow milk, or if you have made a nutraceutical product out of a medicinal plant, if you have made a, a coconut climber, which is different from the existing climbers, or if you have made an Aracanut palm climber, which is different from the existing one. Okay, it could be anything. If you have made a mobile application which will connect the farmer and the entrepreneur, or a farmer and the consumer, if you have made a traceability platform, if you have made a blockchain concept in the production supply chain, so it could be any intervention. If you have made a nano packaging material, which will sense the quality of the product which is kept inside the packet. So it could be anything. It could be anything from any intervention between the production chains to the consumer. And Raftar will help you 5 lakhs grant for the refinement and 25 lakhs grant under the SIP program for its implementation or to start an industry. Okay, so if you have already made one machine or a one product, standardized one product, and its validation is done with a university or an ICR institute or a CSIR institute, then you will get 25 lakhs grant for its commercial implementation. If you want to start an industry of coconut climbers, if you want to start an industry of baby food with a nutraceutical, if you want to start an industry of ice cream with millet, or if you want to make an ice cream industry with a coconut milk. So these are the examples. Okay, you need to formulate your own new food product, your own new business idea, your own mechanization, your own input material combination, your own soilless media, your own aquaponics or hydroponic automation system. It could be anything. Okay, in that case, actually, under Raftar program, you will get up to 25 lakhs grant. Of course, now the further details will be explained again by the representative or managed team. So under Agri Business Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University, we have helped almost 40 graduates every year. You can just see from 2019-20 onwards to the previous year, you can just see we have nurtured around 40 plus graduates every year. Okay, and we have given grants to nearly 20. Okay, you can see that 15 plus startups we have funded every year. Okay, so this year also our grant is open now. If you are visiting Agri Business Incubation website of Kerala Agriculture University, of course you can also apply from Bangalore to under Raftar Center of Kerala Agriculture University. You can get up to 25 lakhs grant. And there is one more grant application is open by the Raftar now. That is exclusively for students. For students can get up to 4 lakhs. Okay, so that is the advantage for the startups. Student startup can get up to 4 lakhs, and for that actually the company registration is not required at the beginning. Okay, so that is the advantage, and that is again under the Agri-Entrepreneurship Orientation Program. So there are 3 programs under Raftar. One is 4 lakhs grant, that is exclusively for students. Then 5 lakhs grant. This is open for students as well as budding entrepreneurs without, the education qualification or age. There is no restriction. And then the 25 lakhs grant, again, that is also applicable for the students. Okay. But only thing is that the students should have a registered company and a DIPP certificate from the Startup India. So if you don't have those things, the students, they can apply for the 4 lakhs grant. Okay. So you can just see though our area of the focus area in agriculture sector is agri inputs, food processing, agri supply chain, precision farming, social enterprises, agri clinics, etc., in IoT and robotics in agriculture. But our startup, you can see the majority belongs to the food processing segment. Okay, almost 50% belongs to the food processing sector, followed by the innovative farming by aquaponics or hydroponics or vertical farming. Okay, and then followed by the waste to wealth concept. We have many startups from this area. I will give you some of the classic examples where you can think about, and I will mention about some of our startups also to you. And then to IoT and robotics, including drones, sensors, okay, mobile apps. And then we can lastly coming to agriculture mechanization. Some of them have developed some of the machines which can operate in the waterfront area, in the water marshy areas, then in rubber cultivation, then some small farm mechanization. So some of the startups are working in that area too. Of course, so these are the 5 major segments of Kerala Agricultural University and the start in the 5 cohorts. And now the 6th cohort application is open now. Please visit the KAU website, kau.in or rabi.kau web kau.in, the website. I will give in the chat box after completion of my presentation. You can also apply if you have an innovative idea. You can also apply, because we prefer startups from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. Okay, so definitely you can. Some of our startups are from Bangalore. Also, we have startup recently funded also, and even from Tamil Nadu also. Okay, so you can usually I prefer only in these 3 states only, because monitoring is also very difficult from our side also. Okay, so if you can see some of our startups, you can some of the major start fuselage innovation that is based on our drone technology, then Dr. Mushroom, that is IoT robotics in mushroom production segment. Tushin is another startup based on the edible plates from rice bran and wheat bran, and cutlery is also they are making. And Sushi Robotics is again a drone-based startup. Then Brainwire is actually for monitoring the health of livestock segment. And then Beyond Snack is a healthy snack, and Crims is a vacuum fried chips based industry in the food processing sector. Jackfresh is again a jackfruit based instant food products from jackfruit base. Then Shraddha is again on veterinary and mobile clinic. Green Hugs is again another industry on alternate meats. Nata Nutrico is a product from Nata de Coco based drinks. Then this Eatery Malabaricus is based on cashew sprouts based industry. Then this is Farm Sentinel. Okay, that is again a radar-based system to repel or remove, our wild animals. Nowadays the wild animal farmer conflict is very strong. It is making a lot of issues. So he has made a radar-based system to repel the wild animals. Nava is again another startup. Okay, another startup to NERA tapping, automatic NERA tapping. You all know the NERA is one of the inflorescence which is coming from coconut inflorescence. That can be automatically harvested by using an automated NERA harvesting machine. And Simplify Agri is actually aggregate working in the field of connecting from the farmer to the consumer. And Gobas is again who's working in IoT and application of robotics in the case of our honeybees. Okay, and some Sunbird straws again, as I mentioned, that is one of the startup working with a coconut leaf straw. Okay, and again Bangalore based company. So Karnataka based. So this is actually only few startups, as I mentioned. 40 plus startups are generating from Agribusiness Incubation Center every year. Okay, let you be one of the startup from Kerala Agricultural University Agribusiness Incubation Center from the current year. The application is on now. Please visit rabi.abi. Okay, so I will send you the details in the chat box. Okay, so these are the facilities actually given by any Agribusiness Incubation Center system in our country. We are similar to other Agribusiness Incubation Center. We are also providing common space for the discussions and quality testing, not only microbial testing. We have all the quality aspects of any food products that also we have. So any startups approaching us, they can do the accelerated shelf life study, they can do the quality testing, microbial testing, and actual shelf life study. Everything they can do it at Agribusiness Incubation Center. They can refine their product. We have excellent rice process line, millet process line, spice process line, coconut processing line, beverages line from fruit juice or even coconut water. Then other novel food processing technologies like pulse light technology, pulsed electric field technology, cold plasma technology, ultrasound technology. Then we have ozone technology, 3D food printing, or state of the art facilities in the food processing technology is awaiting you. So if you are interested, of course, you can contact Agribusiness Incubation Center, and we are there to support you. And then, as I mentioned, IoT and robotics and drone technology and machine vision system. We have all the machine vision system in the processing as well as in the in the grading sector, we have many IoT and robotics application system and its position. Then sensors in the production segment, which we can control the moisture content. Then NPK and the micro and macronutrients. We have the startup in our sector, and the robotics also. Even again grading, then tilling. The robots are available, and we have the coconut climbing also. We have the robotics by Agri Business Incubation Center under NHP program. So these are some of the innovative area we are working. So definitely startup, you are most welcome if you are having any interest in agri segment of innovative segment of agriculture sector. So this is again in one of our startup usage. They are working on the startup in the drone technology. They are in the entire state of Kerala, plus they are even working in some parts of Tamil Nadu and even Karnataka also, and in Maharashtra also. Okay, so this is one of our startup working in the spraying and nutrient spraying. And this is again another startup, Third Eye. Actually, apart from the production segment, they are also concentrating in the production of in the prawns also. Okay, based on the color change of the prawns. Okay, they will feed the particular amount of feed into that particular pond. So prawn feeding according to the strength of the prawns, and it will analyze the color change in that pond, and then do so. Another one more application of the drone technology they are utilizing it. Okay, and this another startup on working on the sensor, as I mentioned. Okay, so those who are interested in this aspect of aspects also mentoring, and they can also think about such sensors in the agriculture production segment, and you can approach Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agriculture University. And this one I told, Farm 365 is a custom tailored security for farms and forests. Okay, as I mentioned, wild animal and farmer conflicts is going, and so we need to refrain, actually, our protect our farms from the wild animals. This is to repel the animals by using a radar system. Okay, you can also think about, because any ample scope is the potential scope is there in that area. Of course, you're most welcome. Those the listeners, you can approach the Agribusiness Incubation Center. Then personalized nutrition, okay, like nutraceuticals for healthy foods, for 3D food printed products, ethnic fruits, and homemade products, by extending the shelf life of the product by using retort pouch packaging technology without adding any preservative. We can extend the shelf life of the product beyond 1 year. Such systems are also available at Agribusiness Incubation Center facility. Okay, so you can approach us, as I mentioned, the coconut milk-based ice cream, millet ice cream, then convenient foods like ready-to-eat products, ready-to-cook products, okay, like extruded products and pastas. Okay, so we can think about all such products, and we are there to help you. Okay, so this as I already mentioned. Okay, and you can see one of the product like vacuum fried chips from Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University. We have now 4 entrepreneurs from Kerala itself. Those who are manufacturing vacuum fried chips, and this chips is actually a healthy chips with less oil content, with the oil recycling more than 50 times. Okay, we are making banana chips and jackfruit chips and the bindi chips made of under vacuum frying technology. In this frying technology, actually frying is happening at a low temperature compared to the normal frying. Normal frying is happening around 180 to 200 degrees centigrade, but under vacuum, we can fry it at 90 degrees centigrade. So at less than 90 degrees centigrade, actually, the quality of the fried chips will be very good, and the oil can be recycled more than 50 times. That is the main advantage, and the oil absorption is almost 1/4, and the color will be intact. The fried chips of especially the ripe chips will change to brown in color when we are making from ripened banana, or in ripened jackfruit. Okay, matured banana and jackfruit we will get in yellow color, but the ripened one you will get it in yellow color. That is the main advantage by vacuum fried chips. So there are 2 startups with this new idea. Then another, Beyond Snack. Actually, he has gone even to Shark Tank. Okay, so they have made a Kerala snacks, Kerala chips mainly from the coconut, our banana and jackfruit chips. He has branded low with low oil and high quality chips without reaching the smoke point of the oil. So that is the advantage of this Beyond Snack brand. And this Dr. Jackfruit is his product from jackfruit based product. So this is the advantage of this product. And Adrix is another startup from Agribusiness Incubation Center. They have utilized the byproduct from the virgin coconut oil to make that coconut flavored drink. Okay, Autocarpus Foods and Green Hugs, they are working on, not only working, they have already refined the product and started exporting of jackfruit based meat alternatives. Okay, like burger patties, then barbecues, then the teriyaki, then chicken nuggets, like chicken nuggets, our jackfruit based green huts they are made. So these are the meat alternatives. World over, food technologists are thinking about the meat alternatives. Okay, so you can also think about some meat alternatives from any such healthy alternative, because after all, our aim should be to create a healthy society. So you can think about such meat alternatives, and we are there to support you. Okay. So this Dr. Mushroom is again in the production segment, and they have made IoT-based system or completely by monitoring the CO2, then oxygen and relative humidity, and also completely utilizing the vertical space. And even they have converted the the base material into compost after this one. So that is why some innovative component has to be there to support you under the Raftar program. Okay. Then the jackfruit based instant payasam mix, kheer mix, they have made one of the startups that moves not jackfruit based, jackfruit seed based product. Okay, they have made it. So this is one of the innovation we have funded. And one of the startup has made a boat tiller, which can be, this tiller can be operated in the swampy or marshy or water area along with the normal dry land and wetlands. So this is again another innovation from our one of the startup. So this just I want to show the where these startups are working and how they are choosing the problem, which is actually faced the real problem faced by the farmer. There is ample scope, and you can see the rubber tapping is one of the major. This is exclusively for Kerala, okay? Or rubber plantation is there, and actually it was earlier harvested in a small balti or buckets, okay? And then it is in the terrains. Actually, they might lose the some of the rubber latex also. You can just see how, just like school bag, now he has made a small innovation by which we can collect the rubber latex in the front, and then just by raising the milk in the front, it will go back to his backside, and the bag which is kept in this like school bag. How you just see the drudgery is very less, and how easy he can, and there is no spillover for this rubber latex also. So it's very small intervention, and such innovative products actually we have support. And there are very smart pick tool also, just to transfer the heavy materials in a processing in a field to the another area where we can you can transport the fertilizer bag or soil bag. So smart pick is again another. So there are some of the examples under the farm mechanization side. Then this is again another major area where our startups are working: eco-friendly packaging or eco-friendly products, or converting the waste to wealth concept. Okay, like plates, cutleries, and then composting we can do, which otherwise take 40-45 days. We can do the composting in 7 hours to compost. So that is again another one of our startup. And you can see plates. Tushen is a plate made by the rice brand and wheat brand. They have made even the fork and knife also by using this one. Then Sunbird Straw is again another startup who made the straws based on the coconut leaf, and they have made even the coconut pens also. Okay, some of the examples only. And then we are making, we are promoting startup based on the banana by making the total value addition of banana into banana flour, banana health, banana pastas, noodles, dry fruits with chocolate coating, nuts coating, vacuum fried chips. These are the yellow chips which you are seeing is now the vacuum fried chips, which is the yellow color, which is made at low temperature frying. Okay. And this is a jackfruit, total value addition of jackfruit also we are promoting by giving the meat alternatives and vacuum fried chips. Then dry fruits also by using vacuum impregnation technology, vacuum drying technology. So many solutions are there. A total value addition of the products is actually available with Agribusiness Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University. Okay. Now, this is total value addition of coconut. You can say starting from the furniture, when it's like coconut wood and coconut leaf utilization to coconut meat and coconut shell and coconut water utilization. We can make coconut water powder, tender coconut water powder, Neera powder, Neera extension of the shelf life of Neera by using non-thermal technology and thermal technologies, virgin coconut oil production, coconut milk, which has a shelf life of 1 day. We can extend the shelf life of the coconut milk by 1 year by using retort pouch packaging technology. Then desiccated coconut with which we can, simply by putting it into coconut hot water, we can make the fresh coconut, then coconut cream, then coconut jelly, which is made from the coconut water from the coconut oil industry, which otherwise the coconut water is going as a waste. That can be converted into coconut jelly, and that can be that nata de cocoa can be put inside the fruit juices, like in mango juice or pineapple juice or in lychee juice or rambutan juice, and we will feel as if even we are consuming the lychee juice, we are biting the coconut jelly. We will feel it as we are just biting the lychee fruit. Okay, if the coconut jelly shred, if you are putting in pineapple juice, we will feel it as pineapple pieces. We are biting it. That is the advantage of this coconut jelly, which is rich in fiber and minerals. Okay, and which is actually produced from as a byproduct from the coconut water from the coconut oil industry, which otherwise is going as a waste. Then coconut chips. Coconut chips can be made from by using jaggery as well as sugar. If it is from jaggery, we will get a brownish color, and if it is from sugar, you will get a white chips. Okay, so any technology, if you are interested, of course, Agribusiness Incubation Center is there to support you. Then whether it is coconut water or coconut water based squash, coconut toddy powder, we have made it. So in any product related to coconut, because under the NHB program, we have made all the process protocol, standardized also process protocol for the production and marketing and to create or nurturing the startups in this area. Now, under the value addition of pineapple, again, total value addition of pineapple, because jam, jelly, squash, and all, even the wine, and you can see the wonderful dry products by using vacuum impregnation technology, which otherwise, when we are making the dry fruit from any fruit, it is a long process. Okay, slowly sugar is uptake, and then water will be moving from this one. So this can be done in 1 or 2 days by using the vacuum impregnation technology. So you can also see how effectively we can make dry fruit out of such products, and not only from pineapple, from banana, from even ash gourd. Okay, the lowest quality means raw material rate raw material like ash gourd can be converted into different colored dry fruit by using vacuum impregnation technology. We can add the hibiscus color, or we can add the blue PGNP color into blue color into the ash gourd, and we can make blue color or red color ash gourd dry fruit by using vacuum impregnation technology. So n number of technologies are available with Agribusiness Incubation Center. Now, based on the value addition of spices also, of course, we have even the on millets. Okay, millet pastas, noodles, biscuits, millet Nutri-Bar, then spices, including the cryogenic grinding technology. We have the cryogenic grinding, pilot scale cryogenic grinding facility we have. So if you need to produce cryogenically ground product, of course, you can approach us. Okay, and of course, rice-based and tapioca-based product like tapioca-based noodles or pastas by modifying it with our moringa leaf powder or tomato flour or carrot flour or beetroot flour, we can make healthy pastas or noodles, or we can make extruded products also by using kurkure type products we can make out of rice flour and banana flour, then jackfruit flour, jackfruit seed flour, even yams flour, millet flour, we can incorporate it, and then we can make the products by like this. And you can insert chocolate also as a core material. Okay, so n number of ready to eat and ready to cook products can be made by cold extrusion and hot extrusion. So this is not an innovative product now. Only thing is that innovation is actually you need to identify some of the fiber rich and nutrition rich product which can be incorporated into the noodles and pasta and to make more nutritious, more fiber, okay, so that we can create a healthy society. So that should be the motto. By being the startups, actually, your motto should be make a more healthy society and make a new innovative products also. Okay, so if it is an innovative products, we are there to support you. Then non-thermal processing, including, as I mentioned earlier, like ozone technology, which is one of the wonderful technology for reducing the even insecticide and pesticide. Also, we can reduce it by washing. Okay, so that provision is also there under Agri Business Incubation Center. People are taking, we can reduce the insecticide and pesticide or fungicide load by reducing the load, okay, by ozone technology. And then non-thermal processing like high pressure processing, pulse light technology, pulse electric field technology, then cold plasma technology, ultrasound technology also we have. So those who are doing, those who would like to start an industry in this area, definitely Agribusiness Incubation Center is there with you. And then 3D food printed material, okay, you can see the non-vegetarian product shape product we can make, vegetarian shape product can be made with non-vegetarian product, and ulta also. Okay, so it is actually for the personalized nutrition. For example, a juvenile diabetic kid has got a problem, they can make a product with what is her requirement or what is his requirement with attractive shape, like their cartoon characters shape also we can make with exactly that weight. For example, 100-gram breakfast, 150-gram lunch. So that type of qualitative and quantitative nature design is possible under 3D food printing technology. So that facility is also with Agri Business Incubation Center. So we have written many textbooks on entrepreneurship development in food processing and how to improve the quality aspects in the food chain. So this is required actually for the agri and food startups who are entering into the, what are the potential areas of food processing segment? What are the possible areas of agripreneurship area? So how to start an industry, how to prepare a detailed project report. So all such things are written in a simple language in the entrepreneurship development in food processing and entrepreneurship development in horticulture processing. That's the two textbooks available in the entrepreneurship area. And how to improve the safety and quality in the entire supply chain, that is depicted in the safety and quality assurance in the food supply chain, and safety and quality, the skill, what are the new technologies by which we can improve the safety and quality. So that is actually mentioned actually in the safety and quality assessment, okay, by in the horticulture processing. So this you can, of course, you can, if you are interested, of course, you can buy and through online marketing. That is also online, it's possible. So Agribusiness Incubation Center is actually nurturing startups in this area, in agri and startups and food startups. And every time we are organizing training program, even today also one program is going on, and we have 1 month program, 1 day program, and 1 year program also. Okay, so those who are interested, definitely you can join our WhatsApp group and you can update what is happening in Agribusiness Incubation Center to promote the agri startups and food startups. And if you are interested for 1 month program, we have yearly 3 or 4 program in that sector. And if you are interested in 1 year PG diploma in food industry management and quality control, so that application is open now. You can apply till June 11th. Okay, that actually deals with the new type of packaging system, and also to sharpen your entrepreneurship skill, and in the especially in the food processing, and how to manage a food industry and how you can start a food industry by your own. And that is what it is, the content of 1 year PG diploma. So of course, if you are looking forward for a bright future in the area of food industry, of course you can turn to a food industry expert, or you can start your own industry and completing that PG diploma in food industry management and quality control. So this is to promote the agri startups and the food startups in the sector. So many stakeholders are in the players are there in this ecosystem. So in total, Agribusiness Incubation Center facilities actually promote into agripreneurship and foodpreneurship in this area, and this act as a springboard or a hub for the budding entrepreneurs. Okay, this is to refine your ideas, to support you for the detailed project preparation. If you want a detailed project preparation center, we are there to support you. Okay, and if to connect the stakeholders in this area, that also we will do it. Okay, that is how actually Agri Business Incubation Center is facilitating, and you can just see how you can be part of our Agribusiness Incubation WhatsApp group by sending a message to 974 666 5411. You will get a link and you can join our Agribusiness Incubation WhatsApp group. Otherwise, I will send a WhatsApp message to you in the chat box so that you can also join our WhatsApp group of Agribusiness Incubation Center, and you will get the updates of Agribusiness Incubation Center activities from Kerala Agricultural University. So you can just send a message to 974 666 5411 to join our WhatsApp group. Okay, or you can contact us. Our phone number 0487 2438332, land number, and preferably we prefer the WhatsApp and email. Email is rabi@ku.in. Okay, I will tell you once again the chat box, the mobile number 974 666 5411. So thank you for listening. Agribusiness Incubation Center, what is happening in Agribusiness Incubation facility, and then now I will be giving our to the all. I think I'm not able to chat you all. If you are giving a permission to me to the, I can chat in the chat box. I don't know whether other members can see this one to everyone. I am not able to post to the everyone. Could you host please permit me to post to everyone so that they can also
Okay,
see.
sir, I'll do that.
Yeah, so they can also join. I am not able to see. Okay, anyway, thank you. Now, if any questions are there in the chat box, if you have any question in agripreneurship and to start an industry, so of course you can ask questions or chat in the chat box, and I am there. And if one more, if it is after the speaker also, it's okay. But I am not seeing my provision. There is no provision to post to others, to
It's
everyone.
there, sir. You can select that one. To everyone, you can select, sir.
But I am not there to, I cannot opt that option is not coming. Okay, to everyone option is not coming to me. Either you can again type it to everyone. Okay, that
Okay,
is
sir, I'll
possible.
type it.
Yeah,
Your contact details, right, sir?
yeah, that is, they can join that link. You can just see that one, and I will send the contact details also. rabi.ku.in is our website, and 974 666 5411 is our phone number. Okay, so please post the WhatsApp link to that everyone, so that they
Okay.
can also see, they can also join in our group, and they can get the, because now it is open. 25 lakh grant is open till May 30th. Okay, lucky that there are nearly 200 applications, as 200 members here. If they have an idea, of course, Agribusiness Incubation Center, they can apply now, and they can download the application from rabi.ku.in. Okay, so any questions now? If you have any questions, you can ask now. Okay, otherwise,
hello, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, hello, sir. Good to see you. My name is Alok. I am a spice value addition company in Kozhikode, and we are in this field for a couple of almost 5 years, and we have actually developed around 10-20 products. So our basic idea is like pick up spices or agricultural produce, convert this into product which the customer need. Okay, so that's what we did, and due to the capacity issue, like we have shortlisted couple of products, and we are actually boosting the sales of it. So our main thing is like we are you know that in MSME, I mean Kozhikode, which is actually a coconut is the main crop. I mean basically they have allocated coconut as the district crop. So I just wanted to know what does the government mean by that? As an entrepreneur, like
Okay,
I'll
okay,
just
I
give you
got
an
it.
example. Like
I got
we
it.
have, we,
Oh,
we
yeah, I
have
got it.
actually,
Please.
okay.
I got it. I got your question. And it was coconut earlier. That was a program known as One District, One Product program. But now government realized its practical implementation issues. Now they can you can come up with any product. Okay. Earlier there was a for One District, One Product program was there, and you are supposed to you will get the grant only for that particular product. But now for you can come up with any product. Okay. You can work on spices or you can work on milk. Okay. Earlier for Wayanad, it was milk and coconut was there for Malappuram as well as Kozhikode. No, that is a pan-India program. But now One District, One Product program, under the program you can apply for any product now. Okay. There is no
Okay, sir.
limitations now. And
Okay,
of
so
course,
just to
if you want a grant in the spice processing in the Agri under the RAFTA program for the spice process, because since you told on spice processing, you can approach Agri Business Incubation Center of Kerala Agricultural University, and you can, with the novel idea, of course, you can apply now. You can go visit rabi.ku.in and you can get up to 25 lakhs grant. Okay. Please, any next question? Any question? Okay. If there is no questions, can I leave? Because another
Yes,
another
we have
session is
shared
waiting for me. Okay.
we have shared the WhatsApp
You
group.
can share my contact number as well as
Yes, we
WhatsApp
have
group.
shared.
That is enough. So again, viewers, please visit our website and apply for the RAFTAR program, and you can get up to 25 lakhs grant if it is an innovative idea. So we are there to support you. Okay. So thank you, organizers, for giving me an opportunity to interact with the startups and budding entrepreneurs in the field of agriculture. So thank you for giving an opportunity to explain how Agri Startups KAU is promoting, and how for the refinement as well as to spin off your ideas and to start your own industry. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, sir. Thank you for insights onto the Agri Entrepreneurship and also on the RKVY RAFTAR program. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we'll have a session on identifying market opportunities in agriculture for startups by Dr. Radhika Meenakshi Shankar. Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Dr. Sudhir, sir? One startup has asked a question on can we get loans for startups in convergence with ACABC. Mr. Amit Kale will address this question in the next session. If anybody have any questions, kindly put it in the chat. I will read on your behalf and the speaker will address your questions. Radhika ma'am, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. You have muted yourself, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Before starting madam's presentation, we'll have a brief introduction of Dr. Radhika Meenakshi. She is the founder of Wise Wool Consulting Services. She holds a doctoral degree and has over 20 years of academic experience in teaching, finance, and entrepreneurship at reputed various universities in India. She is actively involved in startup ecosystem of India, especially in academic campuses. and she is accredited trained mentor of CII by BYSD UK, and she is currently the master trainer and registered mentor with EDII Tamil Nadu, and she is a mentor at various incubation centers in India, and she served as a chairman of BYSD Hyderabad chapter 3, and she is a panel member of National Panel for Women Entrepreneurship. She has received various prestigious awards in innovation and entrepreneurship, and she has got a national level award as a champion in entrepreneurship educator 2015, a special jury award by Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship GOI. Welcome to the section, ma.
Hello, namaste, and thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be sharing some of my thoughts with you all today. I'm going to share my PowerPoint.
Can you please increase your volume, ma?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Kindly make a full screen.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Today, I've been asked to speak about opportunities in agri-tech. So I would talk about a few opportunities and some of the schemes that have come up to help agri-tech grow in our country, and a little bit on how do I evaluate whether an idea is a great opportunity. That's what I'll be talking about in this next 1 hour. When you talk about an opportunity, what we mean by an opportunity is it's a great commercial opportunity. All of us get ideas, but not all ideas are great business opportunities. That is why if you see the statistics, more than 90% of these startups fail. Why do they fail? Because they have not analyzed whether their idea is a great business opportunity. So is there a difference? Yes, there is a difference. An idea is something that flashes in your mind whenever you face a problem or a challenge, or you wish for something nice to happen. That's an idea, right? But whether that idea can be translated into a business opportunity is a different game altogether. What do we mean by business? Business is nothing but an exchange of value. Whenever you have a headache, you seek for some medicine, or you seek some tiger balm or some balm, or you drink a hot cup of tea, or you seek some solution for your headache, right? And therefore, you see value in whatever you get as a solution for the pain that you are having. Similarly, whenever you are in some problem or you require something, you need something, you go and buy the solution for it. Now, the person who makes the solution gets cash in exchange for the product that you get. So you go buy a product and pay cash, right? The person who manufactures the product gets the cash, right? So there is an exchange of product value for currency value. Whenever this exchange is good, we say it's a great business. So business is an exchange of value, and an idea should be a great exchange value. If there is an opportunity to have a great exchange value, then yes, we have a commercial idea that's going on. Now, if this is all in the agricultural sector, and if you're leveraging technology, because today tech is what we are going to be talking about, technology, then we have a great commercial advantage or an opportunity happening. Now, most of the time in business, the sector that gets the largest amount of money through funding when external investors put in their money and say, hey, we are putting our money here and we expect to get a lot of money back. That's why we are putting money inside this. So when they compare industries, they compare sectors and say, this sector's got so much more money, this sector's got this much money. So you know which is a sunrise sector, a sector that is going to really come up in the near future. So Mark Khan is one of the, Ominor is another very big venture capital funding firm. And he says, the opportunity in agriculture involves actually feeding 1/6 of humanity. And that's where, my friends, I'm going to start my talk by saying that the agri sector is a very, very important sector. And today we are seeing leaps and bounds of technology being infused into older methods of cultivations and etc. So much so that we have a higher yield and better storage facilities and, quicker harvests that are happening. And as I told you, we are going to look at some of the funding that has happened, especially in India. So there was a report in 2023 by the ICRIER, Indian Council for Research. They have identified certain verticals or domains in the agri-tech, which is going to really, really matter. So the first is farm and data analytics. As you all know, data analytics is something that is today data is gold, right? So we talk about coal being gold, but black gold, and data is the information gold. And then you have the infrastructure that is going to be built, and of course, the information that's going to be passed on through the clouds and other platforms. And then you have the finance in the agri and supply chain, which is the hugest part of the infrastructure of farming. This report also highlights that the Agri Startups received 545 million in 2014 and 2019. This indicates that this sector is being strongly supported by the investors. But we all thought that the COVID pandemic actually brought down a lot of sectors. But for agri, it brought in a new more opportunities, because in this, during 21-22, $1,604 million was the amount that got, which is 4 times more than what it got in 19. So the very fact that people are pumping money into the agri sector shows that this area is now poised in the startup ecosystem at a very, very opportunistic way. That today investing in an agri-tech is actually going to yield a lot more. So again, these are again statistics of how the funding in this sector has only been increasing, showing that the investors have a great appetite for this sector, and they believe that agri is going to be the next big thing. Now, this to showcase the various business opportunity in agriculture sector, also agro-based industries in the country. That is what we mean when so much more money is being poured into the sector. This has resulted in about 50 agri startups in 2014, which was present in India. Today, we have more than 6,224 startups, right? And in 10 years, we've grown so much, right? And so why is this happening? Why is there such a huge startup sprouting in the agri-tech sector? Why are the investors putting so much money into this agricultural sector? And that, my dear friends, rises from, there is a lot of inefficiencies that have creeped into our 100+ year old system of agriculture. And we are using and leveraging technology in various forms to make and stop these inefficiencies in these areas. Now, if you look at the economic survey, they said that the sector needs reorientation in the backdrop of certain challenges. What are the challenges? They said adverse impact of climate change, right? In fact, there is one research that showed even a 1 degree change in temperature can cause, I think, 5 million tons of wheat. I have it in the next slide to get destroyed, right? So this climate change is really, really affecting, and therefore we have to become more and more sustainable in our product of agri-tech. So we are looking at agri-tech can churn out solutions that are sustainable, because there is very bad adverse impacts of climate change. Another important challenge that Indian holdings face, that it's very, very fragmented. The land holdings are pretty small and they're strewn all over. There is very, very suboptimal mechanization, and we still have to penetrate a lot more of our rural lands, low productivity, disguised unemployment, rising input costs, etc., etc. Furthermore, food security is an again thing that for our population that is really growing, and we definitely need to look at food scarcity as one of the biggest challenges that can loom large in our country by 2050. But agri-tech startups actually see a lot of opportunities in these efficiencies, and they churn out profitable business models. So it becomes a win-win for farmers and the agricultural sector and the people as a whole. And this is what I was talking to you about a 1 degree temperature can approximately affect 5 million tons of wheat production. And that's again come in the this is all from that ICRIER report that I have taken out this. Okay. So as we all see, these are great opportunities, and we see money being pumped in, and a lot of schemes that the government is bringing so that tech startups really flourish in our country. So again, I have just taken out what are the challenges and where are the opportunities for them. And if you, the next few slides, I'm going to show you some of the best startups of our country, and you find them all working in these areas. Okay. So basically, there's a lot of post-harvest losses. Today, startups that actually deal with post-harvest losses and how to prevent this loss, how to minimize this loss are huge successes, right? Resources mismanagement. Today, we're talking about precision agriculture, where we are very falling short of resources, and therefore the precise use of the correct amount of water or fertilizers, etc. So resource management is being grossly mismanaged, and therefore a lot of agricultural startups have come in this area. Infrastructure, basically building platforms and the basic even a road and other amenities. Today we have vehicles for agri producers, right? We're looking at the supply chain of vendors, the value chain, the supply chain of all the vendors that go together. And today we are getting more and more well connected through net, and therefore it is becoming a huger network, and the reach is becoming more global plus local. And then we're having a lot of information which we're not penetrating earlier, but today with this penetration of the smartphones, in fact, I have to put it out here that in India, the smartphone penetration is only about 40%, whereas in America, it's about 90%, and in China, it's about 70+%. But in India, although all of us have a phone, because 2016, only 1 billion phones have already been sold in India, 2016. The smartphone penetration is only very, it needs to still catch up. But then the biggest point is we have internet facilities and kiosks that have come up in all these rural areas and every post office. And therefore, it has become easy for even rural areas to get access to the internet. That has been happening fast. So information, dissemination of information is another important area in which many of the agri startups are coming. Data analytics. So whether it's analytics of the image processing through the drones or data analytics collected from various robots that are going, or through probes that are being put in the soil, data analytics being captured, data getting into the cloud and then getting analyzed. So all these things can give you a lot of findings, and through which you can take actions, right? Quality, definitely the quality has been going on. There's a great, if you look at dairy sector and all that, there's a lot of emphasis being laid down on quality and image processing and storage and warehousing. Now that's another big area. Today we have state-of-art storage and warehousing, which are equipped with so many kinds of sensors, not only temperature, moisture, we have a lot of other things that can be put into this warehouse, and they have become really smart warehouses. Inputs which regarding the seeds and looking at genes therapy on these seeds. Today we are looking at all these things, and they are throwing up huger opportunities for increasing productivity. But of course, the most important we are talking about is the market linkages. And market linkages, my dear friends, is one of the biggest areas that is, I would say, swallowing startups, because most of the startups are coming in this area and they're finding it that with technology, they're able to create these market linkages and the digital services through which you can communicate, whether it's your web page or your blog or your vlog or your WhatsApp videos. So those are all the newer opportunities. There are specialized TVs that are coming for agriculture. So channels which are playing. So we are having a whole lot of these opportunities coming up, right? But if you look at the farmers, the hardcore farmer who was earlier only doing regular crops, today there's a lot of multi-cropping, and you have cross-cropping, and so many of these diversifications that are happening that he can easily switch to oil seeds, pulses, fodder crops, horticulture, medicinal and aromatic plants. Again, another big area that's happening. And floriculture, because of a lot of greenhouse technologies that are happening, right? And besides this, they can, as we all know, they always do a lot of livestock. Today, fishery, aquaculture is one of the biggest areas that's coming up in agri-tech, and small-scale agro-based industries. So all these help the farmer to, diversify from not only his production of regular crops, but he can earn a lot of money from that. Another area that's coming for farmers is farm tourism. Today, a lot of these urban area people are enamored by actually going and working with the soil for 1 week and saying back to nature. So these type of farm tourism is now becoming a big area. So the farmers can actually earn as one of their side incomes. And of course, organic farming, as you all know, is the boom and talk of the town and the world at large. But as Professor Sudhir rightly pointed out in the previous session, food preservation, processing, and packaging are the next best thing that the farmer can get into. No longer does he have to only produce, but getting into a bit of processing or semi-processing will also help the farmer to earn much more and find him a direct market on the internet. Of course, agro inputs and floriculture is another big area. Now, these are some of the areas that can actually we are talking about is hydroponics. Today, because of the lack of, shortage of water, we are looking at hydroponics, aqua, so many different kinds have come. We can grow without water itself, very less water, rather, not without water, very less water. You have e-commerce for farmers directly that is happening. Farm to table models where directly the farmers can sell to the crowd. Organic farming, farm equipment is now being leased. You don't have to buy it. So leasing is a farm equipment leasing today is one of the biggest businesses. Family farmer, this is a new concept that one farmer from his farm, all the things will come for one family. So one cow, one family types, like those type of models are also coming up. There are a lot of apps and applications whether they are Android applications or iOS applications that help you to just take a picture of your plant and send it, and the disease will be diagnosed and the medicine, everything can be done at the click of your hand. You replacing labor, especially lack of shortage of labor is one huge problem in agriculture. Today, we are having a lot of equipment that are doing these labor work. Today, we have robots who are doing the weeding and cutting and all these. So intensive activities can be done with these machines, grading, sorting, those also we have a lot of equipment. And of course, point climate, today we are able to get it at the palm of our hand, imaging, satellite imaging, grading, sorters. So these are all some of the things that are already coming up. These are the innovations that are coming up. And what is the government also doing side by side, right? One of the biggest things that I really want to talk about is going to be a game changer in our country is the Agri Stack that I'm talking about. Now, the Agri Stack is nothing but a digital public infrastructure, DPI. Now, this is a digital infrastructure that has been specially created for farmers and all agri, where we can, they in fact have already started, keeping a registry or a repository of all farming and agricultural things. So they've already started by registering small farmers and big farmers. And today they already are, having a huge repository of all the farmers in our country. And now then it becomes easy for us to, for the government to directly send the subsidy to these farmers because they already have been identified and they're given something like an Aadhaar card, right? So that is what we are going to look at. And if that is something like our Aadhaar card, this is also going to work in a big, big way. And another thing that they have done is the National Agri Market, which is the INAM, and it's a part of the electronic trading, Pan-India Electronic Trading Portal, which has also eased a lot of, it is said, it is still in the beginning stages, guys, and you'll hear a lot of negative and positive things about this. But when this works in full swing and when it actually reaches its potential, it's going to be a game changer in a big country like ours. So there is a lot of technology that is getting intertwined with agriculture. Example, as I told you, is precision farming. Today, we have the ability to go and give the precise amount of inputs that is required, whether it's water or, fertilizers, etc., directly to the plant. Maybe even go and get it mixed in terms of in the seeds itself, give the seeds a coating that will help it to grow much better. So that is the extent of biotechnology that we are talking about. Another important area that I would like to talk about is the South Asia AgTech Hub for Innovations called SATI. Basically, all agri innovations from India are also being helped to Bangladesh and Nepal, because they also are struggling with a lot of food security and nutrition challenges. And therefore, as a country, we are helping, being an agrarian country, we are helping these smaller countries because of our technology is also so good. We have so many indigenous technologies. And today, many of the Indian startups like Flyo and all are becoming global companies where they are actually supplying it to US, Australia, and other places. Right. So now we're going to see a couple of examples of agri startups like Gramophone, which actually takes out all the information and gives actionable insights on your phone and say, today it's going to rain, do this. Like, those type of really actionable work decisions, because you may not understand the entire data, but when the data is crunched into essence and you get a finding, this finding is then translated into actions and given. Today, Farm Cart is talking about finance for farmers. Ninja Cart, as all of you are aware, is taking the vegetables from the farmers direct to the table through the retailers. And they have proven that they are helping the farmers a lot, and they have increased the lifestyle of the farmers. Stella Apps, I think, is one of the most important companies in India, which is manufacturing wearables, especially for dairy animals. And these sensors actually, when they are put in the cow, on the phone you can get what is the nutrition that the cow is having, how much milk, and when it is going to start reproduction, what is its stage. All these things can be had on your phone because the cow has been clipped with this wearable. Today, wearables is spread not only to dairy, it's spread to goats, it's spread to pig farming, and of course, today donkey farming, which I think in Karnataka is one of the biggest. Today, donkey farming, because donkey milk is great for organic cosmetics, for making creams and lotions, etc. So that's where we are talking about all these apps which are helping to keep track of these livestock. Today, in fact, in Korea, we're talking about a very interesting aspect called Chicken Boy, which they hang on the poultry farm. No, you have these poultry farm, and in those cages they just hang it and cook. And then this scans the eyes of the birds, and then it can tell which bird is having fever, so that you can remove the bird so that it does not pollute the other birds, right? So those are the levels of wearables and sensor things that we are having to monitor. Another company is EM3, and they're very, very famous for their delivery, and they, in fact, have their own delivery vehicles and all. And Philo is the one I'm talking about, which is a precision agriculture startup. This has entered into a strategic partnership with a Spain-based climate software as a service firm. And because of this collaboration they have with climate change partners, they have grown very, very rapidly in increasing productivity. And they have now started supplying it to foreign countries like US, Australia, and Spain, especially in their grapes and winery. We're talking about Croc Farm, which talks about farm to other businesses. And Bohico is basically works on hemp and cannabis and for medicinal and other usages. We are talking about Arav, which is very famous for the drones. Today, drones have taken over agri-tech, and we have drones that spray your fertilizers, drones that can photograph and come back to you on regarding with image processing, for drones that can carry your soil to another place and get it tested and can bring back. Today, drones are being used for a lot of things, especially actually in agriculture. I would like to also say that it is now being used to spray for mosquitoes in Telangana. I know that. And they are using drones to put out forest fires, and drones to actually film the animals so that you can keep track of the flora and fauna in the country. So drones are here to stay, my friends. And iBono is another company, is a brand actually that is showing management as a service where they give you crop advisories. Cropin is again talking about the entire value chain. Gold Farm talks about equipment. So there are so many. Today, we have tractors and solar pumps, which are being totally leased out. And Ninja Cart, we already said. Fussel is again a real-time crop insights. Agri-6 is a quality certification of your produce. AgroFarm talks about e-commerce. Croc Farm again talks about straight to the table. And we have, again, very innovative products like Gomutram, which is actually basically become another important aspect for dairy farmers. It started giving them a totally new revenue stream, actually. The cow dung also today are being made into paper. Cow dung is being used to make into small wood sticks that can go for fireworks. And today we also have cow dung based artifacts, etc. And we are talking about organic manure, and today we are talking about that as gold. And today we have solar balloons and solar collective solar areas, which from agricultural waste, they convert it using solar and convert it into great energy and biogas, etc. Today we have edible cutlery, which we are making out of millets, which you can eat the spoon, or the ice cream cup itself can be eaten. The most important and very revolutionizing agri product in today's times is the veg meat that we call, which is called plant meat. And it was first invented from soy bean in America by a company called Impossible Foods. And story goes that they made this meat that looked exactly like the real meat. And they made it into two hamburgers, one with the real meat and one with the plant meat, and gave it to the venture capitalist and told him, if you can find out which is plant meat and which is real meat, you don't have to give us money. But if you can't, then you have to give us the money. And the story goes that they was not able to find, and that's how he got funded. But Impossible Foods is one of the largest agri startups that's really working a lot on plant startups, right? And today we are talking about these now in India, they're also come up. But in India, I've seen quite a few startups which are actually making this from various millets, right? Today, solar drying is one of the biggest business areas. And today, solar dried, everything is solar dried and stored. And food processing without preservatives is becoming the next big thing. Today, through packaging, we have coated natural coatings, etc., which actually preserve it and increase the shelf life of the products. There are also interesting rural innovations that have happened along the way, whether it is the water tires, which are actually transporting the water, and we have these mosquito destroyers that that is works on solar, which actually attracts these mosquitoes to them. We have water shoes with which the farmers can wear and walk on the paddy field. And we have cotton harvesters, which basically have arms which can actually go and take out the cotton without, pulling them. We have de-seeders, machines and robots that can actually de-seed. And of course, milking equipment, which is totally what we are talking about. Today, we are also, please understand, it's not enough that you invent or you innovate. It's very important that you have to think futuristically, what we require in the future and what will be more useful in the future. So today we are talking about EvoMo, which is a rural utility vehicle, and an Ampere, which is an electrical cycle which can be used, and the ACAR, which is the biodegradable sanitaries, and nanopicks, which are basically looking at cashew sorters, and crank radios that can actually work without work on, rolling it like a dynamo. So how do we recognize an opportunity, right? So you have to do a lot of feasibility studies, right? So to recognize your idea as a great commercial opportunity, you have to check whether it is financially feasible. Financially or economically feasible means what will be the cost and what will be the revenue that you can get, and will you be making a profit? Now, these are the things that you need to think about, because it's easy to do one or two, but when you're doing it in 1,000 and you're planning to sustain yourself for a couple of years, then it's very necessary that you have to make some money. You can't be making losses all the time. So that is economic feasibility. And of course, technological feasibility. You may bring great technology, you would have learned it abroad and you would have brought it in India, or you could have developed it. But do the people in India, are they be able to use it, right? Is it the right time, or it is going to take some more time for us to reach this technology? So those are what is called as technology feasibility, economic feasibility. And more important, because of this climate change, we also need to look at the ecological feasibility in terms of how will it affect the climatic conditions of our country. Would it be adverse? Would you be releasing emissions? Would you be, creating a lot more pollution that's already happening? And therefore, you need to look at three things. How do you evaluate whether your idea is a great business opportunity? Three things, guys. Three things. One, check if there's a market. Now, market is something where people are willing and they need this product. So does this area, the problem that you're planning to attack with your solution, do many people have the problem? Bigger the problem, the larger is the opportunity out there. And is it something that you have faced? And if you have faced it, does the world face it, right? So very important. Just because you had it and you had a problem, you invented a solution for it, don't think the entire world will also want a solution. That's another biggest thing that happens. So you may learn a new technology, and so you think of putting all your technology that you learned into that product and say, yes, the world will take this product. It doesn't work that way. People will pay money only if they need the product. And that's where your market is. Are people seeing value in the product or service that you have shown, and tells them that you are solving their problem cheaper, faster, and in a better way than your competitor is? Then you have a market. So, do you have a great market? How big is the market? How long will the market stand? Are you solving a real problem or a nice problem, right? So, a real problem actually will stand your business in good stead. Nice to have, it's just a irritant, right? It's just a pain. And you're just giving some plastic change. That's not a great innovation, but still it will help you to run your business. So doing a lot of market research before you launch your business is a very, very important aspect. That is why I said, evaluate your idea. Is it a great business opportunity? So the first area for you to evaluate is the market. Look at the bigger market. Who is the market? Who are the people buying it? What are the different segments buying it? And can you serve all the segments? Or are you planning to serve only a single segment? Can you start by serving all the segments, right? Oh, I'm going to impact farmers, right? What farmers? What kind of farmers? Small holding farmers, large holding farmers, dairy farmers. So what type of farmers are we looking to solve their problem with? So you need to segment or divide the market into smaller bits and see how well your idea serves which segment better, and how much segments can you later on over the years spread across. That is your market evaluation. When you look at industry evaluation, we are looking inside. We are looking at people similar to us. Is there a competition? And how is the competition? Are we better than competition? Are the competitions making great profits, or are they making great losses? Do you think if they are already in this field making great losses, do you think we have the wherewithal, the technology that with which we can compete against them and make a profit? That is something. Do you have something as a patent with which you can defend yourself? Do you have some intellectual property rights, right? Those are the things that you study and do a lot of research on your competition. Who are the suppliers? What is your supply chain? From where will you get all your raw materials? Do you have all the wherewithal? Will you get all the inputs? Where will you get these inputs? Are you going to cobble them all together? Those are the things that you need to study under industry. And is there a threat for new substitutes that can happen? What is happening? Is the law going to come that may be adverse to you or may be favorable to you? Those are all the industrial things that you need to talk about and think about. The last but not the least is you yourself and the team. People are once a great idea, but a lousy team can spoil the business. But an ordinary idea, but a great team can make it a huge and propel it to a huge success, right? So team is people. And remember, people need to be skilled. They have to have complementary skills. They should have a burning vision and a passion, and they should have, most importantly, a network. So are you skilling yourself to the startup that you're planning? So if you're not qualified, that's okay. Today, there are so many online courses where you can learn, pick up, and then actually work on it. So that, my dear friends, is the 3 important C's that I'm going to talk about. And that is your customer, your competition, and your competencies as an entrepreneur. So the market, industry, team are the 3 important aspects of the idea that we need to study to know whether it's a great business opportunity. And how do you know? So unless you do a lot of market research and tests. So these are some other examples of Israel startups in agri field, which I thought will give you an international perspective as to what's happening abroad. So Afi milk, again, is something that they monitor the cows and they'll let you know on your phone what is the milk and what is the protein of the milk and is the cow sick, etc. Something like the Stella apps that I was talking to you about. But Evogenie is again a seed company that does coating and seed genomics and biofuels, etc. They create on that. And Kaima is another one that talks about doubling the chromosomes of the plant on the process. So they artificially speed up the germination and growing. BioBee is a very interesting concept. Today we are talking about the queen bee being mimicked by a robo. So they create a robo queen bee and enter it, and they started creating honey. And that is another big thing that's happening. Of course, you all must have heard that honey is now being created in the lab also. 2 scientists have actually created, and you can never make out the difference. So we have AgroShelf, which actually puts natural repellents, and we're talking about bio repellers. My robots again are bots that milk cows, and algae tech is another big area. Even in India, I've seen quite a lot of startups who are moving in this algae, where we are talking about high protein and algae-based products. We also we talked about the world famous plant meat, which is Impossible Food. Today, for vertical farming is another big area because of lack of space. We have come up with vertical farming. We have Appeal, which is another very interesting concept of a bio solution that is sprayed on fruits and vegetables to increase shelf life. In South Africa, Nairobi, they use a lot of these agronomic machine learning, remote sensing, and to deliver all this. So basically, across the world also, especially Africa, we are looking at agriculture, and a lot of technology is getting infused into agriculture. That is what I wanted to talk to you about. And I'd already talked to you about precision farming, where I said everything is based on predictive technologies that will predict the climate, estimate and make arrangements for your potential losses, water quantity management for irrigation, crop insurance. So all this can be changed using precision agricultural technology. Today, millets is another big area where we see great opportunities to happen. Last but not the least, I was talking to you about agri-tech should be sustainable. And when we talk about sustainability, we are looking at 4 important things: environment, society, and economic, and governance. So these are called as ESG goals. So when we talk about environment, we are talking about how do we reduce the greenhouse, how do we stop carbon emissions, and how do we increase renewable energies, conserve the biodiversity, and look at how do we use sustainable practices in agriculture. So we're doing this by increasing the soil health and trying to make a lot of changes in the soil and regenerating the soil. Today we have agrivoltaics, which basically we are looking at a way where we don't even have to use soil. We are using cocoa peat, things like that, to do some cultivation. More important is circular economy, where we are talking about, let's say, the farmer sells his produce and he has an agri waste. Now, this agri waste is taken by a company, converted into manure, and given back to the farmer. Now, that is called a circular economy, where the loop is closed, and therefore we are looking at zero waste. And that, my dear friends, is the next big opportunity in agriculture. Looking at ways to conserve nature. Today we have seed banks. A lot of banks for seeds is you need to preserve some of our traditional varieties of food. And today seed banks are becoming a next big opportunity for agriculturists. Okay. And so I already talked of precision farming, biotechnology, genetic reengineering. Circular economy, I talked to you about. Use of technology and blockchain and traceability. Today, traceability is another big area where we can actually trace the products right back to the farmer who supplied it. And that is another big advantage, because you can be, suddenly your quality will be shown in the global area, and that will help you to bring a lot more business. And of course, clean tech. Today, more and more we are using green technology, solar power, wind energy, and these are becoming a very, very big mode in agriculture. And today, the farmers are, as I already told you, empowered with their cell phones, and therefore it has become a digital marketplace. And today they are able to get real-time pricing from across markets in the globe. The global and local pricings in the palm of their hand. Then you have your platforms where you can have direct access, and the fair market price is already being ensured. And resource shortages are met with vertical farming, irrigation, or drip irrigation, robotics, and automatic things. So today we have insect farms, is something that I really want to talk to you about. So in Europe, they're facing a lot of meat shortages, and therefore the government in Denmark, actually, not Denmark, Belgium, sorry. The government in Belgium has actually started giving grants for insect farms. Now, what are insect farms? These are crickets and other insects which are high on protein. So they develop this cricket and actually then roast it and make kurkures and chips. I actually visited this farm, guys, and it's like amazing that they have created an altogether different high protein diet, which will now go instead of meat. So that's where we are looking at. So today insect farms are becoming, today we are also looking at ahimsa silk, which is being created with silkworms without killing them. So we have a whole lot of newer and newer technologies that are coming up. And we are having straightaway aquaculture kits with which you can straightaway start a small shrimp farming, etc. These are again newer and newer companies, and we already talked about customer competition and competencies. And so before you look at your idea, here's your checklist. Does the idea move you passionately? Do you have a list and a network of people you can tap on, whether it's customer, investor, or another co-member? Do you possess all the skill set in terms of knowledge? If you don't have that particular skill, does your partner have that skill? So are you complementary? Do you have a sizable market which will sustain you? Does your idea generate cash? Is it, when it implemented, will it generate cash consistently? Not generate cash like a flash. It should generate cash consistently. Have you decided what is the risk and what is the trade-off? What will be the benefit? What are the risks associated with this idea? And how are you adding to the society a unique value that people will look forward to buy? This is the checklist to your idea to see if it is commercially viable. Once you think the idea is viable, then you need to build a business model around it by which you can look at the 9 blocks of any business, which is given in the business model canvas. You can just go Google business model canvas and it talks to you about 9 blocks which help you to build a business. And you need to think along all these lines regarding your idea. What is the value you're creating through your features? Who's the market? How are you going to take the product from your hand and give it to the hand of your customer? What all work you need to do? What all resources you need? Who all can you partner with? What will be your expenses and what will be your sales? So these are all the 9 blocks with which you set your business into motion. So with this, let me stop and thank you for the opportunity. I'm ready for questions.
Any questions?
You can post it in the chat in case you want to ask me something.
Actually, we have muted them in between while speaker is.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Please, you can ask your question.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, yeah. Hi, ma'am. Thank you for this insights that we have provided. It's actually helped us a lot. And I just wanted to just say that, I mean, certain things that you had already said, like government is also looking out for areas to develop the data and supply chain. Actually, we have a project that we're trying to implement that is like a smart supply chain. So especially in Kerala. So to taking consideration of our extra strain of lack of large tracts of land and all sort of things. So just wanted to know, one of the problems that we're facing to coordinate this project is like basically the data. I mean, we just wanted to know, as you said, like blockchain is also another thing that is happening. But is there anyone who is actually currently doing a traceability for the product, especially when you terms to spices or in any other product? Because mostly what we can find is that the aspect of blockchain and traceability, people are doing it over here, the farm, but they pick it up and they take it to their country, and that service is provided over there. But can you just let me know, like, what existingly is there companies doing it? Because we are planning something out over here. So just we wanted to get a comparison, like.
Yes.
Is my question clear?
Traceability and using of blockchain is becoming, it's a growing area. And as you rightly pointed out, not many startups are huge successes. They have not made a big noise and become very successful for us to talk about them. But they are doing it, and in smaller segments, they have found success, especially in tea and those sort of things. But when we are looking at this for spices, I'm sorry, I've not yet heard, at least in all these things. So I think you have a good idea. But my personal opinion is traceability is big for exports and all that. And even in domestic, you don't need to have a blockchain to do the traceability, of course, to help you to keep up your the security in terms of it is you and only you and nobody else. So yes, it is in a very nascent stage, and I have not yet heard about of this in spices. I think you are in a good space, and it is going to become a next in a few years. As I told you, one of the things that you need to see is futuristic, right? Is your idea futuristic? So in future, this will play a very big role. So I think you are making the right noise. But being first movers, it will be a little costly, and you will find a lot of more challenges to penetrate.
The thing is, like, we are actually providing a low-cost traceability solution. Yeah, thank you. Just to know that like this is the
I'm
existing
sorry,
thing.
your voice
And
is
second,
breaking.
I just want to put it.
Your voice is
Hello,
breaking. Your
yeah,
voice is
hello.
breaking.
Am I audible now? Am I
Yes.
audible now?
It's breaking. Yeah.
Okay, madam, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you can continue.
Okay, just one small thing that we need to do. We are actually providing a cost-effective traceable mechanism. We have already demonstrated it. And second wise, we are into contract farming as such. So where we can get a data like how much contract farming is actually carried on in India, so that we can assess.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question at all.
Ma'am, I'll understand his question. 1 second, I will share your question with madam. He is asking where he can source a data for these spices products. Is it right?
So one of the things is
Yes, contract farming.
earlier you could buy the data, but now we have data protection acts that are happening, and therefore it becomes very difficult unless you collaborate and share the intellectual property rights with your partner. Then maybe if you can collaborate with the spice board and help them to bring traceability, those are the areas that you can do, because now already in Europe they've started data privacy. So in India also, the act is slowly they are making that policy statements are coming. So data privacy, earlier you could just sell data, and therefore you can train your algorithms on those data systems. Now you can't. There's going to be a lot of laws that are clamping up. So you need to create your own data, which is going to take a lot of time. So another way is to actually look at big companies which have a whole lot of data, collaborate with them and share your sunlight or profits or your name, fame, everything with them. And then it's a much faster way to do it. Thank you.
I would like to add one more point to what madam says. Even in Bangalore, few of the startup have doing blockchain and traceability in some of the agriculture products, especially in coffee, and they're performing very well. One startup like Agri Technologies Private Limited is performing very well in tracing tribal coffee from parts of Karnataka, and one more startup like Tracex Technologies Private Limited. They are also concentrating in agriculture products like silk and all. If you are interested, you can get in touch with them.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there some question on the chat box?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Now, how to start a small scale industry, right? I think Samir Gaurav has asked.
I asked him to elaborate his question, ma'am. That's it.
Okay, I see. I think basically he wants what are the first steps obviously there are a lot of legal steps that you have to take, my dear friend, before you actually register a small scale. So you may get an idea, but the first thing you have to do is to create a company. So that is, give it a legal structure. So you can make it a partnership firm, sole proprietor, partnership with LLP, private limited company, a society. There are so many forms of corporate forms. You need to decide what is good for you and decide that, name your company, create your bank account in the name of the company. Most importantly, you have to register it. So if you're an agri startup and using technology and all that, you can register in Startup India. Or you, more importantly, as a small scale industry, you need to register with the district industry center, which is there in every district. Get your registration. And of course, you need to register for GST. These are all the basic things, right? And you need to get, your pollution controls and those sort of shop and establishment act. So you need to get a bit of licenses or registrations. So these are all the things that you need to do. But the best part is today there are companies that do the exact all these things like vakilfilings.com and Vakil. All these online, they just say, how do I start a company? And they do everything for you as a package deal. Many of the states, like I know Telangana and all, have an open window, single window system where you can get all these sanctions through. So yes, it's not enough that you have an idea and you're ready to start. There is this sort of things that will make you a legal entity. Because if you want to be eligible for government grants, you want to be eligible to be put on government schemes, you want to get subsidies, then you have to be on government record. And for that, your company needs to be registered. And those are the things, my dear friends, is what is needed to start a small scale. Of course, then you have to find the location, then you have to put together all your things. That is first is the legal aspect, then is the physical aspects, and then you need to plan how to get the money for it to do it. All that is there. I hope I have told in 2 minutes. I don't know, it's a huge thing, but it's a small step. Understanding what you want to do is also the biggest step that you can take. Yes, any other questions? Okay.
If no questions means, can we go to the next session?
So thank you for the
Thank you, ma'am.
opportunity.
Thank
very
you.
much. Great to meet
Thank
all
you
of
for the presentation, ma'am.
God bless each one of
With
you.
short notice, you have joined this session. On behalf of Bionas Agri-Innovation Center, I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. We have next session on promoting agri startups, experience from Manage by Dr. Amit, manager from Manage. Mr. Amit. I think Miss Ghana has asked one question. I will forward it to Meenakshi ma'am. She has left the meeting. Once she has responded, I'll reply to that question. Amit, can you hear me? You have muted your audio.
Yeah, thank you. Now I can able to speak. Thank you allowing me, giving me the access for the present also. Yeah. First of all, once again, very good afternoon to you all. And very fortunate that the KP sir also, the Sudhir sir also had already set up that tone about the Archivare of the program and the introduction about the agri startup ecosystem. And Dr. Radhika, she is very closely associated with the manage and involved in the evaluation of the startups also for the grant. So they already had set up the tone about my session. So it will be very easy to me to talk about my session. So let me just confirm if my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, Samit, it's visible.
Right. So coming to the topic which is assigned for us, that how we are promoting to the agri startups and what are the experiences we had with our incubation center. So since from the last 5 years, Manage has been working with the agri startups under the different schemes called the Archivare program. But before to jump into the topic about the Manage, I would like to know about your understanding about the agri startups and the agri business ecosystem, and then we will go ahead. So it's agri startups nowadays. This word is really buzzing. Everyone is talking about the entrepreneurship, innovations, business, funding, and so many things are every day we are hearing. So it's not the new thing for the for the everyone who is attending this session. But although it's not like that, government is not put the efforts to promote the agripreneurship amongst the India, because since from the initiations by the government of India from 2014-15 onwards, called the Startup India Mission, this is coming with a very structured manner, and everyone is hearing about this word. But earlier, it's not like that. There were no the agri startups are existing or the business was not there. But somehow it is coming with a very structured manner, and government has defined itself what exactly the startup or what exactly the agri startups. So we'll see quickly the definition, what exactly it means, the agri startup. So it depends. Anyone wants to say? Yeah, okay. So the definition itself indicates that a startup who has just registered now, let's say today and from onwards, till 10 years, it can be considered as a startup company. So what with the previous established startup, let's say my father or my grandfather has started running his own company. Since last 20 years, they're doing the same business, and but they have not enrolled any kind of legal entity or the legal kind of registration. Does it not be considered as a startup? Yes, but when it should be registered as a company. So what type of company? That is also very important to understand here. Maybe I can see in the participants, many are the students, researchers are joined. So for their point of view, I'm just explaining little basics things, and then we'll go ahead with our incubation activities. So I have listed these three types of companies, which are actually defined by the Startup India itself, that the private limited company or the registered partnership firm or the limited liability. Only these types of three legal entities are considered into the startup definition. Now, maybe many of you are working with foundations, maybe non-Section 8 companies, or maybe the cooperatives, that is the cooperative farmers organizations, FPCs. So can they consider as a startup? That is the big question, because nowadays government of India is also promoting FPOs and FPCs in a large way. But unfortunately, under the RKV Avatar or any incubation centers are are not willing to help them in the government funding point of view.
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಪಿಟಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ನೂರ ಪೇಜ್ ಯೂಸ್ಲೆಸ್ ಕಳ್ಸರು ಯಾರು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆಯೋ ಫುಡ್ ಅದು ಹಾಕಿ ವೆರೈಟಿ
Anjali or someone can mute.
ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ ನಮಗೂ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮಗೂ
The background, can you mute yourself, please? Yeah. So I was talking about the FPOs and FPCs, that although they are working very professionally and they are making the huge impact, but due to this constraint of the startup definition, we were not able to support them in a funding point of view. Although our good startups network of the agribusiness centers are working closely with these FPOs and FPCs. But if individual startup founder looking for availing the funds under the different schemes which are offered by the government of India, that may be Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Electronics, or DST, Niti Aayog, they have to register their company with these three types of companies. Now, what is this difference between these companies? I think that may take another convocation, but you can follow our different webinars that we are already conducting. So let's say coming to the original question, that the company age, like today, if I registered as a private limited company, then onwards 10 years, it can be considered as a startup. Coming to the very next important point, that is the annual turnover of the company. So you can see the limit is 100 crores of the turnover. That is for the one financial year. So let's say today, April, I started my company, and after 3 years, let's say it will be 26, 28, 27 year. For that financial year, my turnover exceeds more than 100 crores. So onwards that year, I cannot be considered as a startup company. So this is the thing, like up to 4 years, I'm not able to exceed my 100 crores turnover, then I cannot be counted as a startup company. Let's keep it in mind. Second very important point, that is the originality or the entity, like where this company is formed and who are the involved, from where it is originated, from the founder's perspective. Like one more, let's say one of the friend is NRI, non-residence India, from the, let's say he's from the Dubai, or maybe he's from the USA. And if he has more stake in the company, what it means, more than 50% of the stake of the company, and mine stake is less than of 50%. So we cannot consider as the startup is from the India. So like it happens with the many startup companies, they started from India itself, but they got the over the time investments from the abroad, mainly let's say from the China. And then we call it is the investors of the Chinese company. So it happens with many startup companies. Maybe we'll see the couple of examples also in my upcoming slides. So originality, it indicates the stake of the founder from the which country. Coming to the next point, that is the innovations, innovativeness and the scalability. So this is very important from the startup point of view, because let's say somebody will come to us manage and they, sir, can we get the funds? For example, I'm doing a poultry farming, sir, and we have registered our company as a private limited and we want the funds. See, only you have registered the company, although all the formalities you have completed, but we didn't find, or as the committee members didn't find, there is no as such innovation is involved in this farming. This is just a lively kind of a business. So such a business cannot be referred as a startup company. But let's say with the same case only, he's adopting innovative technologies into the same poultry farm. Like he can able to track the movement of the chicks. He's able to track what kind of breeds he's bringing into his farm. He's able to track what kind of, productivity he's able to get from this chick. So such a startup, which is at least having some kind of innovation or innovative practices they're following, can be considered as a innovations or can be considered as the innovative startup. So innovation, this definition want to very much clarify here that it doesn't mean that something a very unique or novel you're bringing into this, in this world. Because businesses, maximum time what happens, they replicate or they copied the existing business models. Let's take one example of the Ola. Like, that Uber is already existing, but they don't have that much of penetrated in the Indian market. And we Indians are feeling that there is a requirement of this type of rental cabs. So Ola come up with the same model, but depends on the geographical requirement of our people. They come up with the model with Ola, and they have from the startup they become the unicorn company. So innovation doesn't mean that something which is unique, but it may be as per the requirement of your geographical location, maybe the need of your people. Like that innovation, if it is there and it is really solving the pain point of the your customers to whom you are targeting, can be referred as a startup. So I hope it is very much clear. If you really have any questions, you can put into chat box that maybe we'll take up. So it's really important to understand the India's status and the globally status as well. So we can see before 2024, we were standing next to 6th or 7th position in terms of business attracting investments in India. And onwards, what happens from 2014, a very structured form of policy comes into the picture, and government and the different ministries are promoting the startup ecosystem very, very well planned manner across the country. Like Bionest itself, GKVK University, they are helping to these different agri startups under the scheme from the Department of Science and Technology, BIRAC. Also, they are supporting to the startups. So like that, many ministries come with the different incubation systems. Like Niti Aayog comes with the Atal Incubation Center. So I was just listening some part of the Radhika ma'am session, and Nandini was mentioning about the coffee startups. Like in your state, in the Karnataka state only, there is a AIC Coffee Board is there, who is supporting such a innovative startups who are working to give the such a kinds of good quality coffee to the end consumers, and that too help of the blockchain. Like already Nandin mentioned, few TraceX company, Acris, they are helping them into the blockchain technology, and they can find out from where exactly this product comes. So what happens? Such a startups are evolving after this era from 2014 to 22, and India jumps to the third position from sixth to seventh position to third positions. And you can see they are leading that the USA, and of course China is well known for their Jugadu things and their innovations, and followed by the India. Hopefully by 2024 onward, 2014 onwards, maybe India can take over to the China. This is what the predictions, and we are expecting the rate at which our economy and the startups are registrations are getting to us. Moving little ahead, very important to understand the statistics that we have close to 115 unicorns are registered in India and 136 DPIIT recognized startups. Now, what is the DPIIT? I think it is another level, but DPIIT, this is something which is a unique number. Like we as a human being, we have the Aadhaar number. So such a DPIIT recognition will give to the Startup India mission itself, which will give you the different sorts of offering. Like there will be the tax exemptions will be there. Then if you are looking for the intellectual property rights, your patent can be faster, and other benefits also you will get from this recognition certificate. So we can see we have registered more than 136 startups who got the DPIT. Does it means that the startups only are registered? Maybe the number will be the huge, but they have registered themselves on the Startup India portal. And very interesting, if we can able to find out, so close to 5,000 startups in India are able to get the funds, and this number is increasing. If you talked about the Indian agri startups, mainly the number will be pretty very less. Like under RKVR Avatar only, we have close to 1,500 startups which are got funded under the different incubation centers present across the India. So the considerable stake in the startups is only 4 to 5% agri startups are funded. So what I want to say here that if you are really looking for the agri startup space, we have target actually for the our startups to reach 15 alone, but we are able to reach over the time for 5 periods only 1,500 startups. So yeah, so you have very large point to get the funds and to your get funded to your startups. Very interesting to understand the startups, states and beauties where actually they are growing in numbers. So these are the figures I am able to get from the 2022 year. But if you can see that the Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, mainly the west and the south part and some part of the central and the north part of India are able to, that are coming with the registration of their startups. So in that, if you go a little ahead, so Bangalore is actually coming up with close to 3,000 startups with the registrations in 2022, followed by the Delhi, Mumbai, and the Chennai. So if you see the metropolitan cities having that access and incubation centers networks also present very good in that sense. So they are promoting this startup ecosystem very well. And very fortunately, if you are from the Bangalore or maybe from the some other part of the Karnataka, very good network of the incubation centers are present over there. And we are really closely working with the GKVK, Agricultural Universities, Dharwad, then Navik, who are the incubation center, then EIC, Poppy Board is also there. We are very closely working with these incubation centers, but not only with the incubation centers, agricultural universities as well. Like we are conducting many awareness programs related to this ecosystem with different universities like University of Horticulture, Bagalkot is there. Then University of Forestry, that is the Shivamogga is there, Iruvaki campus is there, Mysuru, Kolar, then the Shivamogga. So we are very closely and as managed in the Telangana in Hyderabad, we are very closely working with the Karnataka part as well. Going little ahead, if you can see the stats for the agri startups. So you can see how the investments are attracting to the investors by the agri startups. So the investment were 2014 is very less, close to one, you can say, and how over the time it has been increased. And the areas, if you can see where exactly the startups are attracting, that is mainly into the precision farming and the market linkages. And what are the reasons that maybe we explore in my further slides. But mainly, if you can able to get it, that market linkages, something into getting the predictions of the farmers, or maybe to the supply chain and precision farming, mainly into the crop predictions, the drones or maybe IoT devices, AI and LM. So, and the mainly the farm equipments based into the technology. These are the main areas where agri startups are coming a lot, are huge in number to us also and across the country. And these startups are mainly attracting to the investors, that may be the angel investors or the VCs, who are ready to fund these startups and ready to invest in their startups. Going a little ahead, these are the few initiatives from the state government or the central government are taken for the various states. So there are names are here earlier I mentioned. So I'll be not spend much more time on that. Maybe I'll share my presentation with you all. So I was talking about the areas where the investors are coming more and where is the market opportunities rising. So if you can see that market, it is at if you talk about the startup stages, like it's the market is at growth stage, and prominently very good startup like Ninja Card, Vehicle, Farmlink are doing the very good. So, and we are really happy to share with you all that Vehicle is one of the startup which are supported and funded by the managed from our end. Going a little ahead, the precision farming, as I mentioned, that the crop monitoring, use of the drones, IoT and LMS-based startups also are emerging very faster, and they're able to raise the funds very quickly. Like cropping, they are mainly into the precision farming. They're able to raise the funds from the European Rabo Bank as well. Fasal is also one of the incubatee at managed from the cohort 3. They're able to do it, and they are also into the crop weather and forecasting devices. Like that, Jai Kisan, that is agri fintech startups also are coming with, who are providing the agri finance to them. So few of the examples are there, and how much they are able to raise the funds, that figures are there. So very important to understand here that what exactly the key factors are actually helping or pushing to these innovators or those who are actually attending the sessions, why they are coming to have their set up their own startup. So these are the few reasons actually forcing them to start their own businesses, that too in agriculture sector. Very briefly, we will talk about each point. The first one is the inadequate and unstructured data. Like let's say today, if I want to get the data about how much prices are getting paid to the onion, or let's say for the tomato crops, I have to at least look into 3, 4, 5 websites where I'm able to not get the accurate data. Whichever website I go and see the prices for the onion or tomato, I'm just talking a little specific crops, I can not able to get the right and the very accurate data. It can be vary with website to website and from data to data point. So this is what the real-time tracking or the accuracy of the data is not there. And to work on that, many startups are coming up with their prediction models. Coming to another point, like if I depends on the Indian Meteorology Department, if they predict that this year, let's say rainfall will be and so, and there will be prediction forecast also that today or tomorrow there going to be huge rain. I cannot rely on only the government's data, what they are giving, although the satellites and all those things are there. To take care of my farm, I have to depend on the such startups like Fasal is there, or maybe the Cropping is there, who are ready to provide the forecast data to protect my farm and crops which are into the fields. So for that reason, many startups are coming with the data-driven forecast schemes, and they are able to do the business out of it. Although there is another level debate is there, whether this technology is affordable to the farmers or not. But of course, the farmers who are able to afford it, they are able to do the better than the traditional or the conventional methodologies what they are using. Going little ahead, that is the lack of access to the high quality inputs. Again, since last 17 years, this question is there, that the farmers, when the cropping season will start, they are not able to get the seeds on time or maybe the fertilizers on time. And because of unavailability of the farm inputs, they are struggling. So many startups are coming in these areas also to manage, and to across the country incubation centers also, who are actually saying that we are getting this source from these companies and we are able to deliver it to the farmer's doorsteps. Like that, maybe the Horeca model, or maybe from directly home delivery or so on. So many startups are coming into this part also. And fortunately, Manage is running one scheme called ACABC, Agri Clinic and Agri Business Center. So more than 85,000 plus distribution networks, or the individual agripreneurs are started their own businesses in different centers. So that strength we have with us, and they are trying their best to supply these inputs at least to the farmers. But although they are also struggling, because mostly the fertilizers and these all those seeds are controlled by the big companies or mainly by the government in the fertilizers when it comes to the subsidy and all those things, and they are not able to supply in time. So my point is, like many private entities like Dehat, then Agrostar, they are found some space in these areas and they are coming up with their own business model. So yeah, huge still scope is there to provide in to work in these areas also. Going little ahead, insufficient supply chain. Although we are facing huge loss into the post-harvest, then if farmers are ready with his produce, he's struggling to get the transportation on time. Let's say if he get the transportation also, he don't have that much of quantity to, deliver it, let's say from Bangalore market to, let's say, Mumbai market, or maybe to the Hyderabad market. There is a transportation issues there. I'll at all, if he is able to figure out some transportation issues, then the supply chain in that the cold temperature, maintaining the temperature, handling, all these issues are there. And over this entire supply chain, who are the intermediaries are involved, what kind of practices are handling, are quite a little bit a challenge for the farmers and also to the end consumer as well. So to tackle with this such a problems, many supply chain companies are coming, like Transity is there, who can figure out to help you transportation things like a Ola kind of, or Ola Uber kind of, sorry, a model where combinedly the sharing basis, we can transport our commodities or the produces from one end to other end, and we can able to track it, how my produce is happening, what is the temperature. So such a way, many startups are coming to improvising this inefficient supply chain. Going a little ahead, that is the lack of employment in this area. And I'm very much sure that nobody wants to do the farm, means very few are willing to work in the fields, are passionate about to work in the fields. Like myself, I'm an agri graduate, but I have never looked to work into the fields because of maybe the hard work I have to do. I have to sit into the sunlight. Although 60% of the population is depends on the agriculture, but still we are not willing to work into these areas because there are uncertainties are there. A risk is involved in this field. And another thing, as I mentioned, that hard work, we are not willing, or now the generation who we are going on, we're not ready to work in that area. So that's why the startups are coming up with their solutions, that the farm mechanization machineries which can able to solve this problem of the farmers. And nobody on time, the farmers are not able to get the employment, not able to produce in time. So that is the things. And another thing is that the gestation time for the sustainability of the startups, agri startups especially, is very huge. Because if you talk about the agri fintech startups, at least the some market linkage startups, they are able to sustain somehow. But if a really a small player who wants to enter into the agri startups, the huge players will come into the picture and they will destroy the small players into the picture. Like many companies, big companies are now take over to the small startups, and so on. It is going on not with the agri tech areas, but with a very big other industries as well. Going little ahead, the cost of the equipments, like let's say farm equipments itself, if you talk about, many huge players are there, that to multinational company. Let's say, for example, one of our startup, he wants to design a power tiller equipment, which can be cost, let's say 50,000 rupees to the farmers, that to solar operated, very small equipment. But unfortunately, what happens, like Mahindra, although it's an Indian company, but the John Deere, they are such a, when the TAFE, such a company is also coming with a very small equipment by understanding the farmers' land holding and the capacity to pay. They're coming with the small equipments, and of course, the brand and the existing service centers and the facility and the model they are offering is more fine-tuned as compared to the existing our starters. So at the end, what happens? our startups are incurring more cost of production, and at the end, because of the huge competition, they kill someday. But still, there are very niche areas are there where the agri startups are actually struggling, or they are surviving somehow and making the business out of it. Maybe we'll see some case studies also of our startups. Next thing is the lack of finance. Yeah, although farmers are getting incentivized subsidies, then the financial banks are ready to give them. But still, when governments plays a very key role, like they will wait that next government will come, and whatever the loans we have borrowed, they will just, they will pay on behalf of them. So this is what the challenge and the problem is there. Although farmers have their own challenges in place, like maybe drought, maybe sometimes huge rainfall, and they're not able to pay back the funds on time. So that's why the few startups are coming with, like Jai Kisan is there. They can provide the credit, some finance, some Unnati is there, another one startup. Then our one of the Krishi FinTech startup is there, who actually play the key role in between this to avoid the credits to the farmers. And many are trying their luck in this domain. So, considering the n number of problems into the farms, where agri startups we are getting the more applications in this space, mainly into the climate resilience. As you are very much aware about how the global warming and all those things are coming and emerging. Although this is not the topic to sit in the chair and talk virtually, because you have to go in the fields and see the reality. But still, many startups are coming and trying their luck into this field also. Like just recently, if we can observe, like Dubai only, a desert kind of situation is there, and now you can see they are into the flood. Even Brazil also recently, they are facing the issue with the heavy rainfall. Now this is the month of May, where we are expecting Hyderabad will be very hot climate should be there. But yeah, 15 days before only rainfall is starting, and this is what happening. So here the cropping pattern and the climatic conditions are changing. Based on this climate resilience, many startups are coming in the advisory services or providing the forecast systems to the farmers. Post harvest, I already talked about how post harvest value addition, then the supply chain are playing a role in this space. Also, we are getting very good startups, and although we feel that its number is very less to provide the solutions to the farmers and all the stakeholders who are involved. One more thing, like the penetration of the internet into the rural areas. Many technology-based startups are coming, that too mainly application-based startups in this space are really, we are getting very, very good startups in this space because of the internet availability and the access to the mobile phones, Androids, everyone due to maybe the Digital India mission, you can say, or the network service providers companies are able to provide internet facility in a very less and effective manner. So due to that, everyone is coming with application-based solutions. And if it is really at all good and giving the services to the farmers, they are really happy to pay for it. Now, the other story is different, that there is exploitation of the farmers. They're charging very huge and heavily. Although the startups also struggling at their own end, and this farmers has their own stories for these things. But still, somehow, few startups are coming with very good services. Like the Plantix is one of the startup is there. So you have to just simply click the photograph into your field, and although not that much of accuracy, but based on the AI and ML structure and picture image nature structure, they are able to provide a good advice services to the farmers. Maybe one of the startups from the Karnataka itself, from Bangalore, Shamajivi is there. They are into the local media channel. They have created OTT platform for the farmers. So such a digital startups also are evolving in this space. And of course, farmers inputs are related. We have very good startup, that is the Krishan Agri Mall, and so many startups who are working based on the FAS and SAS provider services to the farmers for the farmers inputs. I'm just going to skip a little slide because already Sudhi sir and Meenakshi ma'am have already talked about it. But very quickly, I want to talk on this slide, that is the strengths. That although India has that intellectual there, like Bangalore, Pune, then Delhi, Telangana. They are emerging as a IT hubs. So maybe technology and that to software-based agri startups, that kind of resources or the intellectuals we have here in India. Then the very strong academic universities based in the agricultural sectors are there, like GKVK is one of the agriculture university. Which are actually really helpful to startups for conducting their value, the validation of their startups, conducting field trials, and to check their efficacy of their innovation. So they are that network is there. We are attracting very huge VCs and angel investors, not only in India, but from the abroad as well. That's why if you see that flow of the investments in India is how year-wise it is increasing. Going little ahead, what are the weaknesses? High cost of the equipments, because still, let's say AI, ML based technologies are emerging in India, but we are mainly depends on these Taiwan, China, such countries where we are looking to get these sensors or the semiconductors, which are mainly used into the technology startups. And that's why our startups are not able to match up with the huge companies where the cost of their machines are very higher. So this is one kind of a weakness I will be talking about. Going little ahead, the digital literacy. I don't feel that that will be the weakness, but still there is not that much of awareness or the knowledge is spread, or that much of efforts are being put by the agri startups. They are not going into the fields and talking with the farmers how to be used. And at the some end, they left behind. Once they sold out, what are the hand holding or the usability service point of view, there we are behind that. Where the opportunities, I think we talked about which are the areas we have the scope where we can talk about, and threat, of course, which is not in our hand, like the climate resilience and how the global warming is changing, or maybe the government rules and regulations are changing in terms of, let's say, agri export. Suddenly, if the government of India is promoting that you should grow the oil seeds for the become the self-sufficient, and at the same time they are importing from the other countries, then the farmers at the end they are facing that issue. So it's all about the the pestle economical and the micro environmental factors. I think that we are struggling everyone with that. Going little ahead, what are the expectations of the startups also we should understood from here, and maybe the biomass incubation centers manage such incubation centers are there actually to help out you, but still there are few stakeholders who are involved in the startup ecosystem. From there, actually they are looking the help from us, and this is what we personally experience it from the over the 5 years also. So the first and very important is that the validation there, actually the startups are struggling. And thanks to such a universities like GKVK and the other agriculture universities and research institutions, they are really helping these startups to validate their ideas, what their innovations are doing. Although there is some other story is there that they are not able to get proper connections, or maybe the cost of testings, validation is very higher. And for that, like Manage and other incubation centers are really through their network, they're trying to connect with the agriculture universities, and they're providing some kind of pre-fund seed funds. Through that, at least they can get some validation test and they can test out their products. But yes, of course, this is very important ask coming from the startups, that they need to do validation and testing of their products. Another one is the literacy amongst the farmers. Although farmers are very much knowledgeable, they have more experience than the advisors who are suggesting solutions to them in when it comes to the when it comes to the fields. But I'm talking about the technology perspective. Although they are much aware, but they are not that much of willingness. We can't see there that farmers are ready to use it. Like the government is coming with a nano urea, but still farmers believes that this much of 1 liter of liters of the urea, how much nitrogen it will give us. So still there is not that much of willingness to go with this nano kind of urea, or maybe the availability is another factor. They will prefer to get that 15 kgs of urea back and throw it into the farm. So very useful technology you must be aware, that is the drip irrigation. You can see still Even if you go to my village also, farmers believes that you should go with the flood irrigation, drip irrigation not going to be helpful. So although technology is there, but we can't see that literacy or the awareness among the farmer, the startups are not able to do. And the startups are expecting that the incubation centers, we should as a put that effort to provide this awareness about their innovations among the farmers and from the government and officials of the extension workers. I talked about the investment side also, that of course they required huge kinds of funds, and the government is trying trying very best to provide the maximum grants and funds to the startups, through which at least they can able to manage with their expenses and they can improvise their operations. One more thing very important, that the startups are looking for the expansion as well, in terms of expanding their market reach from one state to other states, or from one country to other country, and the cross-border connections they are expecting from us. So I'm going to share one of the good program that Manage is conducting, that is the iTech, and the with the government we are collaborating with the different states and they from the different countries as well, where we are able to connect our startups. And regulatory environment, of course, micro level factors and the global factors also really affecting on the agri startups, and not only agri startups, but every startups. Like there may tomorrow, maybe the war will become, sometimes there may be the flood will come, sometimes there may drought situations come. So, and of course the global relations are there, which are really affecting on the each and every startups ecosystem. So it's really important to understand who are the stakeholders are basically involved in the agri ecosystem. So mainly the government and private incubation centers are there, but apart from that, many agriculture universities, research institutions also are playing a key role for in terms of guiding and providing incubation support to the agri startups. And of course, the different funding institutions from the different ministries also are there. So I'm going to just keep it. Already two speakers are mentioned, talked about that. So coming to the Manage Incubation Center. So as you know, the Manage, since from last 30 years, we are promoting mainly to the agripreneurship and mainly to the agriculture extension officers, government officials. So a lot of training programs we are conducting and that. But as I mentioned, from 2015 onwards, the Startup India missions comes, and Ministry of Agriculture, it come up with a incubation center scheme called RK mainly for the innovators and these things. So under the Manage, this Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship is been established, say operational from the 16-17 onwards. And we're proudly saying that we have the startups which are funded and incubated and supported from the 21 states across the country. So till the date, we are able to supported to 425 startups, and funded out of 425, 174 startups got funding from the Manage. And if you talk about the funding amount, that is going to the close to the 17.65 crores up to the cohort 10. So we have we have completed cohort 10 and cohort 11 is going on. Maybe I'll give the little information on that part. So this was the scheme which I was mentioning about, that under the scheme, Manage is working under the Agri program. So this is what the overall structure or the network where the incubation centers are running in India. So if you can able to see, there are 5 knowledge partners are there. One of them is the Manage. So what exactly this knowledge partners do? So if you can able to see the southern part of the country, like that is the including Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, and Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. So we Manage is actually for the south part. We are actually providing hand-holding support to the regional agribusiness incubation center. Like in the morning, Sudhi sir was presenting university's incubation center called Regional Business Incubation Center. So Manage will do the hand-holding support and assessment for their startups. And along with that, there is a Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Also, they have their own incubation center. So we do the same thing for them. And Angru is there in Tirupati. And in Hyderabad only, millet-based incubation center from the ICR IMR is there. So these 4 rabis Manage will be taken care. Like that, Pusa, if you can see on the north part and the middle central part of the India. So the ICR Pusa will taking the and helping to the regional business incubation centers. So the here is very important point is that while let's say I'm in Maharashtra or I'm in Madhya Pradesh and I want to apply to the manage, can I? Yes, you can. So it's not like that if you are based in Hyderabad, you cannot apply to the any incubation center. Yes, you can. But the very important point is here to understand is that let's say my idea is into the animal husbandry sector. Shall I apply to the managed? Yes, you can apply, but better to check the network which is already existing. Like if you can see, Navik is there in the Karnataka in Bangalore itself. That is the Indian Institute of Veterinarian and Epidemiology, and this is informative. They have their own funded incubation center under the scheme under the Archivaraptar only. They will give you the same mentoring and the funding as well. So depends on the focus areas of your idea. Better to apply to such incubation centers really important. Like not only the Navedi, Indian Institute of IVRI Bareilly is there, Indian Institute of Veterinary Research. So they have their focus or the strength into the veterinarian things, so they can apply. Like you have some idea, let's say into the millet processing. So better to apply to IMR instead of to other incubation center because they have their mentors there, the facility is there to get. But if you are willing to apply in incubation center, yes, you can. But it's just for the suggestion. I am just putting these examples. Depends on your ideas and focus areas. You can apply. You can apply to any incubation center across the country. So this is what the along with the 5 KPs. These are the 24 regional agribusiness incubation centers who are present across the country. Their list is already given. This is what a short impact, very small impact, I must say, we are able to create with the help of manage and our existing rabbis that may be generating women-led startups or creating employment or intellectual property rights over the last 5 years. So I already spoke about the manage that we have been supported 425 startups. So last 10 quarters, we have received close to 5,000 applications. Out of this 5,000 applications, close to 10% only we are able to support the startups. And now after that second round of evaluation, only 174 startups are been funded. And these are our other Rabi partners, how they are supporting and they are creating an impact for the agri startups. So I already mentioned that manage is not the the focused or the sector agnostic incubation center, you can say. So each and every areas of the agri business allied sectors, we are helping to the startups. And this what are the offerings we offered, like mentoring support of course will be there, funding is also will be there, and we are happy to connect with the other our stakeholders like GKVK University. We are closely working with them for our assessment of our startups and for the value addition and the validation of the startup. So this kinds of support manage is always happy to provide, or maybe connecting with the ACABC network dealers. So like that way we are helping. These are the few programs that we are running for the startup ecosystem point of view. So very few programs I would like to discuss with you all. That is the first one is the Saturday webinar series or pre-incubation program. Maybe we will look into these programs a little ahead. So currently Manage has opened their applications for the cohort 11. So what exactly you will get out of it? Like there are the two programs basically every incubation center is offering. So one of them is the pre-seed stage program, that is the AOP for the 5 lakh rupees. So the startups at ideation stage, they may get the 5 lakh rupees as a funding. Of course, there will be screening process will be there, and their details you can able to find out on our website. So I'm just moving my where you can able to find. So the links also have provided. Maybe this presentation I will be sharing with the organizers so they can share with you all in the WhatsApp group or maybe through email. So the link is also available. You can go and fill this application. So for the ideation stage starters, they should apply for the EOP. They will get a 5 lakh rupees as a funding. And for the startups who are at scalable stage, they will get a 25 lakh rupees training. Along with that, they will get the 1 month training program that may be the hybrid mode, virtual and offline mode we will be conducting at Manage. And very interesting for the students who joined here from this year onwards, we have been able to give the 4 lakh rupees per student for a 4 students. So this is the big announcement from this financial year onwards. It has been started for all the budding entrepreneurs. Now going little ahead, every Saturday, Manage is conducting webinar series, which is open to all. Like today, you all are attending. This is the training program, which is the free for the registration. Like that, Manage is conducting the webinar series every Saturday from 11 to 12 o'clock. And since from the pandemic time 2020 till the date, we are conducting this webinar series. So like here you can see uh, we have completed till 189 webinars. Now there will be the question, sir, we have missed this webinars, where we can able to see. So don't worry, these all webinars, the recorded sessions are available on our website, and you can go and check this link also, where you can able to see our recorded sessions of all the webinars. So since 189, all the webinars are available on the websites, and you can check it out. Like here, you can see just in the last week, we have completed one more our webinar on the go-to-market strategy, that how I can launch my product, or very interesting topic are there, like navigating rules and regulations, that how I can register my company, how I can do my intellectual property rights, in way I can protect it. So all very good topics we have already covered into the Saturday webinar, like MVP, how I can convert my prototype into the idea. So like this, many recorded sessions or webinars are there, but I would suggest everyone to kindly join us live, where we can able to talk with the speakers, we can ask your queries, and more important is that those participants who will be registering this webinar, only them, they will get the resource material, and the resource persons who are talking their contact details, so that we can able to reach anytime. So our till 8th of June, or till 8th of August, actually, we have make available our webinars on which topics we are going to cover. So here you can go and register yourself on our website. So as I mentioned, 189 webinars we have already completed. Close to 45,000 or 46,000 participants till the date they have attended these webinars, and close to 322 speakers. Every week, 2 speakers we are inviting on the same topics. So their network also we can able to expand. So don't forget to follow the social media pages and website to attend this webinar series. Going little ahead, like for the students, these applications also open for the Agri-Eureka program. So this is the one kind of a national business competition, mainly for the students. They can apply and they will get the rewards, and also they will get the chance to get the fund for their ideas, from ranging from 4 lakhs to 5 lakhs to 25 lakh rupees. And the last date of to apply for this agri business competition is that 25th June. And there also the link also I have given already, so you can able to find out what are the brochure and the guidelines also to apply for this Agri-Eureka competition. Going little ahead because time is running out. This is the very important program that we manage. It's conducting in all the states. So just recently we have completed in Himachal Pradesh, then Lucknow, then in Chhattisgarh, in Raipur, and we are now going to conduct in Tripura. Then next program we have planning in Coimbatore, and maybe probably in Karnataka as well. And next program is in Maharashtra. So here in this program, we go in each state, maybe that to an agriculture university or an incubation center, where we invite to the students, mainly the farmers from the farmer producers companies, their representatives, and the agri startups and the government officials as well. So it's a single golden platform where all the stakeholders are coming together, and they are discussing about the startup ecosystem, like what government in a way they are helping to the startups, what are the startups are expecting to connect with the farmers, and of course the students who are looking to trying their luck into the business point of view. So we conduct these kinds of agri startup stakeholders connect program in each and every state. So till the date we are able to complete the 3 programs, and 50 plus startups have been joined us, and more than 350 plus farmers are joined, and students also come together for us. This is really interesting program managed, yeah, and our incubation center is conducting with the help of ZIZ, then the Malawi government and Access Livelihood. So what happens actually in the Malawi country, they want to start their own incubation center, and with the help of Ministry of External Affairs of Government of India, manage is able to conduct the training programs for the officials, government officials, and the incubation startup representatives from Malawi. They came to the India, and our team also went to Malawi to train their officials. And successfully, after the continuous efforts for the 3 years, we are able to successfully start one incubation center in Africa called country Malawi. And you can see their incubators, especially for the women, they are running the programs to support them. Like international programs, we conduct a lot of national faculty development programs, that how we can start our incubation center in maybe in a university, or maybe in different government supported organizations, and manage will train them in what way are good practices that you can use in your incubation center to start it off. Going little ahead, we do conduct a lot of international training programs for the different countries. So more than 26 countries participants were in the previous year. They visited to Malawi from the manage, and we completed almost 3 programs, and now next 9 programs are in plan for the different countries. They are come to the manage, and for 15 days for one batch we conduct this training program. So far we completed 3 batches under the managed CIA, and more 2 are coming in the month of October and December month. So these trainings are mainly focusing on the agri starters, agri value chain, and agri technologies, and agri ecosystem and incubation center. So these countries representatives can understand more about the startup ecosystem, and they are trying to replicate this model in their own country. We do a lot of partnership program. Like today, we are conducting a partnership program with the Biones Incubation Center and GKVK for awareness and promotion of our startups and our program. So like that, we do a lot of programs with the other startup and ecosystem related stakeholders. So I think I have more 5 minutes. Maybe probably I can take more questions. I can request you to also put in the chat box. So I'd like to share with you a few case studies of our managed incubation centers. Although I have shared the link, so where you can able to see our all the startups details, links also there. So we called it Agri Startup Idea Bank, and there are all the startup details also you can able to get from our website. So here you can able to see till cohort 10. All the startups details we have been uploaded. So there you can able to check the details. Like for example, what is the startup, who is the founder, and their social media links and their website. Like you can able to redirect to their website. So all the Agri Startup Idea Bank, the link is also available on our website, and the link is also I have provided to you, so that you can able to connect with this startup. So going little ahead, so this is the one of the startup tribe grown, which is working from the tribal part of the country, that is from the Maharashtra, from Amravati, Parbhani, Gadchiroli, Gondia. So Naxal these areas, they are working with the tribes, mainly forest areas. What exactly they do? Collect the honey, and also they are using this blockchain technology to determine the purity of the honey, and they are able to deliver this honey, pure honey, to the metropolitan cities, and they are now started to doing the export also. They are in talk to different countries for the exporting of their product. So here you can able to see manage is able to support them with a 22 lakh rupees as a funds under this managed Arkivrata program fund scheme. And we are able to happy to connect with them for the NHBM for the promotion and getting the financial support as well. So the startup has earned this impact. You can able to see that close to 76 lakh rupees sales just in a previous financial year. They are able to do it, and they are connected with more than 26 farmers and tribes for the collection of this honey. One more startup from the Maharashtra itself, from the Pure Me Organics. They are mainly into the production of the jaggery-based products, and manages supported the startups with a 22 lakh rupees. One more startup, that is the Pakshi Mitra. You must be aware that how it is difficult to perform the racking operations into the poultry farming, and to do that operation, this a single lady also can use this device to change the litter into the poultry farm. Manage has supported him with a 22 lakh rupees, and now the startup is coming with a fully automated device which can go inside the poultry and can perform these racking operations. So that startup, when they applied very ideations at a very basic level, And now they have developed themselves, and they're able to do the export to the 3 different countries as well. Agri-Ecopreneur, one of the startups from the Karnataka itself. They are mainly into the agri advisory services and purchasing the local grown the organically rice as well from the farmers. So they are connected more than 15,000 farmers into the close to 17 villages in Karnataka. And if you see that have procured close to 25 tons of the raw material, they are able to reduce it for that reason. And more than 40,000 acres of land they are helping to agree their advisory services. This is the one of the startup from the northern region part of the country, northeast sales. Their brand called the Brahmaputras rivers, situated in that area, and they are procuring their products from the northeast, and they are able to export it to the other countries and the rest part of the country. Along with the funding of 15 lakh rupees, managed was right to the government of Assam that the startup is looking for processing unit, and they have happily provided the facility and the land for the startup to run their businesses. So in that way, manage we are helping. In the precision farming, we have very good starters. As I already mentioned, the Fasal is one of the incubating with us. Then the Maru drones, they are into the providing this fertigation, all those things. So this is one of the startup from Hyderabad. We have been incubated with us. One of the startup from the Kurg area, spices and bean, Miss Rashmi Bhanu Prakash. So you can able to see she trained more than 30,000 women entrepreneurs, that too from the KVK Goningapal. So manager supported her with a 10 lakh rupees to establish her processing unit. But with the help of we tried to connect her with the KVK Goningapal, they provided her a space where she can able to conduct the training. So mainly in the Kurg region, she is able to provide a training on the mushroom cultivation and avocado processing. And through that, she's creating a very good impact in that Uruvaki and Punampet and that Kurg region. Good to Happy Botanics, one of the startup from the Kerala. They are into providing the microgreens and these kinds of tray. A very interesting thing to hear to know that this startup has awarded the 4 patents for this kind of small, looking very simple design, but they have 4 patents for this. So I would like to share here, like if you have to grow the sprouts for your home, it will take at least 3 to 4 days to get these kinds of sprouts. But if you are able to get to grow the microgreens, the nutritional content is very much good in this kind of pots. So what they did, they are providing these kinds of cocoa peat based cakes, where along with the growth media, you can able to get the sprouts also. You have to just soak it for over the night, and if you are able to put these trays into such a trays, where the growth of the sprouts and microgreens is very faster. And the startup, we are able to support him with a 3 lakh rupees, because that time they were at a very early stage, but now they are growing very well level, and their products also available on the online market. One of the very remarkable thing is here that Manage is able to connect with a coconut coir board, which is in the Kerala itself, and they are helping the startup to work on their idea. In that way, they are really helping to us. One of the startup from the startup founder is basically from Mumbai, but their operations are carried out into the Kolkata, West Bengal. What they do, if you can able to see their prototype, this is made out of the banana waste, and she's working into the banana farmers who are just throwing this banana waste as it is into the fields, and they are able to process it, and they are able to form the technology to produce the vegan leather. This startup, when they applied, they were at they are providing some samples at very early stage. The government of Germany actually appreciate their work and felicitate the startups. So Manage supported them with a 25 lakh rupees, and the startups now able to expand their operations in mainly into the different developing nations, that to Germany, Italy, USA, France. They are able to get very good orders for manufacturing of these kinds of vegan bags, then the shoes, even the watches strip. So in that way, they are growing and expanding their own businesses with the help of us and of course their own efforts. So yeah, Dr. Saravanan Das sir, he's supposed to be here, but due to some other meetings, and he's traveling actually to the another meeting, so that's why he's not here today. But he's the one who actually head for this incubation center, and DG sir, P. Chandrasekhara sir is also there, who are actually helping us, to conduct few activities and contributing to agri startup ecosystem. And myself, Amit, I am working here with this incubation center as a marketing manager. So these are the contact details. If you're really looking to get any help from the us, or where we can help you in a way, we'll be happy to connect with you all. And I hope I tried my level best to give the maximum information in a short limited time. So I'll be happy to take up if any questions are there.
Mr. Abhinav has asked how to apply for the grant competition, sir.
Yeah. So Abhinav, you have to just Google for the Agri Eureka 2024 manage, so that you can able to go to our website. Let me share my screen also, if you can able to share. So if you can Google, you can able to get the manage Agri Eureka 2024, so that we can able to go to our directly on the website, manage website, and here we can able to find all the brochure details, who can apply, which areas, what benefit you will get. So all the details are there. What is the timeline also we have given. So you can able to get the link also, application link also here. I think I have already given this link also. Here you can able to apply. So all the forms also, links also, I will be able to provide with Nandini, or maybe in the chat box, so that you can, not an issue.
Okay, one Swapnali is asking, I'm working with women-led FPO. How can a manage assisted as in manufacturing and market linkage of our products?
Yeah. So Swapnali, if you are already started working with those farmers, some traction is there, really good. But if you are registered yourself as a startup, you can apply, or as a individual also you can apply to the cohort 11, where we can able to fund your startup if it is good and making some contributing some impact to these FPOs. We can able to provide you fund up to 5 to 25 lakh rupees, depends on your traction and the idea. So you have to search for the manage cohort 11. So their applications also live, or there is another way, like as I mentioned, Agri Eureka competition, you can apply. So best part is that if you are at a very early stage, we can able to get as a funds. If you are working, I don't know whether at what stage you are. If you are a student, you can get the 4 lakh rupees also. So there are two ways to come to the manage. That is, the one is Agri Eureka competition, and another is the cohort 11. Fortunately, both the applications are open now. Please share the link. Yeah, definitely. I'll try to share it. If any question is there, by the time I can share this. Any questions are there? I'm just sharing the link also. Yeah, I have shared the link also, where you can able to find out our recent programs. One is Agri Eureka Challenge. Another one is the Agri Startup Saturday webinar series that we are conducting for the every day. So the registration link also you can able to find. Cohort 11 also, the link you can able to find out in this link only. So the link is already shared in the chat box. Or you can simply just search for the manage CIL link. You will get all the details there. Any other questions?
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, hello, hi. It was a well-deserving, session that you had taken. So just wanted to know, we have already developed a product. Like basically, we took a traditional product of Kerala, hair oil, and we converted this into a modern product so that most people can use. So this product is basically, we are marketing it in our own capacity, and all the refinement, licensing, and everything is all done. So basically, we are going to apply for AFTA. So just wanted to know, what is the duration of it? When we get to know, either we are selected or not, so that we can look for other options, because we are doing a live marketing operation. And so that's the reason why, if you can just let me know, what is the process associated with AFTA? I understand the filling of the form, but then
Yeah.
what happens?
Thank you for this question, sir. Maybe due to time constraint, I'm not able to explain the entire process. But the thing is, like as you are from the Kerala, we already, I think Sudhir sir already has mentioned in his session also. They also offering the same kinds of fund what Manage offered. But still, if you are willing to apply to the Manage, not an issue. You can apply to the Kerala Agribusiness Incubation Center or to the Manage. Both the applications are open and live to get the funds. Now, what is the timeline coming to your question? Like once you apply to the after the filling of the application, incubation centers usually takes at least 1 month's time to screen your application, or maybe within a week, they may call you for the first round of presentation, where it will be the consist of 4 to 5 committee members will assist your idea, and mainly they will check what exactly your idea, what kind of innovation is there, how you're trying to solve the problems of the farmers, how in a way you are helping to the farmers, how many farmers are there, how much is the customers are there, how much is the revenue is there. If it is not, then whether your prototype is ready or not. So based on these few parameters, like how much employment you have generated, they assess your startup idea. And if you got selected in the first round of screening, they will call you for the training. So it may be KU, it may be Manage, or it may be IMR, it may be any incubation centers across the country which is running this RK Raptar scheme. They will call you for a 1 month of training program. That maybe depends hybrid mode. Usually what we do, we 15 days we do the online training, and 15 days we call you in the Manage campus. So for that, you need not to charge anything, not to pay anything for this training program. So after your training program, there will be again one round of evaluation will be there, and there it will be decided how much funds should be give. Means they will just recommend. Like for example, as sir mentioned, you apply for the 25 lakh rupees, but after the training program, we got to know that you are still at ideation stage. So committee will decide this time not 25, maybe 5 lakh rupees. After training program it's over, then there will be one central committee will be there in case of Manage also, and in case of KU also, or other incubation centers also, where the ministry's representatives will be there, and ministry will define the committee. They will decide whether yes or no, whatever funding is recommended, whether to give or not. So usually there will be 3 rounds of evaluation will happen. Considering this screening process and all these things, hopefully it should be completed by 4 to 6 months. After you're getting the funds, now it depends on the ministry how much time they will take to get the funds. But ideally, within 4 months or 5 months, you will hopefully you will get the funds. So you can assume that from filling the application till they get the funds, it will take at least a 1 year time span. So this is what the whole the process. And here, as I can see, more participants are there. I want to tell you that there is a very basic eligibility is that your startup should not have availed any kinds of funds. I mean, the grants from the state or ministry of central government from anywhere. So in a nutshell, RKV or Aptar should be the first grant. Like let's say in case of any idea has already got funds from the BIRAC scheme. So such an idea or such a startups cannot apply for the RKV Raptar program. So my advice is that first you apply and get the funds from the RKV Raptar scheme, and then you can explore for the further for the other ministries like Atal Incubation Center schemes are there, then MSME is there. So the only condition is that your startup should not has availed any central and the state government of fund. I'm not talking about the subsidy. I'm not talking about any kinds of award. I'm not talking about any kinds of equity or debt fund. I'm talking about a pure grant. So just keep in mind that RK Raptar should be the first grant. Any questions? I can see how.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, I'm a seed breeding company, a startup, after putting a into the private sector. Sir, I have two submissions. One, the startup or Agri-innovate is the support for the R&D. Without R&D, you cannot go because it's a make in India.
Right.
But on the other side, Finance Ministry has withdrawn all the benefits of R&D expenses, which was 200% in 2017. Post they reduced to 150 in 2019 and now absolutely abolished. So this agri-innovate, as such, agriculture innovation needs more time than the chemical or pharma innovation. It's a 3 years minimum process. If I go for my seed or any pesticide with molecular form, it takes 3 years minimum to have final result. So I have no idea, but if manage is the right platform to represent this to the Honorable Finance Minister, that Section 35(2) AB of income tax benefit of 200% on the R&Ds should be restarted, because that is what the innovation. Otherwise, it is all a laborious or job work or something, right? So that's what my submission. If it can be put to a proper level, because high time, because China, because I am importing some vegetable seed from China, sir, 200% they have made for indefinite period time. Tax exemption and 200%. So kindly, if possible, through your platform, if you can, because you people are the, and I attended Srinivasa sir training also in the CD, in the manage only, Karimullah sir and all were there. Of course, it was the Corona time. And then I entered into breeding and all these things. But I realized that this is one of the main drawback which we are facing. Is contract to make in India rather, right? And second thing, same for the what your ZTM BPD centers we have at the various agriculture universities. IRI is also having, Coimbatore is also having. But from the startup viewpoint, sir, for a hybrid or for a variety, if you take, the cost is quite very high. I am example, just 1 minute, I'm taking more. I'm taking one example of ZTM BPD, IRI New Delhi. I applied for Basmati segment of the variety. Now the cost is 3 lakh rupees initial fee, right? Non-refundable. Then royalty. On only 8 kg breedership they give. Now after 3 years only, I am going, my variety may not perform, because from breeder I have to make the foundation and foundation to certified. Now 3 lakhs for a startup to have one variety. And that was at the time, at least 40-50 more players are going to come in the market at the same time. So it should be splitted like that, the initial some amount, then some amount is 30% like that. So one can, and other technology also. JTM BPD is having several technologies to commercialize. But if they can do in the splitted way, then the startup can be adjusted. Because after 3 years, that variety may not perform in the field, no idea. But if it is splitted payment, we can able to manage it properly. That's all, sir. Regards.
Sir, the first point, what you mentioned, it is well taken from our end. Thank you for this suggestion. And we do remember also, it's not with only the R&D startups, but in case of the technology startups also, they are really struggling. While they want to import something, sensors or something, then such a things will be not covered, or maybe the expenses are incurred with in terms of excise duty and these things. So they were not able to have that much of funds in their hands. Second point you mentioned about the R&D level or research level, prototype stage level, the startups are looking for the for the funds. So that's why we were actually thinking in convocation with ministry also, that earlier whatever the 5 lakh rupees we are able to give to the startups, that we used to give in a 2 tranches, like 3 lakhs and 2 lakh rupees, which is not a sufficient, a small amount. So they have made the reform that like this 5 lakh rupees can be given into the one stroke. Let's promote to at least work on their idea into the prototype at least. And next, coming to the startups, whatever the startups from the EOP stage, they come to the seed stage also, 25 lakh rupees. Again, here, 25 lakh rupees also very small amount, which we earlier used to give in 3 tranches, like 10 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees. Fortunately, from this year onwards, we are able to give these tranches from the new upcoming cohorts from 2 installments, that is 12.5, 12.5. Going little ahead, I think it will be very early announcement, maybe after the post elections results. Hopefully, we are able to get more acceleration. Starters, which will be help you to accelerate your activities, maybe in a bigger way, set up your R&D facilities. And as you rightly mentioned, sir, testing and this money is charging by the universities. Maybe there will be some amount will come. So these all are things very early to say, but already these points we have already spoke to the ministry, that some kind of incentives, maybe agriculture universities or research institutions can be given to the startups, like DPIT registered startups are able to get the exemptions in the taxation. Some intellectual property rights, their process can be fastened. So in a way that agriculture universities or research institutions can give some kinds of cost reduction or the discounts to the startups, which will reduce their cost burden. So for the time being, sir, these are the able to provide you, which is really had noted not but us but ministry also.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Shaligram Soni, you can ask your questions.
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
हाँ नमस्कार सर।
जी बोलिए।
सर मैं एक स्टार्टअप सूर्य प्रसादम एक सामाजिक उद्यम महाअभियान उद्यम जन अभियान के अंतर्गत जो सोलर टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई है सोलर कुकिंग और सोलर थर्मल के सेक्टर में, परंतु वे व्यापक तौर पर अभी अप्लाई नहीं हो रही हैं, किसानों तक नहीं पहुंची हैं। स्कूलों में बच्चे पढ़ते हैं पर्यावरण की किताबों में, लेकिन वो भी प्रैक्टिकल बतौर नहीं देख पाते हैं। तो क्या हम बड़े पैमाने पर सोलर कुकिंग और सोलर ड्राइंग को एक सोलर एक्सपर्ट्स, सोलर के सेक्टर में काम करने वाले एनजीओ, सोलर के क्षेत्र में अन्य काम करने वाले जो एग्रीकल्चर के इंस्टीट्यूशन है, आईसीआर की बॉडीज हैं, केवीकेस है, वहां डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन दे करके जहां किसान आते हैं, रेगुलर ट्रेनिंग होती है, तो उनको एक लाइव डेमो दिखा करके अनुभव के आधारित ये प्रमोट करना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए हमें फंड की जरूरत है, तो क्या हम इसमें अप्लाई कर सकते हैं?
सर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स अभी आ रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट भी सबसे बिकॉज एनर्जी एंड रिन्यूएबल, बट स्पेसिफिकली एग्री रिन्यूएबल एनर्जीज में बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स को गवर्नमेंट प्रमोट करना चाहता है। रही बात आपकी आप क्या वे में काम कर रहे हैं, ये डिपेंड करेगा कि आपने किस तौर पे आपका स्ट्रक्चर का मॉडल बनाया है और ये कितना एक्सेप्टेबल है आप बस करना चाहते हैं। उसके बाद आपका जो मॉडल जो है बिजनेस मॉडल, उसके ऊपर टोटली डिपेंड करेगा कि आपको फंड्स मिल सकता है कि नहीं मिल सकता है, क्योंकि इसमें दो चीजें हैं सर। तो आपका स्ट्रक्चर जो है उसका यूनिकनेस क्या है, ठीक है। दूसरा चीज ये है कि फार्मर्स वो रियली करना चाहता है, बट वो होने के बाद में वो जो प्रोसेस किया हुआ है उसका क्या होगा, आप बैकअप प्लान किया हुआ है क्या। तो ये सब चीजें ओवरऑल देखने के बाद में पता चलेगा। बट ऐसा नहीं कि आप अभी ये पॉइंट नहीं है यहाँ पे कि हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं आपके आइडिया के बारे में पूरा, बट आप ऑलवेज गेट ओपन एप्लीकेशन कंप्लीट ऑफ दिस एप्लीकेशन। जो भी इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर है आपका आइडिया सुनेगा, देखेगा, और इसमें कुछ रिफाइनमेंट करना होगा तो उसका सपोर्ट भी देगा, वो मेंटल सपोर्ट भी देगा। आप ये मत सोचिए कि आपको पैसा मिला तो सब कुछ होगा। आप ये देखिए कि आपको जो बिजनेस मॉडल, आप जो सच में फार्मर्स की हेल्प करना चाहते हैं, कुछ आपको कनेक्ट कर पाए, उसमें कुछ सजेशन देख के वैल्यू एडिशन कर पाए, तो वो भी आपके लिए एक फंडिंग बहुत बड़ा रहेगा। तो आप अप्लाई कर दीजिए किसी भी इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में। डेफिनेटली लुक्रेटिव एरिया है जहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट और एग्री रिन्यूएबल एनर्जीज में प्रमोट करने के लिए देख रहा है।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
There is one question I can see in the chat box from Abhinav. Can we go get the loans for startups covering with AC? So Abhinav, there are two different things. Startups, agri startups, they can, as a startup, they can come for the RK Varapta program. And as an individual, a business person, like if you want to set up, let's say, a poultry farm, dairy farm, or let's say if you want to start your agri clinic center, so it is only for the agri graduates or the agriculture students. So there is a different eligibility criteria there. You will able to get the training for 45 days from the different nodal training institutions which are appointed by the manage. Their list you can able to find out on our website called manage, and you have to just search for the ACABC centers. So I don't know from which part of the India you are, but there definitely manage has appointed some nodal training institutions, mainly agriculture universities and KVKs. They will provide you 45 days training, and after completion of this training program, you are eligible to apply for the 20 lakh rupees a loan. So on that loan, depends on your category, you will able to get the subsidy on this 20 lakh rupees, that is ranging from 8 lakhs till means from 36% to 44%. So their scheme is totally different. You may get explore more about this scheme on our website. So startup is a different thing, and individual, a business person under ACBC is a different thing. Maybe you can follow our social media and our webinars. There we talked about the different schemes for the government. If you go from the, if I'm not wrong, from 160 to 170, in between these webinars, we mainly talked about the various schemes for the startups, like ACBC scheme, then MSME scheme, then Atal Incubation Center scheme, Startup India scheme, then this Mudra scheme, all government schemes. We have dedicated conducted webinars. There you will get more information about the schemes.
So we have another question. Can a recent agri graduate start a pesticide company after completing fumigation program? Do manage provide any funds?
Not exactly into the pesticides company, but we do have one of the very best case study from the manage who are actually into these services. So their name of the company is Pestusys Limited, Pestusys LLP Private Limited. And we requested also GKVK to connect the startups also for conducting their product trials also. So initially, traditionally, the startups into the pest service management, but what they found the challenge is that, let's say the wild, especially animals, are giving a large, huge loss to the farmers. Like the monkeys are there, or the elephants are there, who are actually, the deers are there, who are actually destroyed their, farms field. So they have come up with such a solution that we called it the farm repellents, which all actually threaten these, wild animals, and it will keep it away. So such a startups we are already funded, but only the thing is that before coming with such ideas, make sure you have completed some trials. Then it should be not harmful for the fields as well as animals. So depends on these things you can come up. Coming to your question, that is the pesticide related. Although if it is very regular business, it cannot be considered as a startup or as a innovation, but it is something which you already conducted in consideration with universities. Then of course we have to look into that. But you have to apply for this program. We need to discuss and we have to get more idea about your innovation. Then there is a right point to say whether we can able to fund your startups or not. So mainly the pesticides, if it is already so huge competition is there, but something which is like a biopesticide, something is in anything new one thing is there, we have to check into that. Then and only we can say whether we can able to fund you or not.
Sir, another question. We have already got some state funds. Can we apply to Raftar for different idea?
If it is a total different idea and entity is different, then you can apply. And it's also very, we have to check what kind of state funds you received, government funds. Either it's a subsidy, either it's a grant, or what exactly it is. Then and then only we can say whether you are eligible for that or not.
So
But
another,
if it is a grant from the state government, clearly indicating pure grant, then in that case, for the same idea, you are not eligible.
yes, sir. Next, another question, sir. We want fund for large scale utilization of solar energy in solar thermal technologies already available, but not so popular in community. Under Surya Prasadam, a social enterprise Jan Abhinav startup.
Okay. As such, this is for the personal use. So there is no provision for the expenses. This is something fund which are make available to the startups to work on their ideas. So as such, you have to explore the other schemes which are available there for these things. But as such, under RKV Raftar or Manage will not help for the such things which are being used for your personal things. Maybe, sir, you need to explore in other government funding schemes are there for these things.
Another person, developer, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Hi, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Sir, actually, we are the manufacturer of millet-based products sir, in Agricultural Entrepreneurship, Raichur.
Okay.
So, our company is like it is a sole proprietorship. Is there any possibilities for sole proprietorship funding from the manager?
Yeah. So, Daulat, there are two first things. If you are individual also, you can apply, not an issue. The legal entity can be changed anytime as per the requirement of the funding status. Won't be any issue. Second thing, as you are into the millet-based processing, my suggestion would be to you is you go with the ICR IMR, Indian Institute of Millet NutriHub. So manages only the partner for them for the assessment of their ideas and evaluation. Why? Because they have their processing set up, they have dedicated mentors who are working on the millet-based processing. So you'll get more insights from there. Of course, there is other ways that you can apply to the manage. You can get the funds under the same program, and we can able to connect with the NutriHub.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's you where
Sir,
you are looking incubated.
sir, we have already our own prototype product, sir, and we are also marketing in almost in Kalyana Karnataka region. But we want like funding. We are looking for funding, sir. Actually.
That's what I tell you. You have to first apply to the incubation program.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
Okay, thank you, sir.
assessment process will be happen. If it is into the elevation, something you are working with the millet farmers, something you are helping them, and based on your business model, you will get the funds.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one last question.
What-
Can a registered partnership firm is eligible to apply for Raftar program? Registered partnership firm.
Yes, if it is a registered partnership, it comes under the company type. So as I mentioned in my only, I think first or second slide only, what are the types? First one is the private limited, then second one is the LLP, and third one is the registered partnership. Only these three types of partnership, these types of companies only consider as a startup. So in addition to previous question, there is one more scheme. I don't know whether Sudhir sir discussed about it. That is the PMFME scheme, Pradhan Mantri Formation of Micro Enterprises. So that scheme also will be there for providing the funds for the entrepreneurs. So Daulat or somebody is asked this question. You can refer this scheme also, PMFME. On that PMFME scheme, Manage also has conducted a dedicated webinar for this scheme also that you can refer.
Okay, sir, if there are no questions, I would like to thank Mr. Amit Kale for a very informative and interactive session. Thank you, sir, for your session. And dear participants, next session will resume at 2 o'clock. Please do resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nandini, and all the organizers and all the participants for patiently listening us. And hope if you have any questions, queries, do let us know. We have already shared our contact details and all the links and everything is there. We'll be happy to help you. So thank you and wish you best luck for your entrepreneurial journey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kulkarni sir, can you hear me? We'll start the next session at 2 o'clock. We had a lunch break. Only we have completed the session at 1:40 itself. So we'll start at 2 o'clock, sir. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me now, ma'am? Yeah, I think it is unmuted now. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Sir, we'll start at 2 o'clock, sir.
Yes,
They
yes.
had a short lunch break. They'll
No
join
problem.
back in.
No problem.
Okay. We'll start the session, sir. Welcome you, Mr. RVG Kulkarni. I'll introduce him to the group. He has more than 28 years of experience working in banks and customs and central exercise offices. He is a founder of Bliss Infinite, a corporate consultancy training and development firm. He is the author of best-selling book titled Leaders Tripping Points, which is also available in Notion Press. You can look into that. He is a mentor for startup at T-Hub, is one of the largest incubator by Government of Telangana. He is a member of prestigious Center of Excellence Incubation Committee under the aegis of Ministries of Agriculture and Formal Welfare, Government of India. Is a consultant and panelist for Extension Education Institute, and also is a mentor at Manage, and he has conducted management development program for corporates under different institutes, and is a consultant to the company working in healthcare, advertising and digital marketing domain. He has conducted various training programs for executive directors, GMs, and administrative staffs of various banks, public sector and private sector bank. With all this background, I welcome you to the session, sir. I think again I'm unmuting it. I'll do that.
Okay. Hello, you can hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Kindly
Yeah.
share your presentation.
Yeah. I'll just run through, ma'am. I have just got the cues. I have given a write-up. After the event is over, I will share the same with you. Okay? Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to each one of you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Nandini and Dr. Veena, and also Dr. Savanan for giving me an opportunity to share my thought process on ideation and concept development. I will also ensure that once the idea or you develop how to develop these ideas and concepts, what are the sources of these ideas and concepts, and then finally how you can take it to start a startup and then make it a scalable unit. So that's what the purpose is all about. If you look at the startup history in India, I think from 2014 onwards, more than 101 unicorns have, more than 104, 5 unicorns have happened. But we don't have a single unicorn in the agri space. Probably I want all of you to be the billionaire startup founders in the years to come. And if at all we have contributed 1% of that or 0.001%, that's the greatest satisfaction for us. This is a post-lunch session. I request you to, of course, I'll share the entire write-up to you, so you don't have to note down. But if you have any queries, we will leave the last 5 minutes for QA session. And then also, otherwise, if you want to connect with me, I have shared my contact number and email IDs with madam, and you can collect with them and then come back to me. So the idea is always, we have evaluated more than 125 startups so far in the last financial year and recommended most of them for funding to the government of India. So with that background and also my association with T-Hub since 2014, I can definitely say that the startup environment in India has been great. And I want you to listen, focus on the subject that I discussed today with you, and then take it forward from there. See, idea always refers to a concept, a central concept or an innovation that forms the basis of any business. So whether it is your traditional business that you keep seeing in your neighborhood, or right now with your technical background in agri and allied activities, if you want to come out with something different, that is the basis. The idea is something which has originated in your mind to start something different, something new, is the basis on which your entire business will has to build up. So think that this company, what you are going to, you have formed or you are going to form, is going to be a public listed company down the line, say 5 to 10 years now. Okay. So the foundation for that is the idea, a single idea that you develop in your mind today. So what is the idea? It is always unique and a valuable solution. Okay. So that's what the startup is all about. Whatever you come out with an idea, it has to be unique. It has to be different. So you have to identify and understand, if you get an idea to do something different in agri space, find out what is uniqueness about your idea. Is it different than others? Or it has to be valuable. Is it making sense to the customer you are targeting? Okay. So if it is making a sense to the customer, it is giving a valuable solution to the customer, or it is something different, then that is going to start a specific problem. Okay, most of the times we say, what is the problem statement you have and what is the value proposition you have? So the problem statement is something which you understand the problem from the customer's point of view. With your expertise, you know that this is a basic problem that we have. How do we address this? For example, you take Amazon or Flipkart. Why they were, it is something, it is not something out of the world technology is there, right? What they did was they just delivered something at your doorstep. That's it. From today, if I have to buy some sari from Lucknow, which is specially done there, I have to go to Lucknow and find out. Instead, they listed online and I get it maybe 4 or 5 days time. That's what they did. And taking cue from there are so many Zipto, big basket. They started giving groceries also. Today, I can order a milk or a butter or a curd in 5 minutes, 10 minutes time. It is available at my doorstep, right? So it is not out of the world idea, but end of the day, there is some value addition to the customer. So ideal batter, for example, what was the problem there? The problem was that you need to have 24 to 36 hours to make a dosa batter. But somebody invented that. He said it's already done. You just have to open it from the refrigerator and keep it and prepare a dosa. So that is value addition. So when you get an idea, make sure that it is something unique, or it is giving a valuable solution to the customer's problem that they are facing right now. So it's a foundation, as I said, on which the entire startup is built. It also influences the product or service. it also influences the target audience and overall business strategy that you're going to have. Now, what are the sources of these ideas? I want you to please focus on this because this is the most important one, maybe the last one. In between, a lot of evaluation that we have to do, a lot of understanding of the environment, government policies, etc. We have to evaluate. Okay, that anybody will do. But end of the day, you have to also understand why you get a particular idea there. There has to be some reason why you are you're thinking to start something new. So you have to understand probably from where this is coming from. So if your idea is after understanding the problem properly, which is being faced by the farmers or intermediaries or the customer, then you have an expertise into it and you have done something really good, research on that, then that is great. But if you are getting influenced by something which is not your domain, then you think whether you have to take that idea forward from here, because all of you are probably foregoing a very lucrative corporate career, right? Then you're investing your time, your energy, and your money in putting up a startup unit there, right? So it cannot be based or influenced by somebody else's, opinions and ideas. That has to originate in you, right? So that's the reason why I'm putting this slide, which is on what can be the sources of your ideas. Okay, this idea can come from different area, different ways. One is issues faced by the customers and public at large. That is what the Flipkart or even today any product you can buy online is available there. Or for example, the cab aggregator Uber, what they did, they know that the problems faced by commuters, every passenger or anybody who wants to go from one place to another within the city is facing a lot of problems because of lack of availability or arrogant auto rickshaw drivers and cabs. So they just aggregated. You can anyway book online. You also know where exactly it is coming within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and you decide the price and you book a cab. So it has to be, first you have to understand what are the problems in agri and allied activity areas, what people are facing, what farmers are facing. So it's the best way of starting your idea there. For example, I'll give a wonderful example of how the QR code, your QR code. Prior to that, we used to have the barcodes for differentiating the products there. So this is I forgot the name of an inventor. He's a Japanese inventor. You know how, and as a startup guy, you are innovators, and you also have to keep your eyes and ears open all the time, 24/7. Okay. Please understand, more you read, more you expose yourself to the different sections of the people and society, probably one or two ideas will come. So how the QR code has developed? He was always trying to figure out, is there any alternative for a barcode for a product differentiation? So he was doing a lot of work on that. He was not able to figure out what to do. So one day he was in a flight and he was landing at the Tokyo airport, right? When it is closer to the airport landing space, right, near to the airport, he was on the seat very close to the window side, and he saw a lot of buildings, bigger, smaller, rectangle, or square buildings from the rooftop. From the top he saw, and he was able to immediately get an idea that yes, this is the best way to start a code. So he started the QR code. If you look at the QR code, it looks like a conglomerate of buildings or group of buildings from the aerial view, from maybe 5,000 feet above the ground. So that's how the QR code was developed. So a lot of such ideas would come to you if you are really involved in identifying the problem that the people are facing, and you also keep thinking and innovating about that. So, and also understand, once you get an idea, for example, you also have to understand what is the scope in the market there. Okay. So for that, what you should do, you first study the local market. You have a city or a town. For example, somebody invents a new machinery equipment, which is far better in terms of plowing and harrowing, right? So if you have that idea, before you take it to a prototype or a POC stage or a prototype stage, first identify how many farmers are you plowing and harrowing right now today? What are the other, do they use tractor? Do they use bullocks? Are they really facing the problem? So first study the local market and identify whether your idea is going to be, converted into a product, and then finally you start a business on that. Sometimes people also get to know about the success stories. Okay, somebody, your friend has invented something in, say, a particular, he has developed a new ice cream using millets. Let me also start doing that. I don't think that is the right way to get into that. Many a times you get carried away by somebody's success story somewhere else. That can be a starting point for you. That idea you can copy. Yes, this is the best way. But your product has to be innovative. Your product has to solve the problems that you have identified properly, right? For example, always some people also think that idea should be extraordinarily brilliant. It need not be. You must have heard Javed Habib, who is a stylist. Some of the celebrities in Bollywood used to have, cut a hair for them. See, you have barber shop all across. Now it is all, you have a branded barber shops in across all the cities. There is Mirrors or Envies, or this guy was the first to start in India. So every house, every city, every village has a barber shop. What he did was he popularized his popularity. Okay, he used to do it for Bollywood people. So he actors, and so he thought probably using that he started a training academy for barbers and different ways of doing a haircut. And in addition, he started franchising model all across the country today. And the last time when I heard, his turnover must be right now more than 200, 250 crores. There is a guy from Andhra Pradesh who also cleans the Rashtrapati Bhavan and the Changi Airport in Singapore. Some 10 years back when I heard his turnover more than 600 crores. Cleaning is not a big thing. It is extremely primitive work. Everybody's house gets cleaned. But what he did was the different was he developed new equipment, new biodegradable probably detergents and stuff like that, cleaning materials he developed. He also came out with innovative machineries, and he trained people for cleaning houses. Okay, even urban, I think somebody else in the city also, for 1,000 rupees they come and clean the bathrooms. So what I'm trying to say is, you don't think that idea has to be extraordinarily brilliant and new, different. It need not be. It can be a simple idea, but try to implement that. Make sure that that is going to solve the problem of many people who are facing that right now. Sometimes people also get ideas based on the influence of the family members. Sometimes your teachers in your universities probably also will influence you, or some of the mentors say, okay, I insist you develop up something on this. Even if they tell you, please evaluate that idea, whether you have the requisite expertise into it, whether your heart and soul is into that idea, you really want to develop. Because of some obligation, don't think that, okay, I cannot say no to somebody. My dad has told me to do this, let me do this. It won't work, right? So understand that this can be a good source of an idea for you, but the evaluation has to be from you only. There are core competencies. I think this is the most important source for an idea. I met recently a civil engineer recently. The kind of knowledge he has got in civil engineering is, I have never ever come across like that. He's so brilliant. He's so meticulous in understanding the whole construction, industry. And I told him that you will be the most successful startup guy. And then, of course, he's now leaving his job after doing some groundwork. He wants to start something on his own in many areas related to the civil construction. So what I'm trying to say is that if you have core competencies, please make sure that you develop your idea on your core competencies. You also have to study some of the government plans, incentives, and some people think, okay, there is a good subsidy amount available, and let me invest in that. Subsidies support something which should be taken as the last resort. Please do not depend or develop something in your mind and invest your time, energy, and money thinking that some government subsidies will come in your way. No. If your idea is good, trust me, there will be a line of people who want to come and invest. There's no dearth of money in the country. Okay, there is no dearth of investors. What they are lacking probably is that they are not able to get the right idea. Okay, if you look at the private equity funding that is happening in the country today into the startup field, it is diminishing every year. It was in 2021, it was around 44 billion. It is brought down to, I think, 20 to 23 figures. If you see last year, it is coming to 22 to 23 billion. Whereas UK got $44 billion, much smaller country. China has got $60 billion of private equity funds into the startup ecosystem. And not to forget about United States, where they got more than $165 billion investment of private equity in the startup space. So if your idea is good, definitely there will be hundreds of people who want to come and invest there. You don't have to depend thinking that I am getting some subsidy from somewhere. Let me start something. So you will be wasting your time, energy, money. Then the another way is analyzing the performance of the existing industries and companies. And this is the best way I would say to start or get something new, new things in your mind. If you understand how the industry is working, seed industry, or it can be farm equipment, or it can be dairy, identify. And there are people I have also seen in one of the cases, the guy wanted to do 5 things at a time. He wants to do something in the dairy industry. He wants to do something in the mulberry. He wants to do something in the farm equipment. He also wants to have an app developed for the farmers and the intermediaries and the customers. It is not going to, take you anywhere. You need to firm up your idea by identifying the problem and analyze the performance of the existing industries, sectors, or even companies, and make sure that you start developing your idea. Creating new products, and there are people who are meant for innovation. Okay, they can never do anything straight. What is innovation? To do something different, something new. And I've seen some of the students there, particularly associated with Manage also and T-Hub. They are so good. They cannot think straight. So that is an inbuilt quality they have. If you have that flair, please develop that. Then another, I don't know whether I can interact with you and you can probably talk to me. But this question is for you. How many of you have read a non-fictional book in the last 1 month? Non-fictional book for developing your skills in the last 1 month. If the answer is no, my request is please start reading. When there was a recent survey of or the billionaire startups there, right? The first time millionaire breed of startups across, they found out that 55 to 60% of them, or most of them, were reading books which are non-fictional in nature. Okay. The reason is somewhere, somehow, you will get some ideas by reading a book. I wrote a book which took me, that's good. Somebody has, I have read a book named Jugaad. Okay, fine. That's really good. But those who have not, do not have the habit of reading, please read it. The reason why I'm saying is that I wrote a book, A Leader's Tipping Point. It took me almost my 25 years of experience. I started noting somewhere else my interaction with various leaders in different sectors. Then finally it took me another 3 years to compile everything. And since I was working, it took me another 6 or 9 months to, really get into a shape of a book, right? So if I have put in 20, 25 years experience there, probably you will read it in half a day or so, or 1 day, right? So you look at the kind of effort, energy goes into it in writing a book by somebody. Probably you spend about 200, 300 rupees or 600 rupees, and probably you can finish the entire book. And now I am reading at least 1 book a month, at least 2 or 1 to 2 books a month. And then I also make a gist of what I read. So try to do that. You will probably get some great ideas there. Now, once you get an idea, okay, the next step that what you have to do is go for the self-evaluation, right? This is most important. In the self-evaluation, I'll also tell you your own SWOT analysis. Then you also have to evaluate the environment. So what are the economic parameters around you, particularly in our country and abroad, and where your product is going to make an impact there? What is the role, the evaluation of the role played by the state and central governments? What are the value? You will also evaluate the technology that is right now available. Try to do some research. These days, the internet is the best source for best possible information. Try to understand what a technology can play a role there. Then socio-demographic sector is very important from the customer's point of view, and also you have to evaluate the competition. What are the existing players there, right? So one is the self-evaluation. Second one is the evaluation of the environment. The third is then you try to finalize the product idea. So from the product idea, there is something called a proof of concept, and then from there to prototype. Then once you develop a successful prototype with all approvals in place, you have to have a proper business plan and then execute the business plan. So that's how from an idea to a startup stage journey is. I'll just quickly run through what is self-evaluation. Okay, you need to understand your strengths. What are your strengths? Do you have a domain specialization? Do you have a deep pockets over there? Do you have technical support? Do you have a very good team? By the time you complete your graduation or a post-graduation, you already have a like what happened to Infosys, from Nandan Nilekani to Mohandas Pai to Mr. Narayan Murthy. the entire team was so brilliant and so good, right? So that becomes the strength of you. So do you have a support system? Somebody can help you in legal aspects, somebody on patenting, somebody on technology part. There are a lot of people who are going to support you. So that becomes your strength. So understand, and there are some business families I've seen. So they're born with business strategies, they just born to run a business there. It also requires a business acumen, which you can acquire, and also your self-confidence. Are you really serious about starting a startup? Or it's a trend which everybody wants to try and let me try? No. You need to do that evaluation yourself. You also have to ability to make some sacrifices and should have a financial backup, right? You must understand first, to develop even a prototype from idea to a prototype stage, what is the investment that is needed there? Okay. And for that, you must also know a bit of environment. That's what I told you. The next step is evaluation of the environment there. So though it is in the next second one, the second strategy, or the checklist that you need to have. But I'll tell you right now, for example, if you want to, the sky route is there, which is into, launching of satellites. Okay. You need 100 plus crores minimum. And we were evaluating one of the startup who wants to do convert the agriculture waste into pellets, and from there send it to the thermal power corporations and for generating electricity and stuff like that. And I don't have much of a domain expert in that, but the guy who had evaluated this said, sir, this requires a minimum 40-50 crores because of the bulkiness, because of the payment issues, and many other factors. Because you are handling a very big raw material, and already there are people who have put in and they have failed already for various reasons. So it is, for example, you want to develop an app or something like that, you need to require about 5 to 8 lakhs of rupees. But if you have a friend or a family member who can support you with the development of an app, probably your investment can be far less. So you must understand how much of a sacrifice you can do from your point of view, from your family and yourself. So if you have deep pockets and you have a business family to support you, and it's just an extension of what they're doing right now, because I've seen some of the parents of agri graduate are already into agri business. They're already selling seeds and fertilizers. They know the market very well. And another product they can always, put into their basket of products there. So understand that first, and see how much money you can earmark for that, right? Then you also should know how to exploit the existing opportunities that are available there. Right now, suppose if there is an opportunity for you, there is a big problem that is being faced by the people and farmers. And if this is going to, like drone, for example, when it was new, it probably was the best opportunity available. But today, everybody is talking about drones, right? Probably it is a little too late for anybody unless he has come out with another brilliant idea. Otherwise, the drone is slowly getting into the saturated market. And as I said earlier, manage your own talent and ability to manage others' talents also. Most of the startups fail after a year. I've felt very bad after they invested about 25-30 lakhs. A group of young graduates, agri graduates, and after 2 years, when we talked to them, somebody left and went abroad. Somebody got into some financial problems personally, and he was not able to support. And these two people could not manage the rest of the affairs. So finally, they have to shut down the startup. So here, if somebody has the ability to manage his own talent and that of the talent of others, okay, then you will be more successful there. Then you also need to have an excellent marketing and communication skills. Okay, this is most important in not only for this product, any product for that matter. You need to be extraordinary storytellers with facts and figures. It is not that somebody will buy just because I talk very nicely. Somebody will go with what is the value addition for me, particularly investors, even customers also. People will not spend even 30 rupees a new sugarcane I have developed. They'll think, what is the price? 30 rupees. Probably he will never. And another thing you remember, the product that anybody comes and tests for the first time, that is the moment of truth for you. Okay. Suppose you go to a restaurant, a new restaurant. Do you go back again? It depends on so many factors. Their ambience, their service levels, their pricing, the way they come and approach you, the way they take your feedback, the way they are sensitive to the waiting time that you're waiting for, right? So many factors are there. It's not just the taste part. So similarly, that becomes a moment of truth for you. If you go to a restaurant, whether you go back again is purely depending upon several factors. So that's the moment of truth. So similarly, if your product is being used by somebody tomorrow, that one person usage, the first time usage of a product is the moment of truth. Remember, people who are satisfied with the product can tell only 4 or 5 people. When there was no social media, I'm talking about the research. If I'm happy with a product, I probably tell 2, 3, or 4 people. If I'm not happy, I'll tell to 10 to 11 people. And today, if I'm not happy, I can put it onto social media. I can put into any of these, and it reaches hundreds and thousands of people. And the person who has provided a product to me has no recourse. He cannot go back and convince all 400, 500 people who have seen my video, or who have seen my one single statement in LinkedIn, right? So it becomes more important today that your product is something brilliant and of the world. So for that, you also have to understand, you need to communicate the right attributes of the product to the people. So that skill you need to have. Then you also should be open for ideas and suggestions. If you are open, then you have the success rate is very high for you. Most of the startups think that the product that they have developed is their baby. They don't want any single variation there. That's it. You take it as is, where is condition. I know how much of time, energy, money I have put in over there. I am a specialist in this. I will not take any feedback. They may not tell this openly, but I've seen 60, 70% of the people have that attitude. If you tell them, no, that's it. Let me sell first. Let me make money. It won't work that way. You please be open for ideas and suggestions. And then you also should be well connected. From now onwards, you must know people in the government department. You must know something, people in the legal, probably. You must also know how the banking space works. How do they fund for startups, right? So you need to get well connected so that you get more information and right, advice. And keep your ego aside. Most of the times I have seen people failing because of the ego part, that I am the best, I only can do, nobody can compete and beat me. I hope nobody has that these days. Then always keep plan B or C ready in terms of taking the startup to the next level, or even after investing considerable amount of time, energy, money, if you're not able to succeed further, I think there is no evaluate properly. If you can still revive, do it. Otherwise, probably find a better career alternative. Okay, now evaluation of the environment, the second important aspect. See, there are a lot of economic parameters. You see, in our country, probably if you ask me, with the 140 plus crore population, there is no dearth of demand. Okay, and so, but still, there are so many websites over there related to your product or an idea, and figure out whether there is a conducive economic environment over there. So overall growth parameters at a macro level, what is the GDP? In fact, ours is the fastest growing economy. So there's no need to worry. Or in a particular sector, you also have to understand the growth indicators in that particular sector. You want to get into farm equipment, figure out what is the percentage growth in the farm equipment there, right? Or is there a possibility of an export? Is it available only, the scope is available in the local market, or it is available in the export there? Or the product that you're going to have, is it trade surplus or deficit? That means deficit means we are still importing those products from abroad. That means I have more capability because of the Make in India concept. Probably if I am able to develop a product better, I will probably get more market share in the local market itself. And most important is who are your buyers, who are the target segment. And this is most important before you even start developing a product there. Who are your target customers? Okay, it can be farmer, it can be intermediate. If farmer, again, go back and find out based on the product, the investment that you make, and the pricing of the product. Are you catering to the rich farmer, or the medium, or the poor farmers? It depends on many factors, right? Recently, somebody in the education sector wanted to develop an app or training material only for Kannada and Telugu medium students, particularly in mathematics and English, because he had his own research information, like he did the evaluation of the environment. So most of the students fail at 10th standard in mathematics and English. So he wants to create this kind of a training app only for those, and the price is very minimal. Because of the volume, he wants to make money, right? So you please understand who are your target customers, who are the people who are going to buy the product. So all these factors are to be analyzed, and you need to have some figure, some MIS or information or data related to that. And definitely, though I said do not depend upon the government funding or the grants or subsidies or even a soft loan from the banks, you also should understand and take the best available opportunities there. A lot of state and central governments have come out with brilliant policies under Raftar and many more programs or agribusiness clinic. It can be anything. Make sure that when you're developing your company, you fit into any of these schemes so that you get the benefit out of that. And they also understand what is the ease of doing business. Some of the industries, they need a lot of approach. For example, related to pharma, I seen recently a guy from US came. He's just 40, 41, 42. And he has already started a business in United States in pharma. He acquired a couple of companies here. But the ease of doing business is not so easy there. And he wanted to export from here to USA. So he had hired the right people both here and abroad there. But in some cases, the number of approvals or permissions or permits are not many are required over there. So figure out legally, you should not face any problems. So what are the necessary approvals that are required over there in order to start the business, start the unit there? You also should understand the tax implications. Many of the startups do not keep their books of accounts properly. They do not record their income and expenditure statements properly. And even some angel investors wants or HNWI wants to invest in over there. And if you ask for books of account, they don't have, right? So do not do that. Have proper bookkeeping as well. So of course, you have to also understand the subsidies, incentives, and concessions that you get from the government. And also, if you have to approach a bank, please understand what are the funding and financial requirement, norms there. And in the evaluation of the environment, it also comes the technology part of it. So what is the present state of the technology? That's important. Please study that. Is there any emergence of a new technology? Somebody wanted to sort, for example, vegetables. A lot of people, I think, onion market in Nasik and all, they have some people have already developed the onion segregator. But recently in T-Hub, somebody represented they had exchange program between Indian startups affiliated with T-Hub and 5 from UK, and they made a presentation over there. And of course, he's an Indian, but with the partnership in UK, he has developed a robot which can identify and segregate any fruit or a vegetable in a record time. And I was, they had studied the skin of a human being, the surface of the skin of a human being, like we feel and touch. Using that technology, they spent 3 years in only research and development. Used that and then passed on that technology to the robots, and the robots can feel and touch, and it was very high tech in fact. And using that, he made a demonstration also. Video was shown to us, and an amazing way of segregating, and it can detect a diseased or the product which cannot be sold, that is segregated separately based on the size, the ripeness, and the quality. So many parameters. They're all segregated and they go into different baskets there. From there, they are packed. Now imagine if I'm not aware of that and I want to start something only segregating based on the size of the onion, or my machine is only used for onion or okra or some other vegetable over there, where do I start? So if you are aware of what is the emergence of the technology right now, or even the competition, it's a part of the competition analysis also, that's great. You also associate with, research and development institutes. In our country, ICR or other related state government and university related, you have plenty of research institutions. Please stay in touch with them. It also will help you to access to the new technology. Then the evaluation of the socio-demographic sector is important, because you also will come to know what is the population trend, the age of the population, the utility of the product there, what kind of people are buying actually. As I said, who are the customers who are going to buy? What is the money, disposable income they have to give you, buy and buy your product, right? So you also have to see how the income distribution is happening there, what is their educational profile, and then of course the consumption, investment, and the saving pattern of these people, right? If that information is there, or if you understand and evaluate, that becomes easy for you to position your product. You also have to evaluate the competition, like as I said earlier. Who are the existing key players over there? Please go and buy their product. Please go and understand how they are operating. It doesn't mean that somebody is already there, I cannot enter the market there. You can always enter the market, but it is better that we're trying to help one logistic company. Okay. So they want to do all this cargo business. They developed one app. Even before they launch a product, I told them this has a deficiency of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please work on it. No, he said, sir, nobody is there. I am the first one to adapt. I said, please go back and check the competition. The guy went back from Hyderabad to Bangalore, went and studied the existing, players in the logistic business, and he was shocked. He said exactly what I told. They have developed there. So they came back, took another 3 months to develop. And in fact, they made much more foolproof method. I think they got a very good order from a big company, which needs a logistic support there. So what I'm trying to say, if you go and study the existing players, you will get plenty of ideas. Please do that. You also have to understand what are the entry and exit barriers. I don't find any of the entry barriers. There can be an exit barrier if you're not formed the firm properly. There is, if you are into partnership with somebody, you don't have the proper sharing of profit or loss or whatever between the partners, something like that. Or I don't find any great barriers for exiting the business over there. But better that you study that as well, and you understand the product that you are going to launch or a service that you are going to launch. Is it going to substitute, or is it going to be symbiotic with the existing products there, or it just supports there, right? So that you have to understand. So make sure that also gives you an idea as to where it can be sold. Then the product, as I said earlier, you have to finalize the product. From the idea stage, you need to finalize the product. What is the product? What is the purpose of this product? Is it unique? Is it different? Is it valuable? Or is it going to replace the existing range of products? Or it can also be easily replaceable. In one of the guys who wanted to come with the agri equipment, we asked them. The design there is very simple. If you give it to a local market guy or local, repair shop, okay, who is into repairing the agri equipments, in 2 minutes he can replicate. You cannot even patent that. So the risk of somebody replacing your product also is there. So in that case, you have the more risk of losing the business there, right? So understand all this, evaluate the environment, and then you freeze on the product or the service. Now, from there, once you have developed an idea, you have to come out with a proof of concept. It's basically a preliminary demonstration to validate the technical feasibility and viability of a concept or an idea. It also aims to give an answer to a question: can this idea be implemented? So the objective of a proof of concept is to test it under some assumptions and prove that the core concept is feasible before investing significant amount of money and energy on that. Many of the companies which we have seen and evaluated in startup is that, okay, they want to create a blend of some extract they have taken from some of the fruits. Okay, it's a mixed fruit juice. Mixed fruit juice is available everywhere, but they wanted to come out with a different one. It has more ingredients or more fruits, and sometimes even the vegetable juice is added, for example. If that is the idea you have, so from there, you have to first do it. And they were doing it in their own home, or maybe in the backyard of their farm. They have a small kitchen. In that, there is a mixer grinder. From there, they are developing this recipe. Now, this is at a very preliminary stage. It's not even a proof of concept. From there, you have to see whether this idea can be implemented. Can I make it on a large scale? Can I blend it, extract that, and get that quality fruits and vegetables from the local market, and then put it in big extraction units, and then have a consistency of the end product? The quality of the end product should be consistent. If I buy that juice today, and after 2 days, if I buy, the taste is different, then I probably will never buy, right? So for that, you also have to have a control on the raw material that you are buying and their quality and ingredients. You need to test them for various ingredients, right? Even for FSSAI approval also, you need to have this consistency. And then whether my end product of this juice, what I'm talking about, is going to be consistent. So if these things are taken into account, then we have won half of the battle, right? So What are the characteristics of a proof of concept is that it focuses on a specific aspect of an idea or a technology. It typically involves production on a small scale, right? You don't have to go on a big, large scale. I have seen one guy who was making a cookie, millet cookies, right? And another problem that I want to caution you right now is that do not go with too many products in the initial stage. The guy had about 8 to 10 different types of biscuits and cookies based on the millet. Okay, he has a ragi biscuits, he has got other millet based blended cookies, and then he has put raisins in some, so many variants there. So people will probably go for a product variant after 1 or 2 products developed by you have hit the jackpot. They are very, very successful. They are very tasty. Then somebody will come and say, okay, I want to have a blend of cashew into that, or almond into that, probably a different variants. Like you have a different ice cream flavors, you can probably have different types of cookies later. But initially, if you do that, you do not have, you have to depend on somebody else for production of that. And it becomes very difficult for you to have a control on the raw materials, the formulation that you have developed, keeping a secrecy of that, and then the end product consistency will not be there. So develop one idea, one product, make a good mark in that, market it, keep getting the feedback from the customers, particularly the end users, and then make sure that you fine tune and have a quality check on all levels. And then once you are able to successfully get the returns, if you give it online or to some of the stores here, like there are so many series of stores in Hyderabad and Bangalore, if they come back and ask for those products again and again, then probably you can go for different variants there. So implementing it on a small scale is very, very critical and important. And in the initial stage, if you face any problems, it can be a technical problem, you can solve immediately. The guy I was talking about in Hyderabad-based guy, he wanted to invest about 40 to 50 lakhs on products, on developing these cookies, and that too about 5-6 varieties, variants there. The problem is he has not evaluated as to what kind of machineries would be suitable for him. Okay, somebody from Gujarat said a nice brochure. He has already placed an order to buy those machineries. Don't do that. Do you know that if there is a feedback from the customer, they want some variation there, whether the machine is compatible for any changes, whether it can adopt whatever formulation changes that you make, whether it can be in terms of size or consistency of the cookies, which probably has to be evaluated before you invest your money there. Okay. So the point is, starting on a small scale makes a lot of sense, and any corrections are required, whether it is in the production process or buying of raw material, consistency there, that will not create much of a loss for you. So from a POC, then you also have to develop a prototype. Prototype is something most of the times equipment is on a design stage. From the designing, you take it to the workshop, buy the necessary raw materials, get hold of a nice vendor. I'm talking of in agri equipment business, and then you start a small prototype, and then start using that and see whether it is serving the intended purpose. So from a POC to prototype, it is much more concrete over there, right? For that, lot of meticulous planning is required. Lot of planning is required, because from there is no looking back. Again, you cannot come back from after developing a prototype, again come back to the idea stage saying that a lot of changes are required. This is where most of us fail. Unlike in Japan, you must visit Japan in your life once at least to understand how these people are, how it's a small, less than Kerala sized country, third or maybe third or largest economy, and then they import the raw materials like bauxite and iron ore and produce the best possible aluminum and iron and steel, and then export to the whole world. That talking of levitating bullet trains, long back when I visited 2017, they were developing on that. I think it's already at 600 kilometer speed they're developing. What they do, unlike us, is that suppose if I have production unit today, I'm manufacturing 100 units of a particular product. So, or 1,000 units per day. Now I want to expand it to 2,000 units. In our case, by the time I acquire the machineries, I start the procuring the raw materials, and then and then start producing 2,000 units, it will take at least 8 to 9 months, 10 months. In their case, if they put a target date from now, say 1st of September 25, they will start producing 2,000 units. On that day, if you go to and see their unit, they would have started, August 31st, probably they will have 1,000 units. On the 1st of September 25, if you go and see their end product will be 2,000 products without compromising anything on the quality. The reason is they work backwards and then make sure that every possible problem that may come across, they jot down. They have a lot of medical planning. You must visit. I had an opportunity to visit Himalaya Drugs. I don't know, Mr. Sharif was the chief economics officer from there, chief financial officer who had worked in Toyota, and most of the best qualities of Toyota had implemented over there. And I was amazed to see the kind of innovation that I could see, small changes over there. They had developed their go down height should be equivalent to the height of the truck. If at all there is any variation over there, they had put a small device which will probably cover the gap. The radius that is required to turn a truck or a Tata 407, based on that, they had left a space so that there is no wastage of time in to and fro taking the truck to position itself to the the go down there. Likewise, hundreds of such innovations. There is no eyeball movement concept over there. If they're filing, they'll make sure that the filing, the reference number on the right side is exactly the same. 86 seconds was the time they took to retrieve a voucher, which is less than 6 months. And if it is more than 6 months, there is another place where they store after 6 months all the vouchers. It will take another 10 minutes or so. Can you believe if you just give one reference number, which is there on the paper or any invoice with more than 100 products and 500 dealers and distributors across the country, if you give a reference number, I have seen them taking out that invoice in less than 80 seconds. That is the kind of efficiency we're talking about. So why I'm saying this is because once you develop a prototype, from there taking to the manufacturing stage on a small scale, it has to be smooth. For that, you have to take care of a lot of logistics, both forward and also integration, both backward and forward integration is very much required there. Then you have to have a business plan. And this is where you have an idea from proof of, then to the proof of concept. Then you have developed a product, which is a prototype, which is tested. All approvals are in place. And you have in IP rights, so you have already applied or you have got it. All necessary government approvals or FSI approval or anything that is required from the agencies are done. Then you should have a proper business plan. What the business plan will be at both macro and micro levels. First, create a proper legal entity. It's a proprietor, partnership, limited liability partnership firm. What it is that you want, please have this. Open a bank account. Have proper documents to ensure that you open the right account. If it is anything on the intellectual property, please apply. Get your firm registered. If you are applicable, business is more than going to be 20 lakhs, you expect that, go for a GST or labor license. Do not omit all these things. List out all possible issues that you may face, whether it is establishing a company, raw material acquisition, production, marketing, both digital and physical. Source of funds, you need to have a proper planning. How much capital investment is required? How much own equity you are going to put in? How much loan probably you may borrow from friends and relatives or from the banks, financial institutions. All right, okay. And any subsidy amount is available that you also have to work out. So what is cost of the capital? It can be plants and machineries, it can be land, it can be leased or own, or equipments again own, or you want to do for subcontracting. Please have that in place. Then you also have to have a product rollout plan. Own unit or subcontracting, the product rollout unit plan should be very much available there. Then hire right kind of people, right? As I told in the morning, whether it's for production, R&D, procurement, marketing, seek professional help. And you also have to work on not just the capital expenditure, right? You also have to have what is the recurring cost, like raw materials, it can be manpower, it can be today, a lot of things on website development, on digital marketing, you can outsource. You don't have to hire people. So hire people who are inevitable and necessary for you. The rest probably you can go for outsourcing. You also have to work out on the cost of raw material, manpower, or the workforce, then electricity, phones, internet, storage, inventory cost, transportation, advertising, and marketing costs, etc. Everything you need to make a note of how much probably the cost that you're going to incur. You also have to have a digital and physical marketing plan. Okay. Then you also have to arrive at a break-even point and plan scalability. Break-even point is where at least you are able to recover your recurring cost. Okay. And then a part of the capital cost also you have to recover. Then last is the execution. Every plan in hiring, in production, or in quality control, marketing, etc., should have a timeline and milestones. Okay. From the idea to the POC to the prototype to go to the market, you need to have the proper plan with the date and months, right? So ensure that these milestones are achieved at any cost. Again, as I said earlier, taking Japanese example, you need to have a lot of groundwork and preparation before you actually start executing that. So you need to have a proper planning and then execute it ruthlessly. Then you also have to have a periodical reviews against the targets there. You also have to go for grants, own funds, I have told you already. You also have to have a list of suppliers, alternate suppliers of raw materials. You also have to manage the inventory and the finished products. Of course, manage the quality part as well. And then please go back to the customer and get the feedback from there. And then start scaling up further. We're left with 4 or 5 more minutes. I think we can open for a QA session. And a lot of funding strategies are there. VCs are there. Crowdfunding is there. Probably somebody can go for debt financing. This all I will share with you. Because of positive time, I'm not able to cover. Or it can even have a strategic partnership. If there are people who are already into this business, probably I can have a type with them. Go for a marriage. Okay. And government funding or grants programs are there. Probably you can go for that. Or there are a lot of corporate accelerators and incubators. You can associate with them. Okay. Then there can have a specific strategy to get the government grants. Okay. For that, you need to stay informed. You need to check your eligibility, check net eligibility, you are eligible or not. You need to have a network with industry associations, engage with startup ecosystems, and then the application should be properly prepared, right? Engage with incubators and startup hubs. Compliance and reporting is also important to get government grants, and then build relationship with government officials and research institutions. A few more tips: use get feedback and give feedback to your own associates. Appreciate and encourage. You need to develop the entrepreneurship ability in you and your partners over there, and then start on a small scale and then take it to the next level. And always scout for opportunities in the market to expand your business. It can be in the form of a nice acquisition or a merger or a strategic partnership. To scale up further is very, very important. But as I said earlier, the success depends upon how strong you are in your idea. How did you get this idea to start a startup? And it also depends upon your final end product, whether it is valuable, whether it is going to make sense for the customers, or it is going to solve the problem faced by the customer. So that actually makes or breaks your product. With that, I end. We have only 4 minutes left now. I open it for any QA sessions over there. In fact, I have a lot of material, but because of positive time, I'm not able to cover. But I'll definitely share a small write-up on this, covering all my presentations there. And also, you can collect my email ID and contact number from Nandini madam. Over to you guys.
I will share the details, sir.
Yeah. We have 3-4 minutes. Probably you're open for a QA session, please.
Developer, you can ask your question.
No, ma'am, it's by mistake. I don't have.
Somebody has said PPT is not visible. As I said, it's only having the cues, so you won't be able to know what it is. But I'll definitely share the entire gist of the presentation. So there's a question on idea of selling a biogas through the cylinder will succeed. I cannot say yes or no to this because it depends on many factors. As I said earlier, first of all, how is this biogas? Is it the same or different than what the gas cylinders I get at home? That's first thing. Whether it smells, whether there are taboos associated with biogas in many families. In some of the farmers also, long back, the government of India started with a lot of subsidies to have their own biogas plants over there, but I don't think many of them have succeeded there. So we don't know really. I have no answer to this, but yes, it's a good idea. But for that, you need to understand the properties of a biogas, in what way, or what is the concept, the perception people have about the biogas. Are they okay with that? Okay. If that is the case, if you are able to clear those myths, and then comes to how do you bottle it, what are the costs of putting it in a cylinder? Okay. Probably I really have no idea as to how much money will go into buying a small plant or something like that. And if so, what should be the kgs? It can be a small, big. Some of the industries like hotels and all that, they need big cylinders. So can we do that? So in that, finally, how do you replenish? How fast? And then what will be the cost of it compared to the existing cylinders there, cooking gas cylinder? So most of the cases now in the cities, they are going for a piped connections there. So how are you going to solve that problem? So you may have to have some sort of an understanding of the entire business, as I said earlier, and then go for, start on a small scale and see to it that, you understand the market better before you actually start producing that.
Any questions? I have shared the speaker email address as well as
Yeah,
contact
probably you
details
can
in the
write to
group.
me, Dylan. I have no answer right now because these are the questions which I know it requires a lot of understanding from your side. Selling a biofuel from left out cooking oil will succeed. I have no clue. As I said earlier, you need to understand again who are the people who are going to use this product. Okay. Why should they use it? Do they have better alternatives than what you're going to give it to them? Right? Who are the takers? So end of the day, it is the product, not just the product. Who are the people who are going to buy, and what sense it makes to them, and at what price? And then all that backend discussion that we had right now, from idea to a POC to a prototype, you need to develop that and understand, evaluate the environment, the competitors, the product utility, the end users, buyers, that all you have to study.
No further question means can we go to the next session?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you, and good luck. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Good day.
Can you share the brief note of
Yes,
this
I'll
today's
share you right now.
Okay. Thank you. We have next session on business model innovation in agriculture. Dr. C.M. Patil, sir, is already joined the session. Welcome to the session, sir. Let me introduce him to the group. He is a CEO of Krishi Kalpa Foundation. He was an ex-CEO of Deshpande Startups. He is an entrepreneur himself and he is a TEDx speaker. Dr. C.M. Patil led the Deshpande Startup as a CEO, where he has developed Deshpande Startups into a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in Hubli, which is non-metropolitan city in Karnataka. He has designed and executed various entrepreneurship development programs, and he has supported more than 210 startups from all the domains. And out of them, 67% of them are all successful, and he has facilitated 40% of them to get external funds, and he is also Co-founded two of the startups. One is CADEX and another one is Get2 Galaxy, and recognized as one of the top 50 startups by IIM Ahmedabad. He is instrumental in building first of its kind product in machine vision domain and won global award at Texas, USA, competing against global players, and is also mentor at different incubation centers in India. Welcome to the session, sir.
Thank you. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So just wanted to set the context. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you earlier. All of these are the startups, or who are the audience in general?
Some of them are startups, and some of them are entrepreneurs, and some of them are students, and some of them are academicians in agri and allied sector.
Okay. Okay. So see, I have been asked to talk on business model on agricultural aspects of it. So I just wanted to, before I start on the session on this, I wanted to understand how many of you have heard about business model canvas. Have you heard about it?
Kindly raise your hand so that I'll count the number and tell you, sir.
Yeah, I can hear developer and Dr. Shweta Kulkarni.
Shweta Kumari, yes. Some of them are already startups, sir.
Sure. Sure. So
3-4 of them have raised.
Okay. So I think as introduced in my intro, I've been an entrepreneur. Why I always feel that just to give a background, when I started my career, I was solely a tech guy. Okay, I didn't wanted to get into sales or business, but if you have chosen to be an entrepreneur, you don't have a choice, but you have to learn business aspects of it. Otherwise, you really can't excel in out there. So for me, something fundamentally the difference between R&D and sales is not much in my head, actually speaking, because whatever we put in some process for setting up the process for R&D and all, right, similar thought process is required, but tools are totally different. So business model canvas is one such tool. For example, I should know what to write. Only then pen can be of my use for me. Otherwise, pen is a tool. It doesn't help you to get your thoughts and then write on. So similarly, some of those tools are nothing but business model canvas. The reason why I'm trying to explain this in a fundamental, because each of us learn in a different way. Why it has been learned. So my way of understanding business was more about how simplify I can do in terms of business learning part of it. So for first 15 minutes, I'll probably rebrush you guys on business model canvas, and then probably we can make a Q&A kind of session to understand what all the avenues we can think of it. So I'm presuming some of you know, some of you don't know, but just I want to quickly in 10 minutes, I want to show you how did I analyze business model canvas. So let me share you my screen. Let me know if you're able to see my screen. Are you in a position to see my screen? One of you can confirm. Just let me know if you're able to see my screen. I need one confirmation so that I know that my screen is visible. Hello? It's visible. Thank you. So, see, this is more, I would skip few slides. So don't worry about what it is there. It's available on the internet also. You can always find it out. But I'll explain my version of what I understand from this. So for me, if you look at it, this is a simple tool, as I said, to create and analyze the business models. Okay, what do I mean by that? Again, this was found. It was something which was done by Mr. Alexander Oswald, who was a Swiss business consultant, entrepreneur, scientist, and he actually coined this entire term there. It's been largely adopted in all the major MNCs, and anybody who's getting to it, I think some of them would be knowing it out. What is this? It's a simple 9-block structure. So let's say, for example, there are two ways of viewing business model canvases. One is I know what is my value proposition. I'll figure out my end customers. Second one is I know my customers, what I have to tell. Either ways you can look at it. Majority of the people do get confused when I ask about value proposition, they'll start telling from their perspective, meaning founder's perspective or a innovator perspective. Actually speaking, value proposition has to be told from a customer's perspective. How does a customer sees my product? What is in for him? Let's say, for example, if I'm buying an iPhone, how easy use for a customer, height, safety. Again, this is all what customers need. So one has to make a list out on those aspects. If I would compare the agriculture aspect, right? Quality is good. In general, don't generalize. Try to see what are the niche areas, what we can tell to the end customer. These are the next customers are there. That's how one has to see the value proposition part of it. The second part is when I ask them, share me your customer segment. They say everybody, especially in agriculture, they say everyone is my customer. My thing is, in any businesses, if you say anybody and everybody, I don't think you will go to the next stage. You have to choose them based on age, certain segments you have to have it. Only then you'll be able to reach them faster. If you generalize saying that everybody is my customer, you cannot devise the strategies or tactics to reach them upfront. If LinkedIn would have said, anybody and everybody who uses my internet is my customer, then it will not work. They will define the age group. Go, and that is how you have to look at it. One of the mentor who actually suggested me was, if you are lighting any one line item here, presume you are putting 10,000 rupees. Then automatically my brain starts looking, I'll be very careful in writing what that one word will be. I can list out 100 customers, 100 segments. But when I'm for writing itself, I'm paying 10,000 rupees, then I'll be very mindful whom am I writing to. So this is the essence of business. You need to look at demography, you need to look at age group, you need to look at stage of the customers who will actually buy it out. Some of those things is what you have to look at it. Only then you'll be able to understand what are the customer segment and what should be your communication channels to them. So, and again, only then I'll be able to communicate it properly. If I don't know the customer segment, then my value proposition, what I tell to them wouldn't be understood very, very clearly by them. So if I know the age, if I know the segment very clearly, then I'll start prepping the words which are easily understood by my customers. If it's the youngsters, I know what to speak. If it is a so-and-so person, what all of those things can be taken up much better. Similarly, channels are nothing but, see, the advantage again with this tool is you need to think it out. When you're doing one thing, just focus on one thing. Don't try to complexize the business. More simpler you keep the business, the more simple it would be. Otherwise, it will be very, very hefty and difficult for you guys. If I'm an input company, I know what time I have to reach out. So the channels are nothing but which will help these companies to reach the customers. For example, I can take you to the next. Who are those people who can help me go and reach the customers? Those are your channels. And then comes your, how do you maintain your relationship with your customers? That's how you, whether you have a WhatsApp channel, whether you have a tech tool, whether you have talking to them regularly, you have a team, customer CRM team which actually engages, that is how you have to define it out. And the good part of this is all your right-hand side of the tool is all external. It's not internal. It's all external control. Whereas your key side, the left side of the thing, what you look at, what are the key resources? You have to deliver that entire aspects of it. So these are typically the manpower resources whom we have it, or at cost, I have money, that's one resource here. And similarly, what are the key activities you have to do to reach to these people? I'll probably take one of the example and then I'll tell you how I am analyzing it out there. So list down some of those activities. And what are my key partners? Generally, people get confused between key partners and channels. They kind of always mistake it out. These are the people who will connect you, who will give you a lead. They will not solve for you. But these are the people whom I wish to have a long-term partnerships. Government agencies, policymakers, some of the companies which will actually incubator, accelerator, those are all your key partners because they will stay for you upfront for some of the time. That's when you analyze it out. Then the downstreams are very simple. What is the cost structure to do all of these activities? By doing all of activities, what is the revenue streams, what we are getting it out? So that's how you have to analyze any business part of it. Generally, people have the notion that whenever I talk to any startups, I always ask them, what is your value proposition? I've seen multiple times they telling what it means for them. If you are, see, in business, I'll stop here. This is something which I wanted to share with you guys. In business, it's very important to know who are your customers. If you don't know your customers, then don't build a product. or don't build a particular thing. And Agri is even more tougher. Why? Because you cannot just function in agriculture business by telling only solving one piece of the problem. You have to see, can you solve the spectrum of the pieces there? How can I actually work it out on those parameters? Only then we can see what all can be done. So, for example, let me take, presume that I'm a company who is into output market linkages there. Okay. My producers, I run a company who produces the horticulture, who has a storage or somewhere the raw materials is available with me. I go and do this thing. Am I a B2B player, or am I a B2C player, or am I a B2E player or B2G player? When I say B2B, business to business, enterprise, if it's large volume stuff, if government is your customer, and if customers, end customers are your direct customers there, how do you reach out there? Let's say simple thing in Agri, let me presume that I run a company which is involved in providing like Big Basket, Ninja Cart, and all of those things. How do they look at this? So they have a quality produce, they have freshly sold, all those things will be value promotion, which will be pursued by the end customer. Now my customers are, if I'm a tech player, people who are going to e-commerce, whosoever has app is 1 million. That's my channel to reach my customer. So are these people in the age group of 20 to 25, 28, 30? What is the convenience I'm solving? If Big Basket, if it is there, I'm solving convenience. I'm not trying to tell that the best thing I'm going to produce, but I can deliver you at your house. That's the value proposition what they write out there. So similarly, try and see if you can write down your own value proposition. If you are able to analyze in this form, right, then you will get a persona of the customers. 90% of the founders, they all come from tech backgrounds or from a technology product, and they undermine the sales part of it. It is easy for if at all you start applying from that perspectives then. Only then you can take it to the next stage. Now, let's say, for example, if I have identified the demography, if I identify the age group, now I'll reach out, what are my channels? I normally use business model canvas for anything whichever I plan it out. It could be as simple as arranging this session also. Let's say, for example, now your the KVK Center is a channel for you to reach out to the end customers over there, or the mentors over there. They could be channels over there. For whom it is it benefiting? The startups who are going to be part of it out there. So if you can start innovating on some of these things, right, then you'll figure out whom do I partner with. Let's say, for example, Hubcoms is my part whom I have to partner with, because there also could be my channels there. Because as I said, my fundamental model is getting my vegetables delivered to the end customer. So list down all them, then you will understand what all activities one has to do. I hope some of you are following it out, and if there are any, I'll stop for a minute. If there are any questions, please let me know. I think I can probably explain it much better if there is a dialogue than being a monologue here. Any questions, guys?
You can raise your hand so that I can unmute you.
Because for me, I'm a practicing entrepreneur. Giving a monologue would be very, very difficult for me. I might as well better take up your startup example and then see how I can develop a business model for that.
Ravindra, you can ask your questions.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Ravindra.
With the examples, please, because we wanted to understand, we being a farmers, it will be helpful for us to just give us first model as one example with
Fair enough. So can you tell me what is it, where is that you want to apply business? So that I can take your own example than me taking something which is unrelated to you. I might as well take an example what you want to do.
we are a coffee estate people.
Okay.
So we will be producing the coffee and we'll be selling it to the local B2B actually.
Sure. So basically you are involved in cultivation, sorting,
Yes.
grading, and then giving the end product for coffee beans, right? Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. So let me see. I'm a coffee merchant who's involved in production of this and then selling it to the end customer. Let me just visualize those 9 blocks what I said. First is now I know the product, so let me figure out the end customer segment. Who could be my potential customer segments? If I were you, what I would have done is the people who actually the shops who actually sell the coffee beans, that could be one segment of it. I'll actually bifurcate into 4 or 5 segments of this. One is I would not sell, because assume that I'm going to get about 10 metric ton of coffee beans. Okay. Then I can't go and fetch an individual customer. So B2C is ruled out to me. I'm going to segments. It could be like small shops which are there who actually sells fresh coffee powder by converting beans into powder and then selling it out. So retail outlets could be my one customer segment. Second, the big companies who actually are the middlemen, for example, who are large buyers, I will list out all of those items over there. I will start listing like this 10 different players. Then what happens? Once I list down all of those players, I will see who in my connects or who is in my network of the connects who can help me reach out to these people. Kota's coffees would be there, because small ton, no big player will come to you. If I'm assuming 10 metric ton only. Okay. So that's pretty what I can do. So then I'll definitely go and sell to the coffee shops in Bangalore and metros. List out those and then tell them, because your price is far better than compared to the price what they get from the processing centers. Are you following me, Ravindra? You're on mute. You can unmute him if till my conversation is complete with him. So that's how I'll reach out. Who are the players who knows them?
Sorry, the samples that you have given me for that retail outlets and all will come under which category in that 9 blocks, sir?
Customer segment.
Okay.
Customer segment. So what I would do, is first list out all of those people. I have 100 people. At least today I don't even know whom to go and sell other than the middleman. So I will list out 100 people and I'll start contacting with them. Can I get your produce? Because that's how business should start from a fundamental thesis perspective. Okay. So please, and then what are the channels? Telephone is my channel. People who knows mutually, they could be my channel. So figure out Google, for example. So I'm searching those people's name. Internet search is actually helping me find out the yellow pages, what we call, or India Mart. Where do I get the list of these people? So that is the channel. There is where I start writing down the channels there. India Mart, to identify who are the retail coffee shops in around this area. If I search, I'll get a list of those people. Then that list will actually help me in contacting them. So that is how I'll write down the channels part of it. Then comes, once you start establishing business, you can actually do the business connect part of it. Till then, you can't do that part. Now, to do this, what are the key activities? Key activities is I need to get the list of retailers' name. That's one activity. Second, I need to figure out how many of them are there. So I'll put it in. Now, who is going to do this? That's the key resources. Is an intern going to do? Am I myself doing to? Am I nominating a person? That's I'm trying to explain in simpler terms. Okay.
What is value proposition in this, sir?
Sorry?
Where does value proposition comes in for this?
Value propositions comes when I start talking to customer.
Okay.
Because I've identified the segment, now I will tell what he would like to understand my product here. My coffee beans is of this quality. I have sorted it. I have roasted it a bit of it. This will yield so much of this. So those are the things, because customer wants to hear those things. That is how you have to write down what is that they will appreciate about your product. If it is let's say if I'm talking to middleman, I will give it in a packed form. I will give it in a bag of 100 kg. I'm going to give it in a customized form. I will arrange the logistics for you. So those are your value additions, what you have to talk to the customers to understand, make them understand that part.
Excellent.
Now, partners are the one who are these people? Like, can I go and partner with some agencies who is actually doing a distribution model there? Who are the retailers place? Can they be distributor? Can I partner with them? See, business model canvas will only help you understand basics of business. It will not make you do business. It will only give me a thought process to say what are next steps, what are my steps, kind of thing. What is it I have to do? End of the day, sale has to be done by a person. So, but this will give a methodological way to say what all can be done out here. It can be as simple as what I've explained to you. It can be as bigger problem also. We can do it out from this part.
It gives a structured approach is what I'm
Exactly. So majority of the people don't approach. When I'm talking about value proposition, they'll go to customers. When I'm talking about customer segment, they go to key resources. So they'll get jeopardized over here. This is some of the thought process which will make an entrepreneur think and plan a better way.
Correct, sir. Yeah. It's an open tool, right? Like
It's an open tool. Yeah, it's available. See, this is just theorems and thing curriculum. But now why do we call it as a canvas? Is because every 3 months we have to erase and we have to rewrite it because my things will get changed out. I have seen many people writing this for once for all and then sticking on the wall. That doesn't work that way, guys.
We need to like constantly.
It should be constant. See, the end of the day, as I said, it's like a pen. You need to know what to write. Pen will not write on its own. This is a tool which will help you communicate your thoughts into a scripts, right? So that is how the tool has to be used out. Now, the reason why I wanted this to be explained is because I have seen, I think once I visited KVK, I asked them how many of them know sales. They say, boss, I don't even know. Then how are you might innovate a product, but if a product is not used by your customers, then it's not then it's an R&D company. It's not an enterprising company, according to me.
Got it, sir.
It is essential for now. Let's say, for example, let me talk about Dehat kind of companies. So I know I'm a seeds company, but whom all I can partner. Take an example of the company which I'm part of, a company called Krishi Tantra, which I invested, who do a soil testing. Okay. Now they have developed the product which can do a soil testing in less than 15-20 minutes. Now, who are the customers? Farmers are going to use it. But can I go and sell it to farmers? No. So then we told them, well, you can't sell this way. Can we identify the FPOs? Can we identify farmer collectives to buy this particular thing? Or somebody who is doing seed sell, can he use this machine? Because whenever a farmer comes, let him get the soil sample and put it in this machine, wait for about 20 minutes, you can do it out. So this is how we have the product innovation is one part of the I'm not even touching the technology part of it. But the way how I use it is if I'm putting soil in this particular thing and do this X processes, and then I'll get a result in like 20 minutes, how do I sell it? FPOs could be my customers because now essentially farmer is not my customer. Majority of the thing, the misunderstanding what there is, soil testing has to be done to the farmer, so they will take. No, it's actually FPO is my customer, or the collectives who does it is my customer. Take an example of Xerox shop. People who need will not own a Xerox machine. So now how do I sell it? So this is where the complex structure of business can be minimized to the greatest possible time.
Thank you, sir. Like it is giving me the structured approach for the business that we are wanted to.
Exactly. Okay. Any other question? Somebody is having anything?
One person is asked how to start a small startup with small investment.
See, this is something I would say if anybody is doubtful of starting, I in my opinion, they will never start. The reason because it has to be conviction that an entrepreneur when they decide to make something, right? See, business is something simpler. If I have to explain it in a simpler terms, let's say, for example, I would say I would want to learn swimming. Okay, I go to a mentor and as trainer, he will tell me do hand like this, put your legs like this, then you'll be able to float. It's simple, right? Swimming is that simple. You just put your hands like this and pedal your legs continuously. It's as simple as that. But if I tell the same thing for a guy who doesn't know swimming to jump into the water, can he learn swimming? No. End of the day, the process might look simple. So unless and until you decide and jump in the water, you will never be able to start something. So yes, money is not the only factor for you to start, in my opinion. You need to have a right problem statement. You need to have a relatively good market for that. How do I identify TAM? When I say TAM, what is the total available market for my product? Think some of these things. Before jumping into business, understand what is my total market available. In that, what is my SAM? Service available market. How much I can capture in that? So if you don't have some, like how you think on the innovation side, right? If you don't have the persona of my customers, if you don't have who will buy your products, I think it'll be very difficult. So I always tell people, have a good mentor. Have a good problem first place. First thing, team, problem, timings. That's something which you have to start think about it. Then only you have to start about it. Investments, chota, mota, bada, I don't think those will, if your problem is very big, people are there to fund it out. Convince, like how you are convinced, investors should also be convinced that this problem is very, very big. Okay. I see a next question. I live in Kolhapur where sugarcane is cultivated. I want to process sugarcane in different products. Again, see, this is ifs and buts, right? It's all wishes. I have seen many people doing jaggery, the sugarcane cubes in a different way. There was one person who I had met in Gokak who had a jaggery unit. He said he will make it in a cube form, in a chocolate, and had some 10 different varieties. He started selling those in airports. Trust me, because people, good currency, acha hoga, that's a philosophical thought what we have. So, end of the day, look at from where do I derive my customers from? If you say I want to start a process of sugar in different products, I don't understand what exactly you are trying to say there. Do you have an ideal format for business model canvas? Could you please share some business model canvases for us? No, there's nothing called ideal here. You say, you just Google what I'm saying. I'm not trying to tell you something which is not known in the world. Google about business model canvas, you'll set hundreds of videos. You can even start thinking of other person's business also. How are they doing it all? But end of the day, businesses are easier explained, tougher practiced. It's always easy to say. Insights or hindsight visibilities are far more easier. But when you do is where you start. So some of them I've also heard people saying that I have a great idea. Great ideas will never work. It's all about execution, guys. If you guys are very scared of explaining your sales idea to somebody, I don't think that will be an option for you guys. You have to see that do I have that execution? If I don't have it, does anybody in my team has the ability to sell? I would say if some of your early stage entrepreneurs here have three, four kind of people there who has, one is the technology operation product, who is the sales guy, the marketing guy, and everything. If you don't have that, I think that's the biggest minus what you have in the initial days. So have that person who knows sales, marketing, or bent towards learning that part. Don't start any businesses without having any business models in mind. So my insights on community supported agriculture model. So I'm presuming this is more a question where you can do a collectives, or are you trying to do some processing? Can Ashwini explain a question a little bit better? Ashwini Surya.
Yes. Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's not actually a collective, but it's a B2C that I'm planning to build up, and predominantly, it's not just vegetables, organic vegetables, but also could be fruits and eggs to milk, butter, ghee, cheese.
No, but what is it you want to do? I mean, you want to be a channel for some of these people
No,
who are.
I am the farmer, so I am producing all these fresh produce, along with a little bit of value-added products.
Okay.
So the plan is, there is a subscription model as well in community-supported agriculture, right? So, say suppose I come up with a idea of, you buy about 20 kilos or 10 kilos of vegetables that you subscribe, and that will be delivered every week, sort of. So it's a subscription based, so the customer would pick
So
that
my
initially.
thing over there, Ashwin Surya, for that, anything you have to do with B2C, there are three things to be kept in mind. Okay. One is how deep is your pocket? What is your customer acquisition cost? Because if you are spending more to acquire customer, I mean, the cost what you're spending to acquire one customer, if it is coming on the larger side, that model has to be relooked completely different. The reason, like for example, Big Basket, the similar thing what you say, right? So they see they have developed technology to ease out the customer acquisition cost. Flipkart, Amazon, all of them are reaching the customers through an app. Technology built, that is how it is actually delivering the lower cost of it. Otherwise, they cannot function. Hello? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir.
So when you are talking, understand what is my customer. So B2C, please be very careful. Your customers will touch, feel then, and then they discard it. So how do you adapt those things? Why do you feel at times B2C customers are very finicky? Because for them, urban customers more give importance for looks and external textures, right? So if it is not in a shape, they'll simply reject, simply refuse it, and then they don't take an order. How do I do that part? So or can I take, for example, an apartment? I go and sell only for those community people. Then it is much easier for us. Is why I told you, look at your customer segment. When you're doing a community set, I've got 10 offerings to do them. Let's say household needs milk, bread, butter, vegetables, fruits. These are the 10 things what they need. So these gamut of things I'm willing to offer, but at what cost? And I can't do it for one house. My logistics will not function out there. So how I can do it out there? So this is something which you need to risks chart it out very clearly. Only then you will be able to understand. Even this, use the same example of business model canvas what I told you. If 10 things I'm delivering to you, who are the customer segment? How do you reach them? Write down a rough map over there. Then you will know what is the cost incurred. You will know what are the pros, cons of it. For each and every activities, what you write down there is a cost associated with that. How much I will get it down. Now, in the case if I've delivered an apartment, my logistics cost, but my delivery cost will come in the cost structure. What is the revenue? Revenue only come from sale of this particular thing. After sale of this, I need to have this much of margin. How do I get that out? So these are the simple thoughts what you have to put in and structure it and see what can be taken up there. I believe I answered your question. Arindam, sir, I have a question to how to start a startup. I think these are some of the incubator questions also. You can actually go and talk to incubators, because if you guys, incubators are primarily meant to see how they can help you to start the startup journey for you guys. Okay. That's something which they will look at. I don't think this is the right forum for you to understand that part. Risks of the business model canvas will come in the block in business model canvas. The risks of business model will come in which business block? Theoretically, I might have solved everything, but practical execution is totally different over there. I might not have calculated properly. So that's a huge risk. Again, this tool will only kind of help you visualize the business risk, not de-risk completely. It is just that I have practiced better. Now I can go and play the match. But execution risks are always there. So I have a fundamental thumb rule in any business. Whatever I feel that are going to come in as my expenses, I simply put double the expenses. I feel I can earn 100 rupees, I will do by 2 of that. So only 50 rupees I can. Let's say, for example, if when I do the theoretical business aspects of any study, right, I feel my cost is 100 rupees. Then in my mind, I will write off that 200 rupees is my cost. That's a simple thumb rule I'm telling you. I'm not generalizing it. And pertaining to this, my income could be 150. Then I'll say 75 rupees is my income. So then you get into that business so that you'll understand the risk much better. When risks are known only when you practice some of these things. Till then, you don't understand that part. So, and then which is the best place to access for me to reliable market data? I think there are ample amount of data, guys. You have to be, the biggest problem in today's era is how rightfully I ask the prompt to the question, not the answer availability. Have I asked my questions correctly to get the answers? Business insights are available everywhere. So it's prompting the question which will actually tell you the answers, not the other way is what I feel. So some example could be traction, could be some data. If you look at it, where do I get it? Google, there are bulk of EY studies will be there. Again, it depends on case study, what exact place I'm looking for. Yeah, any specific questions otherwise?
What should be the business model for franchise business like KFC?
See, this is simple here because how does business model of KFC would look like? KFC is already a franchise model. What they say, I will tell you how to bake, how to make the products. I'll also give you outlet kind of thing. I already had a brand. So the franchisee model of business model kind of is simple. So if I have X number of rupees with me, and if I believe I can get this much of profit, they have got their own parameter to select the vendors over there. If they identify the area, there are no competitors nearby, then if you invest X amount, X plus Y is your cost, then that's how we're going to get it out there. The business model of KFC is selected by the franchisee owners, not by the buyers. The people who take up franchisee, they have very less say in the business model because everything is controlled by them. I have to follow the process, what they say, to the best of my knowledge goes. They will tell me where I should get an inputs, because why if you look at any KFC centers, all menu, everything looks more or less the same thing. It is just that the person who has big capital will invest, will hope that people downfall will happen, and given the brand value, customers will always come there. I don't think there is an innovation in that particular model, is what I personally feel. For a franchisee, if I want to set up a franchisee, there's a set of process. I have to apply, stand in the queue. If they feel in my area there are no KFCs, and if I'm willing to spend out so much of money, then they'll give it to me. Otherwise, they'll not give it to me. Yeah, anything else?
What's the business model? Avoid middle channel for farmers to sell the produce.
This is the classic thing. There are a lot of companies who are now directly engaging to buy it out from the farmers. For example, take Big Basket. They have got their own district collection centers. Why do they set up a DCs? Because they want to see, can they go and talk to the farmers directly. However, they also see, don't presume middlemen are the only culprits in the business here. They are the channels for you to reach the customers. That's how I treat them. Now, if you say they're making up money, you figure out the customers. Now, there are companies like Clover, companies like all of these things, whatever I'm telling to you, right? It is available in the market. Just do a simple Google search. Who are the companies which are buying agriculture vegetables, horticulture vegetables? You will get hundreds of these people. Talk to the procurement guy. Are you willing to procure my produce if I give it to you directly? If at all you believe middlemen are taking all the profits over there. For example, there is a company called Clover, deep-rooted there. Zepto is there. They all are into delivery part, right? So they're all so reach out to the procurement heads directly, and then see can they be sold out there. So majority what we do at Krishikalpa is also now that we train FPOs to become that particular channel for you to see if they can produce and then figure out the customers there. As I said, you write down whatever produce you have. For that, whom so you feel it on. Let's say if I grow only one particular crop, finding out one buyer for only for this crop is tougher. I always say is why individual farmer can't be an entrepreneur by himself. Some of the farmers, street vendors, they go and set up a shops in apartments. They believe mango. I've seen many times in my own apartment. They come and they pay additional amount to the apartment maintenance complex, and then they just start providing so that they can reach the right customers there, or figure out the places like Halli Tota or some vegetable vendors where they are working. Can you directly go and sell to them? So that is how you need to figure out who are your end customers. Again, it is very simple. We all know how to use Google. I can share you, list out the company. For example, I'm just sharing you if I have to find out the customer's place here, right? You will get list of those companies here. Try and see if you can reach out to them. Ask the right questions, guys. As I said, today's world, you need not struggle about businesses because all we have to do is patient and persistent effort. If I do one time, I don't get that's not an answer. I wanted to ask about starting a company of a vegan meat like KFC. See, you have to do a thorough study for this because we all have been hearing about vegan market. Still, it is not popularized in my opinion. There are people who doesn't want to eat meat, but they want to try out a vegetable meat. Market is still small. So understand the TAM market for this. I remember one of the company which Virat was the ambassador where they were promoting some of these things. How many customers are there? Don't try out something grand, innovative if you don't understand the thesis a lot. Study various theses are there. Shrimp market. I've seen a lot of them coming and telling that there is a vegan meat available over there. Or if you want to explain better, you can unmute yourself and then we can ask Abhinav.
I'll unmute. Abhi.
Okay, I think Somshekhar Matpati has an interesting question. He says most of the companies only look for graded companies. Absolutely, yes. Because for them, if you see, if you were a big basket guy, forget about they being there. Okay, if you were the owner who is selling a produce to the end customers who are very finicky. As I said, I'm a consumer of big basket. If I get one fruit out of 1 kg, let's say if I get 1 kg of mango, hardly 2, 3 will come, three, 4 of them will come. If I found one that I'll put a picture and then say to my customer segment, boss, this is not, they replace to me very openly. So is why majority of the people who are doing B2C categories are always very, very conscious. All of them are burning money. But the hope is that tomorrow, once they have this channel established, they'll start procuring from them. Now, coming back to this question. So I will take a real life example what we did with one of the FPO whom we were teaching business. So this FPO was growing coconuts. They had large collections of coconuts. And I told them do two business model. One is do B2B because it will get your volume. Your profit margin might be low, but your volumes are very high because you in Ramnagar, if it's a 33,000 hectares there, the region whatever, they had 700 farmers who were doing coconut and everybody they start selling the land. So I identified who are the customers who procures more than 1 lakh coconuts every day. So then the list came out to me was processing centers who are actually doing virgin coconut oil, coconut powder, exporters. So these are the people who I identified. So then I told them, boss, is it possible for us to sell you directly? What they asked us was, when we started discussing this, but they said, can you give me graded coconuts only? So meaning 450 grams and above, because the reason why was in that factory, everything was automated. Okay, but there's one process where they were deshelling of the nut. The breakage of nut was through a sharp knife was cutting it off. People used to hold the nut like this, and then present it to the cutter. There were chances now and then finger getting chopped off to the customer. So that's the problem what we thought. So for me, the definition of entrepreneurship is somebody who sees problem as an opportunity. That's how I define entrepreneur. Anybody who has an ability to think any problem as an opportunity is a fundamental entrepreneur to me. Now, what we figured out is if I get you the larger coconut size, your fingers will be separated. So that's when the grading started. Now, automatically the FP for 450 grams and above will be given to them. Where do I find a market? That figure out who are the customers whom I can sell the non-graded one. It could be Horeca market. It could be temples. It could be places where, because temples are where you're using for ritual purpose, you don't really need for that. So you have to identify the market. Now, farmer identifying all of this, I don't think it's possible personally also, because for him growing itself is one headache, and where does he do it? That is where the middleman, what does middleman do? They procure his stuff, they segregate, they will identify 2-3 different players to customer for the produce what they have, and then they start doing it out here. Now, if you say if farmers always struggle, think that they can't do, yes, absolutely. I wouldn't say farmers should directly get into the venture of it. They have to, is why we gave this know-how for FPOs, farmer produce organization, where they started collecting this part. Then there were also some breakages there. We told them, can you de-risk some of these things? Because the business units cannot be a farmer by themselves. I am not of the opinion that farmers should do all this thing. If they can do, well and good. but largely it's not possible. But that's how they have to think about it, figure out an alternative market. Now, if I have to apply my business model canvas thought process for your question, what you've asked here, right? Now, nuts are small, price will be less, but who is this guy? Then you will find out. If you ask a rightful question for your own self, you will start looking at it. Every hotel needs the cut fruit vegetables there. We started delivering through FPOs where, because if you look at some fruits, there is small dent. Take an example of pomegranate. Small bur it will be there, they'll discard it as a B grade. But if you take out kernels, pack it in a small bag, and then give it to a retailer shop, why would they not buy it? Can a farmer do this? I don't think so. But a businessman do this? Yes, definitely possible. I hope I answered your question, Somshekar Matpati. Pfizer, you want to speak something? I think I see your hand raised. You're on mute. I'm not able to hear you. Can the organizers unmute him?
Mr. Somshekar, right, sir?
Not Somshekar. Yes, Pfizer is there. I think SPIZAAR.
Oh, yes, sir. Sir, I am unmuted. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Tell me.
Yeah, hi, sir. Thank you for your section. Okay, so the thing is we are an agriculture value-added startup. Basically, we collect from farmers, we convert this into product. So basically, we have been working it for a while. I mean, we have gathered some experience as well. So currently, what we are planning to do a bigger proposal to start from the very bottom of the supply chain. That is like a smart farming operation where we would do all the guidance and we would take in just like a contract farming. So basically, the end result, because we will be targeting only one particular product, that is turmeric. Because I am from Kerala and we have that expertise to do, I mean, it is much more to our advantage. So basically, the end product of ours, I mean, the market that we are going to target will be pesticide-free, safe-to-eat turmeric product with high curcumin content. So this is the product that we will be releasing to the market. And we are banging on the thing is that, I mean, there is a high level of awareness among consumers.
What's your question? What's your question? I'm not able to understand your question.
Sir, my question is, what according to you, what would be the volume of this? I mean, this pesticide-free, I mean, market. I mean, it is growing, right? I mean, so what, according to you, is the volume size to do it?
If I understood your question right, you want to understand how big is the turmeric market?
Yes.
Is that what you?
Yes.
That I don't know at the moment, but you can search your results in EY, and understand how big is the turmeric market there. You just do a simple Google search. You'll find out. You scrape through some of the reports. You will find out. You will figure out how are these players who are the large players who are actually buying it out there, and then probably they could be your customers.
Okay, sir.
So you're trying to understand what is the total available market for turmeric. That I will not be able to tell you now. You have to do some sort of searches or engage the agency which is actually involved in doing the research of this part and then see what can be done out there.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I will try to.
Simple Google search. How big is the turmeric market? Just simple do that. How big is turmeric market in India? You'll get some value. Who are the biggest processors there? You'll get some value. You'll get to know whom you have to talk to.
Yes, thank you, sir. I will follow up the link.
Yeah, I think somebody, Jaideep, is asking, sir, what things about Zeta Farm? Well, I have no idea about this company strategies. So because each of them have got their own strategies, and don't worry about that. Every strategy, every thought process is workable. As I said, ideas can't be told. It's all about execution. Now I told that I am also using the same internet and Pfizer also having the same internet over there. You need to figure out some case studies will be published in outside, but I'm not very sure about the models there. Thank you, Shomshikar. I think I was able to, I mean, that thought was helpful. I'm happy to do that. So simple here. So when you say business model canvas, right? So don't look at from tool perspective. Look at how best you can write down. Now, all of you in the call are thinking of doing something in a business, right? Write down your own charts. Then you will know how much do you understand business. If you don't understand, get somebody. It's a good situation to be in so that you know who all you can get through. Yeah, I think it's a vast subject because the topic what they're given to me is innovations is like crazy. You just can't tie it up in 1 hour, 2 hours. Is why I thought of explaining a business model canvas, which will actually help you guys develop your own business models there. Rather than me telling my gyan on what business we do, rather than that, how can one think of developing their own models there? I suggest every startup should be having that thought process in their mind. Who are their customers? How do they go to serve them? I hope it was useful and you learned something new about business models. I'm done with my session, ma'am.
Okay. Any further questions or wait for 1 minute, sir? If not, we'll end the session.
Sure. Thank you, Ravindra. Again, I said I didn't explain something which is out there. The thing what I told you, you might learn. I'm just sharing on my screen. You will learn much better. Like, for example, if you see this particular thing, right? Just ask the right question. You will get ample number of videos also. Sorry, but God's. If you see business model canvas, just write down how much, what all you can do it out there. Look at the videos there. There are too many things available in the market. In this era, you need not worry about what all things will be available there. Just write down what is there for beginners. There are a lot of YouTube videos also. To answer Faiza's question, if you look at Karnataka alone, look at the way you will get what is that it's been produced. You will get a lot of those valuations given the market here. So this is the Pfizer for you to understand what is being sold at. Okay.
No further question. Can we end the today's session? Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Thank you. I'll leave the call.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we have 3 sessions instead of 4 sessions. I'll share you the revised schedule in the WhatsApp group. Thank you, everyone. The link will be remain same for tomorrow's session as well. Kindly join the tomorrow session at 10 a.m. sharply. We'll be opening the meeting from 9:30 itself. You can join 9:30 afterwards. Thank you, everyone. The YouTube live link we already shared in the group. You can access the link. It's available. And attendance is 80% compulsory to get a feedback form, to get a e-certificate, and feedback filling is a compulsory. Thank you, everyone. Anybody have any doubt? The feedback form you have to fill through Manage portal after the this training program is over, after 24th. Even if you are joining directly through the link, you 80% attendance in all 4 days, morning and afternoon, is compulsory to get a certificate. We'll share the WhatsApp link, group link. You can join through invitation link. Attendance we will extract through Zoom. We already extracted. You don't have to worry about that. We'll end the today's session. Thank you, everyone.